Preface. In a previous book, The Act of Creation, I discussed art and discovery, the glory of man. The present volume ends with a discussion of the predicament of man, and thus completes a cycle. The creativity and pathology of the human mind are, after all, two sides of the same metal coined in the evolutionary mint. The first is responsible for the splendor of our cathedrals, the second for the gargoyles that decorate them to remind us that the world is full of monsters, devils, and succubi. They reflect the streak of insanity which runs through the history of our species, and which indicates that somewhere along the line of its ascent to prominence something has gone wrong. Evolution has been compared to a labyrinth of blind alleys, and there is nothing very strange or improbable in the assumption that man's native equipment, though superior to that of any other living species, nevertheless contains some built-in error or deficiency which predisposes him towards self-destruction. The search for the causes of that deficiency starts with the book of Genesis and has continued ever since. Every age had its own diagnosis to offer, from the doctrine of the fall to the hypothesis of the death instinct. Though the answers were inconclusive, the questions were still worth asking. They were formulated in the specific terminology of each period and culture, and thus it is inevitable that in our time they should be formulated in the language of science. But, paradoxical as it sounds, in the course of the last century science has become so dizzy with its own successes, that it has forgotten to ask the pertinent questions or refused to ask them under the pretext that they are meaningless, and in any case not the scientist's concern. This generalization refers, of course, not to individual scientists, but to the dominant, orthodox trend in the contemporary sciences of life, from evolutionary genetics to experimental psychology. One cannot hope to arrive at a diagnosis of the predicament of man so long as one's image of man is that of a conditioned reflex automaton produced by chance mutations. One cannot use a stethoscope on a slot machine. One eminent biologist, Sir Alister Hardy, wrote recently, "I have come to believe, and I hope to convince you, that this present-day view of evolution is inadequate." Another eminent zoologist, W.H. Thorpe, speaks of an undercurrent of thought in the minds of scores, perhaps hundreds, of biologists over the past 25 years, who are skeptical regarding the current orthodox doctrine. Two such heretical tendencies are equally in evidence in the other life sciences, from the study of genetics to the study of the nervous system, and so to the study of perception, language, and thought. However, these diverse nonconformist movements, each with a particular axe to grind in its particular field, do not as yet add up to a new coherent philosophy. In the pages that follow I have attempted to pick up these loose ends, the threads of ideas trailing on the fringes of orthodoxy, and to weave them into a comprehensive pattern in a unified frame. This means taking the reader on a long and sometimes devious journey before we arrive at our destination, the problem of man's predicament. The journey leads through Part 1, mainly concerned with psychology, and Part 2, which is concerned with evolution, and, though it must of necessity include excursions into domains seemingly remote from the central subject, I hope that these may be of some interest in themselves. Perhaps some readers, firmly entrenched on the humanist side in the Cold War between the two cultures, will be dismayed by this apparent desertion into the enemy camp. It is embarrassing to have to repeat, over and again, that two half-truths do not make a truth, and two half-cultures do not make a culture. Science cannot provide the ultimate answers, but it can provide pertinent questions. And I do not believe that we can formulate even the simplest questions, much less arrive at a diagnosis, without the help of the sciences of life. But it must be a true science of life, not the antiquated slot machine model based on the naively mechanistic worldview of the 19th century. We shall not be able to ask the right questions until we have replaced that rusty idol by a new, broader conception of the living organism. I was much comforted to discover that other writers who try to talk across the frontier between the two cultures find themselves in the same quandary. In the first paragraph of his book on aggression 3, Konrad Lorenz quotes a letter from a friend whom he had asked to read critically through the manuscript. "This," his friend writes, "is the second chapter I have read with keen interest but a mounting feeling of uncertainty. Why? Because I not see its exact connection with the book as a whole. You must make this easier for me. Should the gentle reader of these pages occasionally feel the same reaction, all I can say is that I have tried my best to make it easier for him. I do not think there are many passages in this volume which he will find too technical, but wherever that is the case, he can safely skip them and pick up the thread further down. While writing this book, I was greatly encouraged and helped by a fellowship at the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences in Stanford, California. This rather unique institution, more familiarly known as the think tank, annually assembles 50 fellows elected from varied academic disciplines, and provides them, on its hilltop campus, with the facilities for a whole year's interdisciplinary discussions and research, free from administrative and teaching duties. This proved a most beneficial opportunity for the clarification and testing of ideas in workshops and seminars, attended by specialists in various fields, ranging from neurology to linguistics. I can only hope that the stimulation and friction which they generously provided in the course of our sometimes heated discussions have not been wasted. Some of the subjects discussed in this volume are dealt with in greater detail in the Act of Creation, and in my earlier books. I have had to quote from these fairly often, where a quotation appears in the text without mentioning the author by name, it is from these earlier books. ******* I am very grateful to Professor Sir Alister Hardy, Oxford, Professor James Jenkins, University of Minnesota, Professor Alvin Lieberman, Haskins Laboratories, New York, and Dr. Paul MacLean, NIMH, Bethesda, for their critical reading of parts of the manuscript, and to Professor Ludwig V. Bertalanffy, University of Alberta, Professor Holger Heiden, University of Göteborg, Professor Karl Pribram, Stanford University, Professor Paul Weiss, Rockefeller Institute, and L.L. White, CAS, Wesleyan University, for many stimulating discussions on the subject of this book. A.K. Part 1. Order I. The Poverty of Psychology. He had been 8 years upon a project for extracting sunbeams out of cucumbers, which were to be put into vials hermetically sealed, and let out to warm the air in raw inclement summers. Swift, Voyage to Laputa. The Four Pillars of Unwisdom. Proverbs 9:I says that the house of wisdom rests on 7 pillars, but unfortunately does not name them. The citadel of orthodoxy which the sciences of life have built in the first half of our century rests on a number of impressive pillars, some of which are beginning to show cracks and to reveal themselves as monumental superstitions. The 4 principal ones, summarized in a simplified form, are the doctrines: a. That biological evolution is the result of random mutations preserved by natural selection, b. That mental evolution is the result of random tries preserved by reinforcements, rewards, c. That all organisms, including man, are essentially passive automata controlled by the environment, whose sole purpose in life is the reduction of tensions by adaptive responses, d. That the only scientific method worth that name is quantitative measurement, and, consequently, that complex phenomena must be reduced to simple elements accessible to such treatment, without undue worry whether the specific characteristics of a complex phenomenon, for instance man, may be lost in the process. These 4 pillars of unwisdom will loom up repeatedly in the chapters that follow. They provide the background, the contemporary landscape, against which any attempt to design a new image of man must be silhouetted. One cannot operate in a vacuum. Only by starting from the existing frame of reference can the outline of the new design be set off clearly, by way of comparison and contrast. This is a point of some importance, and I must insert here a personal remark to forestall a line of criticism which past experience has taught me to expect. If one attacks the dominant school in psychology as I did in my last book and as I shall do again in the present chapter, one is up against 2 opposite types of criticism. The first is the natural reaction of the defenders of orthodoxy, who believe that they are in the right and that you are in the wrong, which is only fair and to be expected. The second category of critics belongs to the opposite camp. They argue that, since the pillars of the citadel are already cracked and revealing themselves as hollow, one ought to ignore them and dispense with polemics. Or, to put it more bluntly, why flog a dead horse? Asterisk. Asterisk see Appendix 2, on not flogging dead horses. This type of criticism is frequently voiced by psychologists who believe that they have outgrown the orthodox doctrines. But this belief is often based on self-deception, because the crude slot machine model, in its modernized, more sophisticated versions, has had a profounder influence on them and on our whole culture than they realize. It has permeated our attitudes to philosophy, social science, education, psychiatry. Even orthodoxy recognizes today the limitations and shortcomings of Pavlov's experiments, but in the imagination of the masses, the dog on the laboratory table, predictably salivating at the sound of a gong, has become a paradigm of existence, a kind of anti-Promethean myth, and the word conditioning, with its rigid deterministic connotations, has become a key formula for explaining why we are what we are, and for explaining away moral responsibility. There has never been a dead horse with such a vicious kick. The rise of behaviorism. Looking back at the last 50 years through the historian's inverted telescope, one would see all branches of science, except one, expanding at an unprecedented rate. The one exception is psychology, which seems to lie plunged into a modern version of the Dark Ages. By psychology I mean in the present context academic or experimental psychology, as it is taught at the great majority of our contemporary universities, and as distinct from clinical psychiatry, psychotherapy, or psychosomatic medicine. Freud, and to a lesser degree Jung, are, of course, immensely influential, but their influence is more strongly felt in the humanities in literature, art, and philosophy than in the citadel of official science. By far the most powerful school in academic psychology, which at the same time determined the climate in all other sciences of life, was, and still is, a pseudoscience called behaviorism. Its doctrines have invaded psychology like a virus which first causes convulsions, then slowly paralyzes the victim. Let us see how this improbable situation came about. It started just before the outbreak of the First World War when a professor at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, named John Broadus Watson, published a paper in which he proclaimed, "The time has come when psychology must discard all reference to consciousness. Its sole task is the prediction and control of behavior, and introspection can form no part of its method." One by behavior Watson meant observable activities, what the physicist calls public events, such as the motions of a dial on a machine. Since all mental events are private events which cannot be observed by others, and which can only be made public through statements based on introspection, they had to be excluded from the domain of science. On the strength of this doctrine, the behaviorists proceeded to purge psychology of all intangibles and unapproachables. The terms consciousness, mind, imagination, and purpose, together with a score of others, were declared to be unscientific, treated as dirty words, and banned from the vocabulary. In Watson's own words, the behaviorist must exclude from his scientific vocabulary all subjective terms such as sensation, perception, image, desire, purpose, and even thinking and emotion as they were subjectively defined. 3. It was the first ideological purge of such a radical kind in the domain of science, predating the ideological purges in totalitarian politics, but inspired by the same single-mindedness of true fanatics. It was summed up in a classic dictum by Sir Cyril Burt: "Nearly half a century has passed since Watson proclaimed his manifesto." Today, apart from a few minor reservations, the vast majority of psychologists, both in this country and in America, still follow his lead. The result, as a cynical onlooker might be tempted to say, is that psychology, having first bargained away its soul and then gone out of its mind, seems now, as it faces an untimely end, to have lost all consciousness. 4. Watsonian behaviorism became the dominant school, first in American academic psychology and subsequently in Europe. Psychology used to be defined in dictionaries as the science of the mind. Behaviorism did away with the concept of mind and put in its place the conditioned reflex chain. The consequences were disastrous not only for experimental psychology itself, they also made themselves felt, in clinical psychiatry, social science, philosophy, ethics, and the graduate student's general outlook on life. Although his name was less familiar to the public, Watson in fact became, next to Freud, and Pavlov in Russia, one of the most influential figures of the 20th century. 4. Unfortunately, Watsonian behaviorism is not a historical curiosity, but the foundation on which the more sophisticated and immensely influential neo-behaviorist systems such as Clark Hull's and B.F. Skinner's were built. The more painful absurdities in Watson's books are forgotten or conveniently slurred over, but the philosophy, program, and strategy of behaviorism have remained essentially the same. The next few pages are intended to demonstrate this regardless of what the members of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Dead Horses say. Watson's book Behaviorism, in which he rejected the concepts of consciousness and mind, was published in 1913. Half a century later, Professor Skinner of Harvard University, who is probably the most influential contemporary academic psychologist, proclaims the same views in even more extreme form. In his standard work Science and Human Behavior, the hopeful student of psychology is firmly told from the very outset that mind and ideas are non-existent entities, invented for the sole purpose of providing spurious explanations. Since mental or psychic events are asserted to lack the dimensions of physical science, we have an additional reason for rejecting them. 5. By the same logic, the physicist may, of course, reject the existence of radio waves, because they are propagated through a so-called field which lacks the properties of ordinary physical media. In fact, few of the theories and concepts of modern physics would survive an ideological purge on behaviorist principles for the simple reason that the scientific outlook of behaviorism is modeled on the mechanistic physics of the 19th century. The cynical onlooker might now ask, if mental events are to be excluded from the study of psychology, what is there left for the psychologist to study? The short answer is, rats. For the last 50 years the main preoccupation of the behaviorist school has been the study of certain measurable aspects of the behavior of rats, and the bulk of behaviorist literature is devoted to that study. THS development, odd as it seems, was in fact an unavoidable consequence of the behaviorist's definition of scientific method, the fourth pillar mentioned above. According to his self-imposed limitations, the behaviorist is only permitted to study objective, measurable aspects of behavior. However, there are few relevant aspects of human behavior which lend themselves to quantitative measurement under laboratory conditions, and which the experimenter can investigate without relying on introspective statements about private events experienced by the subject. Thus, if he wanted to remain faithful to his principles, the behaviorist had to choose as objects of his study animals in preference to humans, and among animals rats and pigeons in preference to monkeys or chimpanzees, because the behavior of primates is still too complex. Rats and pigeons, on the other hand, can, under appropriately designed experimental conditions, be made to behave as if they were indeed conditioned reflex automata, or almost so. There is hardly a self-respecting psychological faculty in the Western world without some white albino rats disporting themselves in so-called Skinner boxes, invented by that eminent Harvard authority. The box is equipped with a food tray, an electric bulb, and a bar which can be pushed down like the lever of a slot machine, whereupon a food pellet drops into the tray. When a rat is placed into the box, it will sooner or later press the lever down with its paw, and will be automatically rewarded by a pellet, and it will soon learn that to get food it must press the bar. This experimental procedure is called operant conditioning because the rat operates on the environment, as distinct from Pavlovian classical or respondent conditioning, where it does not. Pressing the bar is called emitting an operant response, the food pellet is called a reinforcing stimulus or reinforcer, withholding the food pellet is a negative reinforcer. The alternation of the two procedures is intermittent reinforcement. The rat's rate of response, i.e., the number of times it presses the bar in a given period of time, is automatically recorded, plotted on charts, and regarded as a measure of operant strength. The purpose of the box is to enable the behaviorist to realize his cherished ambition, the measurement of behavior by quantitative methods, and the control of behavior by the manipulation of stimuli. Operant strength is usually measured, for technical reasons, by the rate of extinction, how long the rat will persist in pressing the lever after the supply of pellets has been stopped. The Skinner box did produce some technically interesting results. The most interesting was that intermittent reinforcement when pressing the bar was only sometimes rewarded by a pellet could be as effective, and even more effective than when it was always rewarded. The rat, which had been trained not to expect a reward after every try, is less discouraged, and goes on trying much longer after the supply of pellets has been stopped, than the rat which had previously been rewarded after every try. The words expect and discouraged which I have used would, of course, be disallowed by the behaviorist because they imply mental events. This proudest achievement of some 30 years of bar pressing experiments is a measure of their relevance as a contribution to psychology. As one eminent critic, Harlow, wrote already in 1953, a strong case can be made for the proposition that the importance of the psychological problems studied during the last 15 years has decreased as a negatively accelerated function approaching an asymptote of complete indifference. 6. Looking back at the further 15 years that have passed since this was written, one would come much to the same conclusion. The attempt to reduce the complex activities of man to the hypothetical atoms of behavior found in lower mammals produced next to nothing that is relevant, just as the chemical analysis of bricks and mortar will tell you next to nothing about the architecture of a building. Yet throughout the dark ages of psychology, most of the work done in the laboratories consisted of analyzing bricks and mortar in the hope that by patient effort somehow one day it would tell you what a cathedral looked like. The dehumanization of man. However, if the futility of these experiments would be the only reason for criticism, then one would indeed be flogging indignantly a dead horse. But, incredible as it may seem, the Skinnerians claim that the bar-pressing experiments with rats, and the training of pigeons, about which more presently, provide all the necessary elements to describe, predict, and control human behavior, including language, verbal behavior, science, and art. Skinner's two best-known books are called The Behavior of Organisms and Science and Human Behavior. Nothing in their resounding titles indicates that the data in them are almost exclusively derived from conditioning experiments on rats and pigeons and then converted by crude analogies into confident assertions about the political, religious, and ethical problems of man. The motivational drive of the rat is measured by the number of hours it has been deprived of food before being put into the box. Human behavior, according to Skinner, can be described in the same terms. Behavior which has been strengthened by a conditioned reinforcer varies with the deprivation appropriate to the primary reinforcer. The behavior of going to a restaurant is composed of a sequence of responses, early members of which, for example, going along a certain street, are reinforced by the appearance of discriminative stimuli which control later responses, the appearance of the restaurant, which we then enter. The whole sequence is ultimately reinforced by food, and the probability varies with food deprivation. We increase the chances that someone will go to a restaurant, or even walk along a particular street, by making him hungry. 7. Next in importance to Skinner of Harvard in shaping academic psychology was the late Clark Hull of Yale. His pupils still occupy key positions in the academic world. His system differed on technical points from Skinner's, but his basic outlook was the same. He, too, expressly postulated that the differences between the processes of learning in man and rat are merely of a quantitative, not of a qualitative, order. The natural science theory of behavior being developed by the present author and his associates assumes that all behavior of the individuals of a given species and that of all species of mammals, including man, occurs according to the same set of primary laws. 8. The unique attributes of man, verbal communication and written records, science, art, and so forth, are considered to differ only in degree, not in kind, from the learning achievements of the lower animals once more epitomized, for Hull as for Skinner, in the bar-pressing activities of the rat. Pavlov counted the number of drops which his dogs salivated through their artificial fistulae, and distilled them into a philosophy of man. Professors Skinner, Hull, and their followers took an equally heroic shortcut from the rat in the box to the human condition. Skinner's most impressive experiment in the prediction and control of behavior is to train pigeons, by operant conditioning, to strut about with their heads held unnaturally high. He turns on a light, then food appears in a place where the pigeon can only reach it by stretching its neck. After a while, each time the light is turned on, the pigeon stretches its neck, expecting the food. How does one extrapolate from this to the prediction and control of human behavior? Skinner explains, his italics. We describe the contingency by saying that a stimulus, the light, is the occasion upon which a response, stretching the neck, is followed by reinforcement, with food. We must specify all three terms. The effect upon the pigeon is that eventually the response is more likely to occur when the light is on. The process through which this comes about is called discrimination. Its importance in a theoretical analysis, as well as in the practical control of behavior, is obvious. For example, in an orchard in which red apples are sweet and all others sour, the behavior of picking and eating comes to be controlled by the redness of the stimulus. The social environment contains vast numbers of such contingencies. A smile is an occasion upon which social approach will meet with approval. A frown is an occasion upon which the same approach will not meet with approval. Insofar as this is generally true, approach comes to depend to some extent upon the facial expression of the person approached. We use this fact when by smiling or frowning we control to some extent the behavior of those approaching us. The verbal stimulus "come to dinner" is an occasion upon which going to a table and sitting down is usually reinforced by food. The stimulus comes to be effective in increasing the probability of that behavior and is produced by the speaker because it does so. 9. How to manipulate tautologies. Skinner did not intend to write a parody *, he means it seriously. Less obvious, however, than the monumental triviality of its pronouncements is the fact that the pedantic jargon of behaviorism is based on ill-defined verbal concepts which willingly lend themselves to circular arguments and tautological statements. A response, the layman would imagine, is an answer to a stimulus, but operant responses are emitted to produce a stimulus which occurs after the response. The response acts upon the environment in such a way that a reinforcing stimulus is produced. 10. In other words, the response responds to a stimulus which is still in the future which, if taken literally, is nonsensical. An operant response is not in fact a response, but an act initiated by the animal, but, as organisms are supposed to be controlled by the environment, the passive term response is mandatory in the whole literature. Behaviorism is based on SR theory, stimulus-response theory, as first defined by Watson. The rule or measuring rod, which the behaviorist puts in front of him always is, can I describe this bit of behavior I see in terms of stimulus and response? 11. These SR bits are regarded as the elements or atoms of the chain of behavior. If the R for response were eliminated from the terminology, the chain would fall to pieces, and the whole theory collapse. In a memorable essay, Pavlov and His Bad Dog, Encounter, London, September 1964, attacking the English brand of behaviorism, Kathleen Knott pointed out three main characteristics of this kind of jargon: 1. Grandiose inflationary or bullfrog, BF, 2. Disguise by obviousness or PO, EAP, and 3. Pejorative reference to unacceptable concepts or other psychological theories, or giving a name a bad dog, BD. Another omnipresent term in contemporary psychological jargon which has even found its way into political jargon is the ugly word reinforcement. What exactly does it mean? According to Skinner's law of conditioning, if the occurrence of an operant is followed by presentation of a reinforcing stimulus, the strength of that operant is increased. 12. And how is a reinforcing stimulus defined? A reinforcing stimulus is defined as such by its power to produce the resulting change in strength. 13. Translated into human language, we arrive at the tautology. The probability of repeating an action is increased by reinforcement, where reinforcement means something which increases that probability. As one of Skinner's critics wrote, examining the instances of what Skinner calls reinforcement, we find that not even the requirement that a reinforcer be an identifiable stimulus is taken seriously. Chomsky. 15. According to Skinner, a man talks to himself. Because of the reinforcement he receives. 16. Thinking is behaving which automatically affects the behavior and is reinforcing because it does so. 17. Just as the musician plays or composes what he is reinforced by hearing, or as the artist paints what reinforces him visually, so the speaker engaged in verbal fantasy says what he is reinforced by hearing or writes what he is reinforced by reading. 18. And the creative artist is controlled entirely by the contingencies of reinforcement. 18a. Fortunately, in Skinnerian parlance, the word control is as empty as reinforcement. Originally, in talking of pigeons and rats, prediction and control of behavior had a concrete meaning. By giving and withholding rewards, the animal's behavior could be drastically shaped by the experimenter. But in the case of the writer who is controlled by the contingencies of reinforcement, the word control refers to the fact that his verbal behavior may reach over centuries or to thousands of listeners or readers at the same time. The writer may not be reinforced often or immediately, but his net reinforcement may be great. 19, which accounts for the great strength of his behavior, whatever that means. Thus the environment which controls entirely the writer's verbal behavior includes stimuli centuries ahead, and determines whether he should hammer out on his typewriter a tragedy or a limerick. The strength of an operant is measured by the probability of it being repeated in similar conditions. 14. The tautological nature of the so-called law of conditioning has been repeatedly pointed out before. This brings us to the behaviorist's attitude to human creativity. How can scientific discovery and artistic originality be explained or described without reference to mind and imagination? The following two quotations will indicate the answer. The first is again from Watson's Behaviorism, published in 1925, the second from Skinner's Science and Human Behavior, published 30 years later. Thus they enable us to judge whether there is any substantial difference between the paleo-behaviorist and neo-behaviorist attitudes. Some readers will perhaps notice that I have already used the same passage from Watson in The Act of Creation, for it happens to be the only passage in his fundamental book in which creative activities are discussed. One natural question often raised is, how do we ever get new verbal creations such as a poem or a brilliant essay? The answer is that we get them by manipulating words, shifting them about until a new pattern is hit upon. How do you suppose Patu builds a new gown? Has he any picture in his mind of what the gown is to look like when it is finished? He has not. He calls his model in, picks up a new piece of silk, throws it around her, he pulls it in here, he pulls it out there. He manipulates the material until it takes on the semblance of a dress. Not until the new creation aroused admiration and commendation, both his own and others, would manipulation be complete, the equivalent of the rats finding food. The painter plies his trade in the same way, nor can the poet boast of any other method. 19a. In the article on behaviorism in the 1955 edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica you will find 5 columns of eulogy for Watson. His books, we are told, demonstrate the possibility of writing an adequate, comprehensive account of human and animal behavior without the use of the philosophical concept of mind or consciousness. One wonders whether the author of the Encyclopaedia Britannica article, Professor Hunter of Brown College, would really regard the above quotation as an adequate and comprehensive account of how Hamlet or the Sistine Chapel came into being. 30 years after Watson, Skinner summed up the behaviorist's views on how original discoveries are made in science and human behavior. The result of solving a problem is the appearance of a solution in the form of a response. The relation between the preliminary behavior and the appearance of the solution is simply the relation between the manipulation of variables and the emission of a response. The appearance of the response in the individual's behavior is no more surprising than the appearance of any response in the behavior of any organism. The question of originality can be disposed of. 20. Needless to say, the organisms referred to are once more his rats and pigeons. Compared with Watson's, the language of the Skinnerians has become more dehydrated and esoteric. Watson talks of manipulating words until a new pattern is hit upon, Skinner of manipulating variables until a response is emitted. Both are engaged in question-begging on a heroic scale, apparently driven by an almost fanatical urge to deny, at all costs, the existence of properties which account for the humanity of man and the rattiness of the rat. The philosophy of ratomorphism. Behaviorism started as a kind of Puritan revolt against the excessive use of introspectionist methods in some older schools of psychology, which held in James's definition that the business of the psychologist was the description and explanation of states of consciousness. Consciousness, Watson objected, is neither a definable nor a usable concept, it is merely another word for the soul of more ancient times. No one has ever touched a soul or seen one in a test tube. Consciousness is just as unprovable, as unapproachable as the old concept of the soul. The behaviorists reached the conclusion that they could no longer be content to work with intangibles and unapproachables. They decided either to give up psychology or else to make it a natural science. 21. This clean and fresh program, as Watson himself called it, was based on the naive idea that psychology could be studied with the methods and concepts of classical physics. Watson and his successors were quite explicit about this. Their efforts to carry out their program became a truly Procrustean operation. But while that legendary malefactor merely stretched, or cut off, the legs of his victim to make him fit his bed, behaviorism first cut off his head, then chopped him up into bits of behavior in terms of stimulus and response. The theory is based on the atomistic concepts of the last century, which have been abandoned in all other branches of contemporary science. Its basic assumptions that all activities of man, including language and thought, can be analyzed into elementary SR units were originally founded on the physiological concept of the reflex arc. The newborn organism came into the world equipped with a number of simple, unconditioned reflexes, and what it learned and did in its lifetime was acquired by Pavlovian conditioning. But this simplicist schema soon went out of fashion among physiologists. The greatest among them in his time, Sir Charles Sherrington, wrote already in 1906, "The simple reflex is probably a purely abstract conception, because all parts of the nervous system are connected together and no part of it is probably ever capable of reaction without affecting and being affected by various other parts. The simple reflex is a convenient, if not a probable, fiction." 22. More recently, a leading neurologist, Judson Herrick, summed up the situation. During the past half-century an ambitious program of reflexology was elaborated, notably by Pavlov and the American School of Behaviorism. The avowed objective was to reduce all animal and human behavior to systems of interlocking reflexes of various grades of complexity. The conditioning of these reflexes by personal experience was invoked as the mechanism of learning. The simple reflex was regarded as the unit of behavior, and all other kinds of behavior were conceived as brought about by the linkage of these units in successively more complicated patterns. The simplicity of this scheme is attractive but illusory. In the first place, the simple reflex is a pure abstraction. There is no such thing in any living body. A more serious defect is that all the information we have about the embryology and phylogenetic development of behavior shows clearly that local reflexes are not the primary units of behavior. They are secondary acquisitions. 23. With the decline of the reflex, the physiological foundations on which SR psychology was built, had ceased to exist. But that did not unduly worry the behaviorists. They shifted their terminology from conditioned reflexes to conditioned responses, and kept manipulating their ambiguous terms, in the manner we have seen, until responses became controlled by stimuli still in the womb of the future, reinforcement turned into a kind of phlogiston, and the atoms of behavior evaporated in the psychologist's hands even as the physicist's hard little lumps of matter had evaporated long ago. Historically, behaviorism started as a reaction against the excesses of introspective techniques, as practiced particularly by German psychologists of the so-called Würzburg school. At first its intention was merely to exclude consciousness, images, and other non-public phenomena as objects of study from the field of psychology, but later on this came to imply that the excluded phenomena did not exist. A program for a methodology, which had its arguable points, became transformed into a philosophy which had no point at all. One might as well tell a team of land surveyors that for the purpose of mapping a limited area they could treat the earth as if it were flat and then subtly instill the dogma that the whole earth is flat. Behaviorism is indeed a kind of flat earth view of the mind. Or, to change the metaphor, it has replaced the anthropomorphic fallacy ascribing to animals human faculties and sentiments with the opposite fallacy, denying man faculties not found in lower animals. It has substituted for the erstwhile anthropomorphic view of the rat, a ridomorphic view of man. It has even renamed psychology, because it was derived from the Greek word for mind, and called it the science of behavior. It was a demonstrative act of semantic self-castration, in keeping with Skinner's references to education as behavioral engineering. Its declared aim, to predict and to control human activity as physical scientists control and manipulate other natural phenomena. 24, sounds as nasty as it is naive. Werner Heisenberg, one of the greatest living physical scientists, has laconically declared, "Nature is unpredictable. It seems rather absurd to deny the living organism even that degree of unpredictability which quantum physics accords to inanimate nature." Behaviorism has dominated the stage throughout the dark ages of psychology, and is still, in the 1960s, dominant in our universities, but it never had the stage all to itself. In the first place, there have always been voices in the wilderness, mostly belonging to an older generation which had come to maturity before the Great Purge. In the second place, there was Gestalt psychology, which at one time looked like a serious rival to behaviorism. But the great expectations which the Gestalt school aroused were only partly fulfilled, and its limitations soon became apparent. The behaviorists managed to incorporate some of their opponents' experimental results into their own theories, and continued to hold the stage. The interested reader can find this controversy outlined in the Act of Creation, and there is no need to go into it here. But the net result was a kind of abortive renaissance followed by a counter-reformation. Lastly, to round off the picture, there is a younger generation of neurophysiologists and communication theorists who regard orthodox SR psychology as senile, but are often forced to pay lip service to it, if they want to get on in their academic careers and get their papers published in the tight sort of technical journal, and who become in varying degrees infected in the process by the doctrines of flat earth psychology. Particularly in Book 2, Chapter 12, The Pitfalls of Learning Theory, and Chapter 13, The Pitfalls of Gestalt. It is impossible to arrive at a diagnosis of man's predicament and by implication at a therapy by starting from a psychology which denies the existence of mind, and lives on specious analogies derived from the bar-pressing activities of rats. The record of 50 years of ridomorphic psychology is comparable in its sterile pedantry to that of scholasticism in its period of decline, when it had fallen to counting angels on pinheads, although this sounds a more attractive pastime than counting the number of bar pressings in the box. 2. The chain of words and the tree of language. On an occasion of this kind it becomes more than a moral duty to speak one's mind. It becomes a pleasure. Oscar Wilde. The emergence of symbolic language, first spoken, then written, represents the sharpest break between animal and man. Many social animals have some system of communication by signs and signals, but language is a species-specific, exclusive property of man. Even Mongolian idiots, incapable of looking after themselves in the most primitive ways, are capable of acquiring the rudiments of symbolic speech, but not dolphins and chimpanzees, highly intelligent as they are in other respects. Nor rats and pigeons. Language, then, one would expect, is a phenomenon whose study more than any other would show up the absurdity of the ridomorphic approach. It not only does that, it also provides the best opportunity for introducing, by way of contrast, some of the basic concepts of the new synthesis in the making. This contrast between the orthodox and the new approach can be summed up by two key words: the chain versus the tree. The chain. The long extract which follows is representative of the orthodox behaviorist approach to language. It is taken from a textbook for college students to which various professors at distinguished American universities have contributed. The author of the extract is himself chairman of a psychology department. It was published in 1961. The dialogue featured in the extract is adapted from an earlier textbook. I mention these details to show that this text, fed to thousands of students, is in the most respectable academic tradition. It is headed Complex Activities, and it is the only passage devoted to the glories of human language in this entire textbook. We have said that learning either may be of the respondent classical Pavlovian or of the operant Skinner, Hull conditioning type. The experimental data that we have presented in connection with our conditioning studies have, however, been limited to rather simple responses such as salivation in dogs and bar pressing by rats. In our everyday life we seldom spend much time in thinking about such isolated responses, usually thinking of more gross activities, such as learning a poem, carrying on a conversation, solving a mechanical puzzle, learning our way around a new city, to name only a few. While the psychologist could study these more complicated activities, as is done to some extent, the general approach of psychology is to bring simpler responses into the laboratory for study. Once the psychologist discovers the principles of learning for simpler phenomena under the more ideal conditions of the laboratory, it is likely that he can apply these principles to the more complex activities as they occur in everyday life. The more complex phenomena are, after all, nothing but a series of simpler responses. Speaking to a friend is a good example of this. Suppose we have a conversation such as the following: he, what time is it? She, 12 o'clock. He, thank you. She, don't mention it. He, what about lunch? She, fine. Now this conversation can be analyzed into separate SR units. He makes the first response, which is emitted probably to the stimulus of the sight of she. When he emits the operant, what time is it, the muscular activity, of course, produces a sound, which also serves as a stimulus for she. On the receipt of this stimulus, she emits an operant herself, 12 o'clock, which in turn produces a stimulus to he. And so on. The entire conversation may thus be diagrammed as, in such complex activity, then, we can see that what we really have is a series of SR connections. The phenomenon of connecting a series of such SR units is known as chaining, a process that should be apparent in any complex activity. We might note that there are a number of sources of reinforcement throughout the chaining process, in this example the most obvious being the reinforcement of she by receiving an invitation for lunch and of he by having the invitation accepted. In addition, as Keller and Schoenfeld point out, there are such sources of reinforcement as the hearer encouraging the speaker to continue, the use that the conversationalists make of the information received, he finds out what time it is, etc. This example of the analysis of a complex activity is but one of numerous activities that we could discuss. You should continue to think of others yourself and try to diagram the chaining process for them. For instance, what would a diagram look like for a football end running downfield and catching a pass, for a pianist playing a piano, or for a girl knitting a sweater? 2 asterisk and extract from this text also appeared in the Act of Creation, p. 603. And this is the end of what the student learns about complex human activities. The rest of this chapter, entitled Learning, Retention and Motivation, is concerned, in the author's own words, with salivation and bar pressing. Reading this dialogue, one has the vision of 2 cute automatic slot machines facing each other on the college campus, feeding each other with stimulus coins and popping out pre-packaged verbal responses. Yet this inane exchange between he and she is not a random improvisation by the author. He adapted it reverently from another textbook, Keller and Schoenfeld's Principles of Psychology, and other writers have done the same, as if it were a classic example of human conversation. The diagram represents the application to language of the behaviorist credo, that all human activities can be reduced to a linear chain of SR units. At a first glance, the diagram might impress one as a simplified but plausible schematization until one takes a closer look at it. It is based on Skinner's book Verbal Behavior, the first large-scale attempt to tackle human language in terms of behaviorist theory. According to Skinner, speech sounds are emitted as any other bits of behavior, and the process of conditioning which determines verbal behavior, including thinking, is essentially the same as the conditioning of rats and pigeons. The methods of these experiments, Skinner claims, can be extended to human behavior without serious modification. 3. Thus when our author speaks of the psychologist's preference for studying simpler responses, he means the responses of salivation and bar pressing, as the context shows. But what on earth have the SR symbols in the diagram in common with bar pressing? What justification is there to call "don't mention it"? What about lunch a conditioned response unit? A conditioned response is a response controlled by the stimulus, and a unit in experimental science must have definable properties. Are we to believe that he was conditioned to answer each "don't mention it" with a lunch invitation? And in what conceivable sense are we to call "don't mention it"? What about lunch a unit of behavior? I seem to be laboring points which are obvious to the non-psychologist, but the purpose will soon become apparent. Obviously, then, the phrase "don't mention it" might also produce the response "well, goodbye," or "you have got a ladder in your stocking," or a number of alternative bits of verbal behavior, according to whether she uttered the phrase lingeringly with a sexy smile, or as a brisk brush-off, or hovering between the two, and further depending on whether or not he finds her attractive, whether he is free for lunch, and if so whether he has the cash to pay for it. The simple SR unit is neither simple nor a unit. It is difficult for the layman to believe that the textbook author is not aware of the complex, multi-leveled mental processes which go on in the two people's heads during and in between the emission of sounds. Surely these private processes must be implied, taken for granted, in what the author is saying. Perhaps they are, but by denying that private events have a place in psychology, he has denied himself the possibility, and even the vocabulary to discuss them. The behaviorist's way to get around this difficulty is to lump all these unmentionable private processes together in the nondescript term intervening variables, or hypothetical mechanisms, which mediate between stimulus and response. These terms are then used as a kind of garbage bin for the disposal of all embarrassing questions about the intentions, desires, thoughts, and dreams of the organisms called he and she. An occasional reference to intervening variables serves as a face-saving device, since everything that goes on in a person's mind is covered by it, and need not be discussed. Yet in the absence of any discussion of the mental events behind the dialogue, the comments of our textbook author are reduced to utter triviality, and the neat diagram is empty of meaning. A diagram is meant to give a graphic representation of essential aspects of a process, in this case both text and diagram pretend to do so, but in fact give no indication of what is really happening. The same dialogue could have taken place between casual acquaintances, or shy lovers, or it could record the picking up of a prostitute. The pseudo-scientific balderdash, when he emits the operant, "What time is it?" the muscular activity produces a sound which also serves as a stimulus, and so on, is totally irrelevant to the episode it pretends to describe and explain. And this applies generally to any attempt to describe the language of man in terms of SR theory. See Appendix 2. The tree. The strategic advantage gained from laboring the obvious absurdity of a theory is that it makes the proposed alternative appear as almost self-evident. The alternative, set out in the pages that follow, proposes to replace the concept of the linear SR chain by the concept of multi-leveled, hierarchically ordered systems, which can be conveniently represented in the form of an inverted tree, branching downward. We find such tree diagrams of hierarchic organization applied to the most varied fields: genealogical tables, the classification of animals and plants, the evolutionist's tree of life, charts indicating the branching structures of government departments or industrial enterprises, physiological charts of the nervous system, and of the circulation of the blood. The word hierarchy is of ecclesiastical origin and is often wrongly used to refer merely to order of rank, the rungs on a ladder, so to speak. I shall use it to refer not to a ladder but to the tree-like structure of a system, branching into subsystems, and so on, as indicated in the diagram. The concept of hierarchic order plays a central part in this book, and the most convenient way to introduce it is by means of the hierarchic organization of language. The young science of psycholinguistics has shown that the analysis of speech presents problems of which the speaker is blissfully unaware. One of the main problems arises from the deceptively simple fact that we write from left to right, producing a single string of letters, and that we speak by uttering one sound after the other, also in a single string, along the axis of time. This is what lends the behaviorist's concept of a linear chain its superficial plausibility. The eye takes in a whole three-dimensional picture, embracing many shapes and colors simultaneously, but the ear only receives linear pulses one at a time, serially, and this fact may lead one to the fallacious conclusion that we also respond to each speech sound, bit by bit, one at a time. This is the bait which the SR theorist has swallowed, and on which he has been dangling ever since. The elementary speech sounds are called phonemes. They correspond roughly to the written alphabet. In English there are 45 of them. If listening to speech consisted in the chaining of separately perceived phonemes by the listener, he would literally not understand a word of what is said to him. Let me explain this paradox. If we were to translate the process of listening to speech from acoustical into optical terms, this would mean flashing onto a screen before the subject's eye printed letters one by one, at the rate of 20 letters per second. The result would be something like a nervous breakdown. The ear of the listener has to take in about 20 phonemes per second. If he tried to analyze each phoneme as a separate bit or atom, or segment of language, all he would perceive would be a steady buzz. I owe this illustration to Alvin Lieberman of the Haskins Laboratories, a pioneer in the field of speech perception, and a participant in the think tank seminar mentioned in the preface. He also commented wryly that if we go on laboring the point with the methods of the SR theorist, we risk arriving at the conviction that human speech is an impossibility. The solution of the paradox becomes apparent when we revert from spoken to written language. When we read, we do not perceive the shape of one letter at a time, as in the screen experiment just mentioned, but the patterns of one or several words at a time. The individual letters are perceived integrated into larger units. Similarly, when listening, we do not perceive separate phonemes in a serial order. Perception combines them into higher units of approximately syllabic size. The speech sounds unite into patterns as musical sounds unite into melodies. But unlike the three-dimensional patterns perceived by the eye, speech and music form patterns in the single dimension of time, which seems mysterious and baffling. We shall see, however, that the recognition of patterns in time is no more and no less baffling than the recognition of patterns in space, because the brain constantly transforms temporal sequences into spatial patterns and vice versa. Page 81. If you look at a gramophone record through a magnifying glass, you only see a single, wavy spiral curve, which, however, contains in coded form the infinitely complex patterns produced by an orchestra of 50 instruments performing a symphony. The airwaves which it sets in motion form, like the curve on the groove, a sequence with a single variable function, the variation of pressure on the eardrum. But a single variable in time is sufficient to convey the most complex messages. The Ninth Symphony or the Ancient Mariner, provided there is a human brain to decode it, to retrieve the patterns hidden in the linear sequences of pressure waves. This is done by a series of operations, the nature of which is as yet little understood, but which can be represented as a multi-leveled hierarchy of processes. It has three main subdivisions: the phonological, syntactic, and semantic. What did you say? We may regard as the first step in decoding the spoken message the first step up the hierarchic tree, the integration by the listener of phonemes into morphemes. Phonemes are just sounds, morphemes are the simplest meaningful units of language, short words, prefixes, suffixes, etc. They form the next higher level of the hierarchy. Phonemes do not qualify as elementary units of language, first because they come in much too fast to be individually discriminated and recognized, but also for a second important reason: they are ambiguous. One and the same consonant sounds different, depending on the vowel which follows it, and vice versa. Different consonants sometimes sound the same in front of the same vowel. Whether you hear big or pig, map or nap, depends, as the Haskins Laboratory experiments show, largely on the context. Thus the SR chain theory breaks down even on the lowest level of speech, because the phonemic stimuli vary with the context, and can only be identified in the context. But as we move upward to higher levels of the hierarchy, we again meet the same phenomenon: the response to a syllable, its interpretation, depends on the word in which it occurs, and individual words occupy the same subordinate position relative to the sentence as phonemes relative to words. Their interpretation depends on the context, and must be referred to the next higher level in the hierarchy. The late K.S. Lashley, a behaviorist turned renegade, has given an amusing illustration of this. Words stand in relation to the sentence as letters do to the words themselves have no intrinsic temporal valence. The word right, for example, is noun, adjective, adverb, and verb, and has 4 spellings and at least 10 meanings. In such a sentence as "The millwright on my right thinks it right that some conventional right should symbolize the right of every man to write as he pleases," word arrangement is obviously not due to any direct associations of the word right itself with other words, but to meanings which are determined by some broader relations. Any theory of grammatical form which ascribes it to direct associative linkage of the words of the sentence overlooks the essential structure of speech. 5. This is of course an extreme example of contrived ambiguity, but it makes its point with a vengeance against the SR theorist who contends that speech sounds are like other bits of behavior, and that language calls for no principles of explanation other than those employed in the operant conditioning of lower animals. The ideal situation from the SR theorist's point of view is a typist, let's call her Miss RESP, taking dictation from her boss, Mr. Stims. Here, one would think, we have a perfect example for a linear chain of sound stimuli controlling a string of key-pressing responses, Miss RESP being reinforced by Stims with the prospect of a salary. Since complex behavior is supposedly the result of the chaining of simple SR links, we must assume that each sound emitted by Stims will cause Miss RESP to type the corresponding letter, provided he dictates at the same speed at which she types, which is assumed. But we know of course that something quite different happens. Miss RESP waits expectantly, doing nothing, until at least half the sentence is completed, then, like a sprinter at the starter's shot, races ahead until she has caught up with Stims, then waits expectantly with an admiring expression on her face. The phenomenon is known to experimental psychologists as lagging behind. It also occurs in Morse telegraphy and has been studied in great detail. Miss RESP was lagging behind because she was mentally engaged in climbing the tree of language, first up, from sound level to word level to phrase level, then down again. The downward climb in the case of a skilled typist leads from phrase habit through word habit to a letter habit. The letter habits, hitting the correct key, are part of the word habits, a preset pattern sequence of movements triggered off as a single unit, which are part of the phrase habit, familiar turns of phrase which activate sweeps of movements as integrated wholes. Although the performance is to a large extent as automatic or mechanical as any behaviorist could wish for, it is nevertheless impossible to represent it as a linear chain of conditioned responses, because it is a multidimensional operation constantly oscillating between various levels, from the phonological to the semantic. No typist can be conditioned to take dictation in a language she does not know. It is this very complex knowledge, and not the chaining of simple SR connections, which makes Miss RESP's fingers dance on the keyboard to Mr. Stims' reinforcing voice. And, oh wonder, she can even type a letter without dictation, for instance to her fiancé in Birmingham. In this case her behavior is presumably controlled by SR links which, like gravity, are capable of action at a distance. For a more detailed treatment see The Act of Creation, chapter, Motor Skills, pages 544. The Postman and the Dog. So far I have touched on only a few of the difficulties of explaining how we convert pressure variations on the eardrum into ideas. Even more formidable is the problem how we convert ideas into air pressure waves. Take a simple example. The farmer's little boy of about 3, leaning out of the window, sees the dog snapping at the postman, and the postman retaliating with a vicious kick. All this happens in a flash, so fast that his vocal cords have not even had the time to get innervated, yet he knows quite clearly what happened and feels the urgent need to communicate this as yet unverbalist event, image, idea, thought, or what have you, to his mum. So he bursts into the kitchen and shouts breathlessly, "The postman kicked the dog." Now the first remarkable fact about this is that he does not say, "The dog kicked the postman," though he might say, "Doggy was kicked by the postman," and again, he will not say, "Was the dog kicked by the postman," and least of all, "Dog the boy was the kicked postman." This was an example of a very simple sentence consisting of 4 words only, the being used twice. Yet a change of the order of 2 words gave a totally different meaning, a more radical reshuffling, with 2 new words added, left the meaning unaltered, and most of the 95 possible permutations of the original words give no meaning at all. The problem is how a child ever learns the several thousand abstract rules and corollaries necessary to generate and comprehend meaningful sentences, rules which his parents would be unable to name and define, which you and I are equally unable to define, and which nevertheless unfalteringly guide our speech. The few rules of grammar which the child learns at school long after it has learned to speak correctly and which it promptly forgets, are descriptive statements about language, not recipes to generate language. These recipes, or formulae, the child somehow discovers by intuitive processes probably not unlike the unconscious inferences which go into scientific discovery by the time it has reached the age of 4. By that time he will have mastered very nearly the entire complex and abstract structure of the English language. In slightly more than 2 years, therefore, starting at about the age of 2, children acquire full knowledge of the grammatical system of their native tongue. This stunning intellectual achievement is routinely performed by every school child, McNeill 6. As another renegade behaviorist, Professor James Jenkins, remarked at our Stanford seminar, the fact that we can freely produce sentences we had never heard before is amazing. The fact that we can understand them when produced is nothing short of miraculous. A child never has a look at the machinery that produces English sentences. He could never have a look at that machinery. Nor is he being told about it, since most speakers are completely unaware of it. The facts must indeed appear miraculous so long as we persist in confusing the string of words which is speech, with the silent machinery which generates speech. The difficulty is that the machinery is invisible, its working mostly unconscious, beyond the reach of inspection and introspection. But at least psycholinguistics has shown that the only conceivable model to represent the generation of a sentence does not work from left to right, but hierarchically, branching from the top downward. The diagram below is a slightly modified version of Noam Chomsky's so-called phrase structure generating grammar. This is about the simplest schema for generating a sentence. Chomsky did not claim that it shows how a sentence is actually produced, but observational analysis of how small children learn to speak, by Roger Brown 7, McNeill 8 and others, has confirmed that the model represents the basic principles involved. At the apex of the inverted tree is /I/ it might be an idea, a visual image, the intention of saying something which is not yet verbally articulated. Let us call this the /I/ stage *. Then the 2 main branches of the tree shoot out, the doer and his doing, which at the /I/ stage were still experienced as an indivisible unit, are split up into different speech categories, noun phrase and verb phrase. This separation must be a tremendous feat of abstraction for the child. How can you separate the cat from the grin, or the kick from the postman? Yet it is a universal property of all known languages, and it is precisely with this feat of abstract thinking that the child starts its adventures in language at a very early age, in languages as different as Japanese and English. 9. Chomsky calls the apex S, standing for the whole sentence, which makes the model appear as a sentence analyzing, rather than a sentence generating, model. The NPVP division is more expressive and easier to handle than the related categories of subject and predicate. The verb phrase in its turn splits immediately into the doing and its object. Lastly, the noun, and the article which previously was somehow implied in the noun, are spelled out separately. Deciding at which point of the rapid, predominantly unconscious working of the machinery the actual words pop up and fall into their places on the moving conveyor belt of speech along the bottom line of the diagram is a delicate problem for the introspectionist. We all are familiar with the frustrating experience shared by semi-illiterates and professional writers alike of knowing what we want to say, but not knowing how to express it, searching for the right words that will exactly fit the empty spaces on the conveyor belt. The opposite phenomenon occurs when the message to be conveyed is very simple and can be put into a ready-made turn of phrase like "how do you do?" or "don't mention it." The living tree of language is weighed down heavily by these clichés, which hang from its branches like clusters of bananas that can be picked a whole bunch at a time. They are the behaviorist's delight. In a famous speech, from which I have just quoted, Lashley said, "A behaviorist colleague once remarked to me that he had reached a stage where he could rise before an audience, turn his mouth loose, and go to sleep. He believed in the chain theory of language. This, Lashley concluded ironically, clearly demonstrates the superiority of behaviorist over introspective psychology. But classical introspectionism did not fare much better. Lashley went on to quote Titchener, the grand old man of introspective psychology at the turn of the century, who, describing the role of imagery, which might be visual or verbal, had written, "When there is any difficulty in exposition, a point to be argued pro and con, I hear my own words just ahead of me." 10. This may be a boon to the timid lecturer, but from the theoretical point of view it is not much help, because the question how words arise in consciousness is merely pushed one step back, and thus becomes the question how world images arise in consciousness. Both answers the behaviorists and the introspectionists avoid the Basque issue of how thought is parceled out into language, how the shapeless rocks of ideas are cunningly split into crystalline fragments of distinctive form, and put on the moving belt to be carried from left to right along the single dimension of time. The reverse operation is performed by the listener, who takes the string as his baseline to reconstruct the tree, converting sounds into patterns, words into phrases, and so on. When one listens to a speaker, the string of syllables itself hardly ever reaches consciousness. The words of the previous sentence, too, are rapidly effaced and only their meaning remains. The actual sentences suffer the same fate, and by the next day the twigs and branches of the tree have wilted away so that only the trunk survives a shadowy generalized schema. We can represent both processes diagrammatically, indicating how imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown, and how the pen turns them to shapes, and gives to airy nothings a local habitation and a name, and we can also go through the operation in reverse gear to show how the traces left by the pen lose their shape and revert to airy nothings. But while these diagrams yield reliable formulae and rules, they provide only a superficial kind of understanding of how a child attains mastery of language, and how adults convert thoughts into airwaves, and back. A complete understanding of these phenomena will probably always elude our grasp, because the operations which generate language include processes which cannot be expressed by language. The attempt to analyze speech leaves us speechless. To quote Wittgenstein, the thing which expresses itself in language, we cannot represent by language. This paradox is one of the many aspects of the mind-body problem, to which we shall return. For the moment let me merely point out that, in contrast to the rigid concept of the chain which drags the organism along its predetermined path, the dynamic concept of the growing tree implies an open-ended hierarchy. The meaning of openness in this context will become evident as we go along. Was sich in der Sprache ausdrückt, kann wir nicht durch sie ausdrücken. What do you mean by that? Let me return for a moment to the ambiguity of language, which will provide a first example of open-endedness. There are different kinds of ambiguities on different levels of the hierarchy. On the lowest level, as we saw, is the purely acoustic ambiguity of phonemes, revealed by their sound spectrograms, sounds transformed into visible patterns as on the soundtrack of a film. They show that the transitions between /bay/ /day/ and /gay/ are continuous, like the colors of a rainbow, and that whether we hear /day/ or /gay/ depends mainly on the context. On the next level we find, in addition to sound ambiguity, the subtler indeterminacies of the meaning of words, of which several types are shown in Lashley's Millwright example. They can be put to deliberate use in the pun, in the play of words, in assonance and rhyme. The next level of ambiguity is less common, but has great theoretical importance for linguists, because it shows up nicely the fallacies of the chain concept. Young boys and girls are fond of sweet sounds simple and unambiguous enough. But what happens if this is immediately followed by young boys and girls have no hair on their chests? If we follow the SR schema, we shall very likely come to the conclusion that older girls do have hair on their chests. The reason is that in the first sentence we have parceled out our verbal stimuli, thus, young, boys and girls. So we tend to do the same thing in the second sentence. Only later do we realize that in the second sentence we must package the stimuli differently, young boys, and girls. But if the stimuli can only be discriminated after completion of the chain allegedly based on discriminated stimuli, then we are moving in a vicious circle and the SR model breaks down asterisk. Asterisk in the terms of symbolic logic we would have to say that the response R to the whole sentence implies the responses R to its elements, which in turn imply the response R to the whole sentence, R, etc. A variant of the paradox of the Cretan lyre. Translated into neurophysiological terms, the hierarchic approach indicates that speaking and listening are both multi-leveled processes, which involve constant interactions and feedbacks between higher and lower levels of the nervous system, such as receptor and effector organs, the projection areas in the brain, other areas involving memory and association, etc. Even behaviorists must realize that man has a more complex brain than the rat, although they do not like to be reminded of it. Only by this multi-leveled activity of the nervous system is the mind enabled to transform linear sequences along the single dimension of time into complex patterns of meaning and back again. The ambiguities so far discussed relate to the phonological and syntactic domains. They are resolved in a relatively simple way by reference to context on the next higher level of the hierarchy. But this analysis merely ensures intelligibility in the literal sense. It is no more than the first step upward into the vast, multi-layered hierarchies of the semantic domain. A sentence taken in isolation conveys no information as to whether it should be interpreted at face value, or metaphorically, or ironically, i.e., meaning the opposite of what it seems to mean, or perhaps containing a veiled message as the "don't mention it in our dialogue." Such ambiguities of an isolated sentence can once more only be resolved by reference to its context, i.e., to the next higher level in the hierarchy. This is exemplified when we ask at the end of a perfectly intelligible sentence, "What do you mean by that?" Thus sentences stand in the same relation to their context as words to the sentence and phonemes to words. With each step upward in the hierarchy the peak seems to recede. In discourse concerned with relatively trivial matters, the hierarchy comprises only a few levels, and the climber comes to rest. But we have seen that even that trivial dialogue between he and she tapers into a whole pyramid of overt messages, implicit meaning, the motivation behind it, and the motivation behind the motivation. Some psychoanalysts use the term metalanguage for these higher levels of communication, where the real meaning of the message can only be got at through a whole series of decoding operations. But the series can also lead to an infinite regress. There are many examples of this in the more technical papers of both Freud and Jung setting out the details of individual case histories, where the ultimate meaning of the patient's messages often conveyed in the language of dreams recedes more and more into the elusive domain of archetypal symbols or the eternal struggle between eros and thanatos. The hierarchy is open-ended, its apex recedes with each step towards it, until it dissolves in the clouds of mythology. Depth psychology provides one example of an infinite receding series, starting with the ambiguity of the patient's verbal communications and receding towards the ultimate ambiguity of the existential riddle. But each step upward in the hierarchy has a clarifying and cathartic effect, providing limited answers to limited problems, or reformulating in a more meaningful way those questions which cannot be answered. Other examples of open hierarchies are provided by various universes of discourse such as certain branches of mathematics, the theory of knowledge, and all branches of natural science which have to manipulate infinite magnitudes in space or time. When the physicist talks of an asymptotic approach to truth, he implicitly admits that science moves along an infinitely regressing series. And so does the philosopher concerned with meaning, and the meaning of meaning, with knowledge and belief, and the analysis of the structure of knowledge and belief. It is, as we have seen, already a remarkable achievement that we can produce and understand grammatically correct sentences, although we cannot define the rules which enable us to do it. But just as a grammatically correct sentence conveys no information as to whether it should be taken at face value or in some twisted way, so it also conveys no information regarding its veridity. Thus, when the message has been received, the question arises whether it is true or false. Here again, so long as we talk of trivial matters, the question may be settled with relative ease, but in more complex universes of discourse the next question must inevitably be what we mean by true and false, and there we go again, up the spiral staircase into the ratified atmosphere of the epistemologist's domain only to find that there is no end to the climb. To quote Sir Karl Popper, his italics, "The old scientific ideal of episteme of absolutely certain, demonstrable knowledge has proved to be an idol. The demand for scientific objectivity makes it inevitable that every scientific statement must remain tentative forever. It may indeed be corroborated, but every corroboration is relative to other statements which, again, are tentative." 11. Rules, Strategies, and Feedbacks. This chapter was not intended as an introduction to linguistics, but as an introduction to the concept of hierarchic organization as exemplified in the structure of language. I have accordingly left out of account several factors which are important to linguistic theory, but not directly relevant to our purpose. The most important of these omissions is the class of transformation rules, Chomsky, which must be added to the structure-generating rules to account for the speaker's ability to manipulate the branches of the tree in such a way as to produce a variety of related meanings. For instance, the postman kicked the dog was kicked by the postman. Did the postman kick the dog? Was the dog not kicked by the postman? It all seems so simple, but consider for a moment how children ever acquire all the rules and corollaries needed to achieve even these simple transformations in a grammatically correct way. I have mentioned Chomsky's transformation rules merely for the sake of completeness. However, there are other aspects of verbal behavior directly pertinent to our subject which I have so far not mentioned. It will be simplest to point them out by way of a concrete example. Let us return for a moment to the two opposite recipes for giving a lecture, quoted by Lashley. Perhaps the politician on a whistle-stop tour can indeed turn his mouth loose and go to sleep. A bar pianist, too, can turn his fingers loose and do the same. But these are routines which have become automatized by practice and are hardly relevant to the question of how to compose a lecture which tries to say something new. Nor can we rely on the opposite recipe, and listen to the inner voice to guide us like a medium engaged in automatic writing. How, then, does our lecturer manage in fact to produce a paper? Let us assume that he is a history don who has been invited to give a guest lecture at an American university. Further assuming that he is free to choose the subject he likes, he will choose the subject he likes. Let us leave it at that, to avoid another infinite regress into motivation, personality, and the influences which molded his personality. He chooses as his subject unsolved problems of the Dead Sea Scrolls, because he is convinced that he alone has the key to the solution. But how is he going to convince his audience? First of all, he must decide whether he should present his pet theory in a straightforward, non-polemical manner, or else show why and where all other theories went wrong. This is a matter of strategy, of choosing one among several alternative courses of putting the same message across, and at each further step he will be faced with other strategic choices. He decides on the straightforward, non-polemical method, because he knows the kind of audience he will have to face, and does not wish to antagonize them. In other words, his strategy is guided by feedback, by the echo of his words from the audience, even if for the time being it is merely an anticipated echo from an imaginary audience. Let us note that all this wavering and decision-making need not at this stage involve any verbal formulations. It may have taken the form of vague visual images. For instance, the polemical method may be represented in his imagination by a white shape highlighted on a black surface, the Gestalt theorist's figure background paradigm, and the straightforward method represented by a uniform gray. Questionnaires to scientists have revealed that in the decisive stages of creative thinking, visual and even muscular imagery predominates over verbal thinking. See below, Chapter 13. Next comes the vexed problem of the organization of material, vexed, because the different aspects of the problem, the welter of evidence and the welter of interpretations, are all interconnected like threads in a Persian carpet. Our lecturer is keenly aware of the pattern they form, but how can he convey that pattern if he has to unpick the threads in order to explain them one at a time? Here the problem of temporal order begins to intrude, although his mind may still be functioning in the partly or wholly nonverbal regions of images and intimations. At last he arrives at a tentative arrangement of his material, under a series of headings and subheadings, which he shuffles about as if they were compact building blocks. They are probably each represented by a mere jotted keyword. This again sounds simple enough, but the longer you think about it, the more puzzling the nature of these building blocks appears to be. William James expressed this puzzlement in a memorable passage, his italics. And has the reader never asked himself what kind of a mental fact is his intention of saying a thing before he has said it? It is an entirely definite intention, distinct from all other intentions, an absolutely distinct state of consciousness, therefore, and yet how much of it consists of definite sensorial images, either of words or of things? Hardly anything. Yet what can we say about it without using words that belong to the later mental facts that replace it? The intention to say so and so is the only name it can receive. One may admit that a good third of our psychic life consists in these rapid premonitory perspective views of schemes of thought not yet articulate. 12. But now the time has come for these intentional seeds to start growing into saplings which will branch out into sections, subsections, and so on, the selection of evidence to be quoted, of illustrations, comment and anecdotes, each of them necessitating further strategic choices. At each node branching point of the growing tree, more details are filled in, until at last the syntactic level is reached, the phrase-generating machine takes over, the individual words are lined up some effortlessly, some after a painful search, and are finally transformed into patterns of contractions of finger muscles guiding a pen. The logos has become incarnate. But of course the process is never quite as neat and orderly as that. Trees do not grow in this rigidly symmetrical way. In our schematized account, the selection of the actual words occurs only at an advanced stage of the process, after the general plan and the ordering of the material have been decided on, and the buds of the tree are ready to burst open in their proper left-to-right order. In reality, however, one branch somewhere in the middle might blossom into words, while others have as yet hardly started to grow. And while it is true that the idea or intention of saying a thing precedes the actual process of verbalization, it is also true that ideas are often airy nothings until they crystallize into verbal concepts and acquire tangible shape. Therein, of course, lies the incomparable superiority of language over more primitive forms of mental activity, but that does not justify the fallacy of identifying language with thought and of denying the importance of nonverbal images and symbols, particularly in the creative thinking of artists and scientists. Chapter 13. Thus our lecturer sometimes knows what he means, but cannot formulate it, whereas at other times he can only find out what exactly he means by explicit, precise verbal formulations. When Alice in Wonderland was admonished to think carefully before speaking, she explained, "How can I know what I think till I see what I say?" Often some promising intuition is nipped in the bud by prematurely exposing it to the acid bath of verbal definitions, others may never develop without such verbal exposure. Thus we have to amend our oversimplified schema, instead of the symmetrically growing tree, with branches steadily progressing downward, we have irregular growth and constant oscillations between levels. Transforming thought into language is not a one-way process, the sap flows in both directions, up and down the branches of the tree. The operation is further complicated, and sometimes brought to the verge of a breakdown, by our lecturer's deplorable tendency to correct, erase, chop off entire flowering branches from the tree and start growing them afresh. The behaviorist calls this trial and error behavior and compares it to the behavior of rats running at random into the blind alleys of a maze, but the search for the MOT just is, of course, anything but random. Matters would be even more complicated if our subject were a poet, instead of being a historian. If he were a poet, he would have to serve two masters, operate in two interlocking hierarchies at the same time, one governed by meaning and the second governed by rhythm, meter, euphony. But even though the lecturer writes in prose, his choice of words and phrasing is influenced by the demands of style. Complex activities are often dependent on more than one hierarchic order, trees with intertwining branches each controlled by its own rules and value criteria, meaning and euphony, form and function, melody and orchestration, and so on. I have said enough to indicate some of the problems which human speech presents. Now behaviorists, too, are in the habit of preparing papers, and even of writing books, so they must no doubt also be aware of the difficulties and complexities of the process. But when they discuss verbal behavior, they manage to forget or repress them. They confine the discussion to such embarrassing trivialities as, the verbal stimulus "come to dinner" is usually reinforced by food. They demonstrate how the experimenter can control a subject's verbal behavior by placing a large and unusual pencil in an unusual place clearly in sight. Under such circumstances it is highly probable that our subject will say pencil 13. Both examples are from Skinner's verbal behavior, a treasure house of similar profundities. By these methods they can, as we have seen, go on talking about SR atoms forming chains extending in a vacuum without having to bother to define what the SS and the RS consist of. Summary. Where indeed shall we look for the atoms of language in the phoneme /e/? In the digram /n/? In the morpheme /men/? In the word /mention/? Or in the phrase /don't mention it/? Each of these entities has two aspects. It is a whole relative to its own constituent parts, and at the same time a part of the larger whole on the next level of the hierarchy. It is both a part and a whole, a sub-whole. It is one of the characteristic features of all hierarchic systems, as we shall see, that they are not aggregations of elementary bits, but are composed of subwholes branching into sub-subwholes, and so on. This is the first point of general validity to retain from the preceding discussion. I must now mention a few more characteristics of language which have the same universal validity for hierarchic systems of all types. Active speech, in contrast to passive speech, i.e., listening, consists in the stepwise elaboration, articulation, concretization, of originally inarticulate generalized intents. The branching of the tree symbolizes this step-by-step, hierarchic process of spelling out the implicit idea in explicit terms, of converting the potentialities of an idea into the actual motion patterns of the vocal cords. The process has been compared to the development of the embryo. The fertilized egg contains all the potentialities of the future individual, these are then spelled out in successive stages of differentiation. It could also be compared to the way a military command is executed. The generalized order 8th Army will advance in direction of Tobruk, issued from the apex of the hierarchy, is concretized in more detail at each of the lower echelons. Furthermore, we shall see that the exercise of any skilled action, whether instinctive, like the nest building of birds, or acquired, as most human skills are, follows the same pattern of spelling out a roughed-in command by a hierarchic sequence of steps. The next point to note is that each step in our imaginary lecturer's progress was governed by fixed rules, which, however, leave room for flexible strategies, guided by feedbacks. On the highest levels operate the rather esoteric rules of academic discourse, on the next lower level the rules of generating grammatically correct sentences, lastly, the rules which govern the activities of the vocal cords. But on each level there is a variety of strategic choices, from the selection and ordering of the material, through the choice of metaphors and adjectives, down to the variety of possible intonations of individual vowels. Once more, it is interesting to note the intense reluctance of academic psychologists, even those who have outgrown the cruder forms of SR theory, to come to grips with reality. Thus Professor G. Miller writes in an article on psycholinguistics, as psychologists have learned to appreciate the complexities of language, the prospect of reducing it to the laws of behavior so carefully studied in lower animals has grown increasingly remote. We have been forced more and more into a position that non-psychologists probably take for granted, namely, that language is rule-governed behavior characterized by enormous flexibility and freedom of choice. Obvious as this conclusion may seem, it has important implications for any scientific theory of language. If rules involve the concepts of right and wrong, they introduce a normative aspect that has always been avoided in the natural sciences. To admit that language follows rules seems to put it outside the range of phenomena accessible to scientific investigation. 14. What a very odd notion of the purpose and methods of scientific investigation. When we speak of fixed rules and flexible strategies, it is important to make a further distinction between these two factors. The rules on every level function more or less automatically, i.e., unconsciously, or at least pre-consciously in the twilight zones of awareness, whereas the strategic choices are mostly aided by the bright beam of focal consciousness. The machinery which canalises inarticulate thought into grammatically correct channels operates hidden from sight, so does the machinery which ensures the correct innervation of the vocal tracts, and also the machinery which controls the logic of common sense reasoning, and our habits of thought. We hardly ever bother to have a look at these silent machineries, and even if we try, we are unable to describe their modes of operation, unable to define the rules embodied in them, and yet these are the rules of language and thought which we blindly obey. If they contain hidden axioms and built-in prejudices, so much the worse for us. But at least we know that those rules which both discipline and distort thinking are only binding for the individual who acquired them, and subject to historical change. Nevertheless, as far as the individual is concerned, his language and thought are rule-governed, and to that extent determined by automatisms beyond conscious control. But only to that extent. The rules which govern a game like chess or bridge do not exhaust its possibilities, but leave the player at practically each step with a number of strategical choices. These choices, of course, are also determined by considerations of a higher order, but the emphasis is on higher order. Each choice is free in the sense of not being determined by the rules of the game itself, but by a different order of strategic precepts on a higher level of the hierarchy, and these precepts have an even larger margin of indeterminacy. We are once more in an infinite regress comparable to the endless types of ambiguities of language, each of which can only be resolved by reference to the next higher level of the open-ended hierarchy. This line of argument evidently leads to the problem of freedom of choice, to be further discussed in Chapter 14. To conclude, let me revert once more to that behaviorist lecturer who turns his mouth loose and goes to sleep. I have compared him to a bar pianist reeling off a popular tune. In both cases, a single command from a higher level of the hierarchy triggers off a preset, more or less automatized performance. The process is comparable to pressing a button on a jukebox. The pianist merely has to say to himself, "La cucaracha" or "Pop goes the weasel," and let his fingers look after the rest. But even in this routine he is not simply unfolding an SR chain, where depressing one piano key acts as a stimulus to depress the next. For, as a skilled bar pianist, he is perfectly capable, again at a single trigger command, of transposing the whole piece from C major into B flat major, where the keys and intervals form a totally different chain. The fixed rule of the game in this case is represented by the melodic pattern, the scale and the rhythm, phrasing, syncopation, etc. are again a matter of flexible strategies. The spelling out of an implicit command in explicit terms often involves such trigger-releaser operations, where a relatively simple command from higher quarters activates complex, preset action patterns. These, however, are not rigid automatisms, but flexible patterns offering a variety of alternative choices. To shake hands, to light a cigarette, to pick up a pencil, are routines often performed quite unconsciously and mechanically, but also capable of infinite variations. I would only have to press a single mental button to continue writing this page in French or Hungarian, but that does not necessarily mean that I am to be regarded as a jukebox. 3. The whole on. I ask the reader to remember that what is most obvious may be most worth of analysis. Fertile vistas may open out when commonplace facts are examined from a fresh point of view. L.L. White. The concept of hierarchic order occupies a central place in this book, and lest the reader should think that I am riding a private hobby horse, let me reassure him that this concept has a long and respectable ancestry. So much so, that defenders of orthodoxy are inclined to dismiss it as old hat and often in the same breath to deny its validity. Yet I hope to show as we go along that this old hat, handled with some affection, can produce lively rabbits. More than 30 years ago, Needham wrote, "Whatever the nature of organizing relations may be, they form the central problem of biology, and biology will be fruitful in the future only if this is recognized." The hierarchy of relations, from the molecular structure of carbon compounds to the equilibrium of species and ecological wholes, will perhaps be the leading idea of the future. 1. Yet the word hierarchy does not even appear in the index of most modern textbooks of psychology or biology. The parable of the two watchmakers. Let me start with a parable. I owe it to Professor H.A. Simon, designer of logic computers and chess-playing machines, but I have taken the liberty of elaborating on it. 2. There were once two Swiss watchmakers named Bios and Mikos, who made very free and expensive watches. Their names may sound a little strange, but their fathers had a smattering of Greek and were fond of riddles. Although their watches were in equal demand, Bios prospered, while Mikos just struggled along. In the end he had to close his shop and take a job as a mechanic with Bios. The people in the town argued for a long time over the reasons for this development, and each had a different theory to offer, until the true explanation leaked out and proved to be both simple and surprising. The watches they made consisted of about 1,000 parts each, but the two rivals had used different methods to put them together. Mikos had assembled his watches bit by bit, rather like making a mosaic floor out of small colored stones. Thus each time when he was disturbed in his work and had to put down a partly assembled watch, it fell to pieces and he had to start again from scratch. Bios, on the other hand, had designed a method of making watches by constructing, for a start, subassemblies of about 10 components, each of which held together as an independent unit. 10 of these subassemblies could then be fitted together into a subsystem of a higher order, and 10 of these subsystems constituted the whole watch. This method proved to have two immense advantages. In the first place, each time there was an interruption or a disturbance, and Bios had to put down, or even drop, the watch he was working on, it did not decompose into its elementary bits. Instead of starting all over again, he merely had to reassemble that particular subassembly on which he was working at the time, so that at worst, if the disturbance came when he had nearly finished the subassembly in hand, he had to repeat 9 assembling operations, and at best none at all. Now it is easy to show mathematically that if a watch consists of 1,000 bits, and if some disturbance occurs at an average of once in every 100 assembling operations, then Mikos will take 4,000 times longer to assemble a watch than Bios. Instead of a single day, it will take him 11 years. And if for mechanical bits, we substitute amino acids, protein molecules, organelles, and so on, the ratio between the time scales becomes astronomical. Some calculations 3 indicate that the whole lifetime of the Earth would be insufficient for producing even an amoeba unless he becomes converted to Bios method and proceeds hierarchically, from simple subassemblies to more complex ones. Simon concludes, complex systems will evolve from simple systems much more rapidly if there are stable intermediate forms than if there are not. The resulting complex forms in the former case will be hierarchic. We have only to turn the argument around to explain the observed predominance of hierarchies among the complex systems nature presents to us. Among possible complex forms, hierarchies are the ones that have the time to evolve. 4. A second advantage of Bios method is of course that the finished product will be incomparably more resistant to damage, and much easier to maintain, regulate, and repair, than Mikos' unstable mosaic of atomic bits. We do not know what forms of life have evolved on other planets in the universe, but we can safely assume that wherever there is life, it must be hierarchically organized. Enter Janus. If we look at any form of social organization with some degree of coherence and stability, from insect state to pentagon, we shall find that it is hierarchically ordered. The same is true of the structure of living organisms and their ways of functioning, from instinctive behavior to the sophisticated skills of piano playing and talking. And it is equally true of the processes of becoming, phylogeny, ontogeny, the acquisition of knowledge. However, if the branching tree is to represent more than a superficial analogy, there must be certain principles or laws which apply to all levels of a given hierarchy, and to all the varied types of hierarchy just mentioned, in other words, which define the meaning of hierarchic order. In the pages that follow I shall outline several of these principles. They may at first sight look a little abstract, yet taken together, they shed a new light on some old problems. The first universal characteristic of hierarchies is the relativity, and indeed ambiguity, of the terms part and whole when applied to any of the sub-assemblies. Again, it is the very obviousness of this feature which makes us overlook its implications. A part, as we generally use the word, means something fragmentary and incomplete, which by itself would have no legitimate existence. On the other hand, a whole is considered as something complete in itself which needs no further explanation. But wholes and parts in this absolute sense just do not exist anywhere, either in the domain of living organisms or of social organizations. What we find are intermediary structures on a series of levels in an ascending order of complexity, subwholes which display, according to the way you look at them, some of the characteristics commonly attributed to wholes and some of the characteristics commonly attributed to parts. We have seen the impossibility of the task of chopping up speech into elementary atoms or units, either on the phonetic or on the syntactic level. Phonemes, words, phrases, are wholes in their own right, but parts of a larger unit, so are cells, tissues, organs, families, clans, tribes. The members of a hierarchy, like the Roman god Janus, all have two faces looking in opposite directions. The face turned towards the subordinate levels is that of a self-contained whole, the face turned upward towards the apex, that of a dependent part. One is the face of the master, the other the face of the servant. This Janus effect is a fundamental characteristic of subwholes in all types of hierarchies. But there is no satisfactory word in our vocabulary to refer to these Janus-faced entities. To talk of subwholes, or subassemblies, substructures, subskills, subsystems, is awkward and tedious. It seems preferable to coin a new term to designate these nodes on the hierarchic tree which behave partly as wholes or wholly as parts, according to the way you look at them. The term I would propose is holon, from the Greek holos equals whole, with the suffix on which, as in proton or neutron, suggests a particle or part. A man, wrote Ben Jonson, coins not a new word without some peril, for if it happens to be received, the praise is but moderate, if refused, the scorn is assured. Yet I think the holon is worth the risk, because it fills a genuine need. It also symbolizes the missing link or rather series of links between the atomistic approach of the behaviorist and the holistic approach of the Gestalt psychologist. The Gestalt school has considerably enriched our knowledge of visual perception, and succeeded in softening up the rigid attitude of its opponents to some extent. But in spite of its lasting merits, holism as a general attitude to psychology turned out to be as one-sided as atomism was, because both treated whole and part as absolutes, both failed to take into account the hierarchic scaffolding of intermediate structures of subwholes. If we replace for a moment the image of the inverted tree by that of a pyramid, we can say that the behaviorist never gets higher up than the bottom layer of stones, and the holist never gets down from the apex. In fact, the concept of the whole proved just as elusive as that of the elementary part, and when he discusses language, the Gestaltist finds himself in the same quandary as the behaviorist. To quote James Jenkins again, there is an infinite set of sentences in English whose production and understanding is part of the daily commerce with language, and it is clear that neither the SR nor the Gestalt approach is capable of coping with the problems involved in the generation and understanding of these sentences. We can't regard a sentence as a holistic, unanalyzable unit, as the Gestaltists might maintain one should. One cannot suppose that the sentence is regarded as a perceptual unity which has welded its elements together in some unique pattern, as is the usual Gestalt analysis of perceptual phenomena. 5. Nor do we find wholes on levels lower than the sentence. Phrases, words, syllables, and phonemes are not parts, and not wholes, but holons. The two-term part-whole paradigm is deeply ingrained in our unconscious habits of thought. It will make a great difference to our mental outlook when we succeed in breaking away from it. Social holons. In Chapter 2 I discussed the hierarchic structure of language. Let us now briefly turn to a quite different kind of hierarchy, social organization. The individual, qua biological organism, constitutes a nicely integrated hierarchy of molecules, cells, organs, and organ systems. Looking inward into the space enclosed by the boundaries of his skin, he can rightly assert that he is something complete and unique, a whole. But facing outward, he is constantly, sometimes pleasantly, sometimes painfully reminded that he is a part, an elementary unit in one or several social hierarchies. The reason why any relatively stable society, whether of animals or humans, must be hierarchically structured, can again be illustrated by the watchmaker's parable. Without stable sub-assemblies, social groupings and subgroupings, the whole simply could not hold together. In a military hierarchy, the holons are companies, battalions, regiments, etc., and the branches of the tree stand for lines of communication and command. The number of levels which a hierarchy comprises, in this case from commanding general to individual soldier, determines whether it is shallow or deep, and the number of holons on any given level we shall call, after Simon, its span. A primitive horde of tribesmen is a very shallow hierarchy with perhaps 2 or 3 levels, chieftain and lesser chieftains, and a large span to each. Conversely, some Latin American armies of the past are said to have numbered 1 general to each private soldier, which would be the limit case of a hierarchy turning into a ladder, page 24. The efficient working of a complex hierarchy must obviously depend, among other things, on the proper ratio of depth to span, something analogous to the Greek sculptor's golden section, or rather to Le Corbusier's hierarchic modulator theory. A society without hierarchic structurings would be as chaotic as the random motions of gas molecules flying, colliding, and rebounding in all directions. But the structuring is obscured by the fact that no advanced human society, not even the totalitarian state, is a monolithic structure, patterned into one single hierarchy. This may be the case in some very unspoiled tribal societies, where the exigencies of the family kinship clan tribe hierarchy completely control the individual's existence. The medieval church and modern totalitarian nations have tried to establish equally effective monolithic hierarchies, with only limited success. Complex societies are structured by several types of interlocking hierarchies, and control by higher authority is only one among them. I shall call these authority-fielding hierarchies control hierarchies. Obvious examples are government administrations, military, ecclesiastic, academic, professional and business hierarchies. Control may be vested in individuals or in institutions, bosses or anonymous treasury departments. It may be rigid or elastic. It may be guided to a greater or lesser extent by feedback from the lower echelons, electorate, employees, student bodies, but each hierarchy must nevertheless display a well-articulated tree structure, without which anarchy would result, as it does when some social upheaval puts an axe to the trunk of the tree. Entwined with these control hierarchies are others, based on social cohesion, geographical distribution, etc. There are the family, clan, subcaste, caste hierarchies, and their modern versions. Interlocking with them are the hierarchies based on geographical neighborhood. Old towns like Paris, Vienna, or London have their quartiers, each of them relatively self-sufficient, with its local shops, familiar cafes, pubs, milkmen, and sweeps. Each is a kind of local village, a social holon, which again is part of a larger division: left bank and right bank, city and west end, amusement center and civic center, parks, suburbs. Old towns, notwithstanding their architectural diversity, seem to have grown like organisms, and to have an individual life of their own. Towns which have mushroomed up too fast have a depressing amorphousness because they lack the hierarchic structure of organic development. They seem to have been built not by bios but by micos. Thus the complex fabric of social life can be dissected into a variety of hierarchic scaffoldings, as anatomists dissect muscles, nerves, and other correlated structures from the pulpy mess. Without this attribute of dissectability *, the concept of the hierarchy would have a degree of arbitrariness. We are only justified to talk of trees if we are able to identify their nodes and branches. In the case of a government department or a business concern, dissection is easy. The branching tree chart may actually hang on the office wall. The simplest type of chart, without cross connections, will usually look something like this. Simon, OPDR, speaks of decomposable hierarchies, but dissectability seems preferable. Let this represent a government department, such as the Home Office, then each hole on each box in the second row will represent a branch of it, Immigration, Scotland Yard, Prison Commission, etc., and each box in the third row a sub-department, etc. Now, which are the criteria which justify dissecting the Home Office in this and no other way? Or, to put it differently, how did the maker of the chart define his holons? He may have been shown a town map indicating Home Office buildings, and plans of each building, but that would not be enough, and sometimes even misleading, because some department may be housed in several buildings in different parts of the town, and several departments may share the same building. What defines each box as an entity is the function or task assigned to it, the nature of the work which the people in each department do. There is, of course, in any efficient hierarchy a tendency to keep people working on the same task in the same room or building, and to that extent spatial distribution enters into the picture, but only to that extent. Office boys and telephones bridge the distances between functionally related desks as nerves and hormones do in the control hierarchies of the living organism. There is not only cohesion within each holon, but also separation between different holons to lend precision to the chart. The people who work within a given department transact much more business with each other than with people in other departments. Moreover, when one department requests information or action from another department, this is not as a rule done by direct person-to-person contact, but through official channels, involving the heads of each department. In other words, the lines of control run along the branches of the tree up and down. There are no horizontal shortcuts in an ideal control hierarchy. In other types of hierarchies the holons cannot be so easily defined by their function or task. We cannot define the function of a family, clan, or tribe. Nevertheless, as in the previous example, the members of each of these holons function together, cohere, interact, much more with each other than with members of other holons. And if business is to be transacted between two clans or tribes, it is again done via the chieftains or elders. These ties of cohesion and boundaries of separation are both the result of shared traditions, such as the laws of kinship and the resulting codes of behavior. In their ensemble they form a pattern of rule-governed behavior. It is this pattern which lends the group stability and cohesion, and which defines it as a social holon, with an individuality of its own. Once these ties of cohesion begin to weaken and the boundaries of separation become blurred, the tribal hierarchy is decaying. The Indian frontier provinces provide a sad illustration of the consequences of a rash policy of detribalization without offering a substitute structure of values. Mutatis mutandis, the emotional instability of Western society and particularly of its youth, is obviously a consequence of the breakdown of the traditional hierarchic structures without as yet any alternative in sight. But the discussion of social pathology must be postponed to part 3 of this book. We must distinguish, however, between the rules which govern individual behavior and those which guide the activities of the group as a whole. The individual may even be unaware of the fact that his behavior is rule-governed, and no more able to name the rules which guide his conduct than he is able to name those which guide his speech. The activities of the social holon, on the other hand, depend not only on the complex interactions between its parts, but also on its interaction as a whole with other holons on its own, higher level of the hierarchy, and these cannot be inferred from the lower level any more than the function of the nervous system can be inferred from the level of individual nerve cells, or the rules of syntax can be inferred from the rules of phonology. We can dissect a complex whole into its composite holons of the second and third order, and so on, but we cannot reduce it to a sum of its parts, nor predict its properties from those of its parts. The hierarchy concept of levels of organization in itself implies a rejection of the reductionist view that all phenomena of life, consciousness included, can be reduced to and explained by physico-chemical laws. Thus a stable social holon has an individuality or profile whether it is a Papuan tribe or a treasury department. Every closely knit social body sharing a common territory and/or a code of explicit and implicit laws, customs, and beliefs tends to preserve and assert its pattern, or else it could not qualify as a stable holon. In a primitive society the tribe might be the highest unit of the shallow hierarchy, a more or less self-contained whole. But in a complex society, with its many-leveled hierarchies, it is equally essential that each holon, whether an administrative department, a local government or the fire brigade, should operate as an autonomous, self-contained unit, without division of labor and delegation of powers, according to the hierarchic schema, no society can function effectively. Let us revert for a moment to our home office example, and let one box be the Department of Immigration. In order to operate as a self-reliant unit, the department must be equipped with a set of instructions and regulations enabling it to take routine contingencies in its stride, without having to consult higher authority in each particular case. In other words, what enables the department to function in this efficient way, as an autonomous holon, is once more a set of fixed rules, its canon. But here again there will be cases where the rules can be interpreted in this way or that, and so leave room for more than one decision. Whatever the nature of a hierarchic organization, its constituent holons are defined by fixed rules and flexible strategies. In the present example, too, it is obvious that the individual codes which guide the conduct of the people who work in the department are not the same as the rules which determine the actions of the department. Mr. Smith may be willing to grant a visa to an applicant on grounds of compassion, but the regulations say differently. And we find a further parallel to previous examples, p. 43. When the rules allow more than one course of action, the matter must be referred to the head of the department, who might find it advisable to appeal for a decision to a higher level of the hierarchy. And there again, strategic considerations of a higher order may arise, such as the availability of housing, the color problem, the labor situation. There may even be conflict between Home Office policy and the Ministry of Economics. Once more we are moving in a regressing series, although in this case, of course, it is not an infinite regress. To repeat, it is essential for the stability and efficient functioning of the body social that each of its subdivisions should operate as an autonomous, self-reliant unit which, though subject to control from above, must have a degree of independence and take routine contingencies in its stride, without asking higher authority for instructions. Otherwise the communication channels would become overloaded, the whole system clogged up, the higher echelons would be kept occupied with petty detail and unable to concentrate on more important factors. The basic polarity. However, the rules, or codes, which govern a social holon act not merely as negative constraints imposed on its actions, but also as positive precepts, maxims of conduct or moral imperatives. As a consequence, every holon will tend to persist in and assert its particular pattern of activity. This self-assertive tendency is a fundamental and universal characteristic of holons, which manifests itself on every level of the social hierarchy, and, as we shall see, in every other type of hierarchy. On the level of the individual, a certain amount of self-assertiveness, ambition, initiative, competition is indispensable in a dynamic society. At the same time, of course, he is dependent on, and must be integrated into, his tribe or social group. If he is a well-adjusted person, the self-assertive tendency and its opposite, the integrative tendency, are more or less equally balanced. He lives, so long as things are normal, in a kind of dynamic equilibrium with his social environment. Under conditions of stress, however, the equilibrium is upset, leading to emotionally disordered behavior. No man is an island, he is a holon. A Janus-faced entity who, looking inward, sees himself as a self-contained unique whole, looking outward as a dependent part. His self-assertive tendency is the dynamic manifestation of his unique, his autonomy and independence as a holon. Its equally universal antagonist, the integrative tendency, expresses his dependence on the larger whole to which he belongs, his partness. The polarity of these two tendencies, or potentials, is one of the leitmotifs of the present theory. Empirically, it can be traced in all phenomena of life. Theoretically, it is derived from the part-whole dichotomy inherent in the concept of the multi-layered hierarchy. Its philosophical implications will be discussed in later chapters. For the time being, let me repeat that the self-assertive tendency is the dynamic expression of the holon's wholeness, the integrative tendency, the dynamic expression of its partness ***. In the act of creation I talked of self-assertive and participatory tendencies, but integrative appears to be the more appropriate term. The manifestations of the two tendencies on different levels go by different names, but they are expressions of the same polarity running through the whole series. The self-assertive tendencies of the individual are known as rugged individualism, competitiveness, etc. When we come to larger holons, we speak of clannish hesse, cliquishness, class consciousness, esprit de corps, local patriotism, nationalism, etc. The integrative tendencies, on the other hand, are manifested in cooperativeness, disciplined behavior, loyalty, self-effacement, devotion to duty, internationalism, and so on. Note, however, that most of the terms referring to higher levels of the hierarchy are ambiguous. The loyalty of individuals towards their clan reflects their integrative tendencies, but it enables the clan as a whole to behave in an aggressive, self-assertive way. The obedience and devotion to duty of the members of the Nazi SS Guard kept the gas chambers going. Patriotism is the virtue of subordinating private interests to the higher interests of the nation. Nationalism is a synonym for the militant expression of those higher interests. The infernal dialectic of this process is reflected throughout human history. It is not accidental. The disposition towards such disturbances is inherent in the part-whole polarization of social hierarchies. It may be the unconscious reason why the Romans gave the god Janus such a prominent role in their pantheon as the keeper of doorways, facing both inward and outward, and why they named the first month of the year after him. But it would be premature to go into this subject now. It will be one of our main preoccupations in Part 3 of this volume. For the time being we are only concerned with the normal, orderly functioning of the hierarchy, where each holon operates in accordance with its code of rules, without attempting to impose it on others, nor to lose its individuality by excessive subordination. It is only in times of stress that a holon may tend to get out of control, and its normal self-assertiveness changes into aggressiveness whether the holon is an individual, or a social class, or a whole nation. The reverse process occurs when the dependence of a holon on its superior controls is so strong that it loses its identity. Readers versed in contemporary psychology will have gathered, even from this incomplete preliminary outline, that in the theory proposed here there is no place for such a thing as a destructive instinct, nor does it admit the reification of the sexual instinct as the only integrative force in human or animal society. Freud's Eros and Thanatos are relative latecomers on the stage of evolution. A host of creatures that multiply by fission, or budding, are ignorant of both. In our view, Eros is an offspring of the integrative, destructive Thanatos of the self-assertive tendency, and Janus the ultimate ancestor of both, the symbol of the dichotomy between partness and wholeness, which is imparable from the open-ended hierarchies of life. For a discussion of Freudian metapsychology, see Insight and Outlook, chapters 15, 16. Summary. Organisms and societies are multi-leveled hierarchies of semi-autonomous subwholes branching into subwholes of a lower order, and so on. The term holon has been introduced to refer to these intermediary entities which, relative to their subordinates in the hierarchy, function as self-contained wholes, relative to their superordinates as dependent parts. This dichotomy of wholeness and partness, of autonomy and dependence, is inherent in the concept of hierarchic order, and is called here the Janus principle. Its dynamic expression is the polarity of the self-assertive and integrative tendencies. Hierarchies are dissectable into their constituent branches, on which the holons form the nodes. The number of levels which a hierarchy comprises is called its depth, and the number of holons on any given level its span. Holons are governed by fixed sets of rules and display more or less flexible strategies. The rules of conduct of a social holon are not reducible to the rules of conduct of its members. The reader may find it helpful to consult from time to time Appendix I, which summarizes the general characteristics of hierarchic systems as proposed in this and subsequent chapters. 4. Individuals and individuals. I have yet to see any problem, however complicated, which when you looked at it the right way did not become still more complicated. Poole Anderson. A note about diagrams. Before we turn from social organization to biological organisms, I must briefly remark on various types of hierarchies and their diagrammatic representation. There have been several attempts to classify hierarchies into categories, none of them entirely successful, because unavoidably the categories overlap. Thus one can broadly distinguish between structural hierarchies, which emphasize the spatial aspect, anatomy, topology, of a system, and functional hierarchies, which emphasize process in time. Evidently, structure and function cannot be separated, and represent complementary aspects of an indivisible spatio-temporal process, but it is often convenient to focus attention on one or the other aspect. All hierarchies have a part-within-part character, but this is more easily recognized in structural than in functional hierarchies such as the skills of language and music, which weave patterns within patterns in time. In the type of administrative hierarchy we have just discussed, the tree diagram symbolizes both structure and function. The branches are lines of communication and control, the nodes or boxes each represent a group of physically real people, the department head, his assistants, and secretaries. But if we chart in a similar way a military establishment, the tree will only represent the functional aspect, because, strictly speaking, the boxes on each level, whether they are labeled battalion or company, will contain only officers or N.C.O.S. The place for the other ranks which makes up the bulk of the battalion or company is in the bottom row of the chart. For our purposes this does not really matter, because what we are interested in is how the machinery is functioning, and the tree shows exactly that it is the officers and N.C.O.S. who determine the operations of the holon as repositories of its fixed rules and makers of strategy. But people who are inclined to think in concrete images, rather than in abstract schemata, often find this rather confusing. If, however, we wanted to emphasize the structural aspect of an army, we might draw a diagram, such as figure 4 below, which shows how platoons are encapsulated into companies, companies into battalions, etc. But such structural diagrams are clumsy, and contain less information than the branching tree. Some authors put symbolic hierarchies, language, music, mathematics, into a separate category, but they might just as well be classified as functional hierarchies, as they are produced by human operations. A book consists of chapters, consisting of paragraphs, consisting of sentences, etc., and a symphony can similarly be dissected into parts within parts. The hierarchic structure of the product reflects the hierarchic nature of the skills and sub-skills which brought it into being. In a similar way, all classificatory hierarchies, unless they are purely descriptive, reflect the processes by which they came into being. Thus the species, genus, family, order, class, phylum classification of the animal kingdom is intended to reflect relations in evolutionary descent. Here the tree diagram represents the archetypal tree of life. Similarly, the hierarchically subdivided subject index in library catalogs reflects the hierarchic ordering of knowledge. Lastly, phylogeny and ontogeny are developmental hierarchies in which the tree branches out along the axis of time. The different levels represent different stages of development, and the holons, as we shall see, reflect intermediary structures at these stages. It may be useful to repeat at this point that the search for properties or laws which all these varied kinds of hierarchies have in common is more than a play on superficial analogies. It could rather be called an exercise in general systems theory, a relatively recent branch of science, whose aim is to construct theoretical models and logically homologous laws, which are universally applicable to inorganic, biological, and social systems of any kind. Inanimate systems. As we move downward in the hierarchy which constitutes the living organism, from organs to tissues, cells, organelles, macromolecules, and so on, we nowhere strike rock bottom, find nowhere those ultimate constituents which the old mechanistic asterisk approach to life led us to expect. The hierarchy is open-ended in the downward, as it is in the upward direction. The atom, itself, although its name is derived from the Greek for indivisible, has turned out to be a very complex, janus-faced holon. Facing outward, it associates with other atoms as if it were a single unitary whole, and the regularity of the atomic weights of elements, closely approximating to integral numbers, seem to confirm the belief in that indivisibility. But since we have learned to look inside it, we can observe the rule-governed interactions between nucleus and outer electron shells, and of a variety of particles within the nucleus. The rules can be expressed in sets of mathematical equations which define each particular type of atom as a holon. But here again, the rules which govern the interactions of the subnuclear particles in the hierarchy are not the same rules which govern the chemical interactions between atoms as wholes. The subject is too technical to be pursued here. The interested reader will find a good summary in H. Simon's paper, which I have quoted before. 1** throughout this book, the term mechanistic is used in its general sense, and not in the technical sense of an alternative to vitalistic theories in biology. When we turn from the universe in miniature to the universe at large, we again find hierarchic order. Moons go round planets, planets round stars, stars round the centers of their galaxies, galaxies form clusters. Wherever we find orderly, stable systems in nature, we find that they are hierarchically structured, for the simple reason that without such structuring of complex systems into sub-assemblies, there could be no order and stability except the order of a dead universe filled with a uniformly distributed gas. And even so, each discrete gas molecule would be a microscopic hierarchy. If this sounds by now like a tautology, all the better ***. Often, however, we fail to recognize hierarchic structure, for example in a crystal, because it has a very shallow hierarchy consisting of only 3 levels, as far as our knowledge goes: molecules, atoms, subatomic particles, and also because the molecular level has an enormous span of near-identical holons. It would, of course, be grossly anthropomorphic to speak of self-assertive and integrative tendencies in inanimate nature, or of flexible strategies. It is nevertheless true that in all stable dynamic systems, stability is maintained by the equilibration of opposite forces, one of which may be centrifugal or separative or inertial, representing the quasi-independent, holistic properties of the part, and the other a centripetal or attractive or cohesive force which keeps the part in its place in the larger whole, and holds it together. On different levels of the inorganic and organic hierarchies, the polarization of particularistic and holistic forces takes different forms, but it is observable on every level. This is not the reflection of any metaphysical dualism, but rather of Newton's third law of motion: to every action there is an equal and opposite reaction, applied to hierarchic systems. There is also a significant analogy in physics to the distinction between fixed rules and flexible strategies. The geometrical structure of a crystal is represented by fixed rules, but crystals growing in a saturated solution will reach the same final shape by different pathways, i.e., although their growth processes differ in detail, and even if artificially damaged in the process, the growing crystal may correct the blemish. In this and many other well-known phenomena we find the self-regulatory properties of biological holons foreshadowed on an elementary level. The organism and its spares. As we ascend to the hierarchies of living matter, we find, even on the lowest level observable through the electron microscope, subcellular structures, organelles of staggering complexity. And the most striking fact is that these minuscule parts of the cell function as self-governing wholes in their own right, each following its own statute book of rules. One type of organelles look as quasi-independent agencies after the cell's growth, others after its energy supply, reproduction, communications, and so on. The ribosomes, for instance, which manufacture proteins, rival in complexity any chemical factory. The mitochondria are power plants which extract energy from food by a complicated chain of chemical reactions involving some 50 different steps. A single cell may have up to 5,000 such power plants. Then there are the centrosomes, with their spindle apparatus, which organizes the incredible choreography of the cell dividing into 2, and the DNA spirals of heredity, coiled up in the inner sanctum of the chromosomes, working their even more potent magic. I do not intend to wax lyrical about matters which can be found in any popular science book. I am trying to stress a point which they do not sufficiently emphasize, or tend to overlook altogether, namely, that the organism is not a mosaic aggregate of elementary physico-chemical processes, but a hierarchy in which each member, from the subcellular level upward, is a closely integrated structure, equipped with self-regulatory devices, and enjoys an advanced form of self-government. The activity of an organelle, such as the mitochondrion, can be switched on and off, but once triggered into action it will follow its own course. No higher echelon in the hierarchy can interfere with the order of its operations, laid down by its own canon of rules. The organelle is a law unto itself, an autonomous holon with its characteristic pattern of structure and function, which it tends to assert, even if the cell around it is dying. The same observations apply to the larger units in the organism. Cells, tissues, nerves, muscles, organs, all have their intrinsic rhythm and pattern, often manifested spontaneously without external stimulation. When the physiologist looks at any organ from above, from the apex of the hierarchy, he sees it as a dependent part. When he looks at it from below, from the level of its constituents, he sees a whole of remarkable self-sufficiency. The heart has its own pacemakers, in fact 3 pacemakers, capable of taking over from each other when the need arises. Other major organs have different types of coordinating centers and self-regulating devices. Their character as autonomous holons is most convincingly demonstrated by culture experiments and spare part surgery. Since Carroll demonstrated in a famous experiment that a strip of tissue from the heart of a chicken embryo will go on beating indefinitely in vitro, we have learnt that whole organs, kidneys, hearts, even brains are capable of continued functioning as quasi-independent wholes when isolated from the organism and supplied with the proper nutrients, or transplanted into another organism. At the time of writing, Russian and American experimenters have succeeded in keeping the brains of dogs and monkeys alive, judged by the brain's electrical activities, in apparatus outside the animal and in transplanting one dog's brain into another live animal's tissues. The Frankensteinian horror of these experiments need not be stressed, and they are only a beginning. Yet spare part surgery has, of course, its beneficial uses, and from a theoretical point of view it is a striking confirmation of the hierarchic concept. It demonstrates, in a rather literal sense, the dissectability of the organism viewed in its bodily aspect into autonomous sub-assemblies which function as wholes in their own right. It also sheds added light on the evolutionary process, on the principles which guided Bios in putting together the sub-assemblies of his watches. The integrative powers of life. Let us go back for a moment to the organelles which operate inside the cell. The mitochondria transform food glucose, fat, proteins into the chemical substance adenosine triphosphate, ADP for short, which all animal cells utilize as fuel. It is the only type of fuel used throughout the animal kingdom to provide the necessary energy for muscle cells, nerve cells, and so on, and there is only this one type of organelle throughout the animal kingdom which produces it. The mitochondria have been called the power plants of all life on Earth. Moreover, each mitochondrion carries not only its set of instructions how to make ADP, but also its own hereditary blueprint, which enables it to reproduce itself independently from the reproduction of the cell as a whole. Until a few years ago, it was thought that the only carriers of heredity were the chromosomes in the nucleus of the cell. At present we know that the mitochondria, and also some other organelles located in the cytoplasm, the fluid surrounding the nucleus, are equipped with their own genetic apparatus, which enables them to reproduce independently. In view of this, it has been suggested that these organelles may have evolved independently from each other at the dawn of life on this planet, but at a later stage had entered into a kind of symbiosis. This plausible hypothesis sounds like another illustration of the watchmaker's parable. We may regard the stepwise building up of complex hierarchies out of simpler holons as a basic manifestation of the integrative tendency of living matter. It seems indeed very likely that the single cell, once considered the atom of life, originated in the coming together of molecular structures which were the primitive forerunners of the organelles, and which had come into existence independently, each endowed with a different characteristic property of life such as self-replication, metabolism, motility. When they entered into symbiotic partnership, the emergent whole, perhaps some ancestral form of amoeba, proved to be an incomparably more stable, versatile, and adaptable entity than a mere summation of the parts would imply. To quote Ruth Sager, life began, I would speculate, with the emergence of a stabilized tripartite system, nucleic acids for replication, a photosynthetic or chemosynthetic system for energy conversion, and protein enzymes to catalyze the two processes. Such a tripartite system could have been the ancestor of chloroplasts and mitochondria, and perhaps of the cell itself. In the course of evolution, these primitive systems might have coalesced into the larger framework of the cell. 2. The hypothesis is in keeping with all we know about that ubiquitous manifestation of the integrative tendency, symbiosis, the varied forms of partnership between organisms. It ranges from the mutually indispensable association of algae and fungi in lichens, to the less intimate but no less vital interdependence of animals, plants, and bacteria in ecological communities, biosynosis. Where different species are involved, the partnership may take the form of commensalism, barnacles traveling on the sides of the whale, or of mutualism, as between flowering plant and pollinating insects, or between ants and aphids, a kind of insect cattle which the ants protect and milk for their secretions in return. Equally varied are the forms of cooperation within the same species, from colonial animals upward. The Portuguese man-of-war is a colony of polyps, each specialized for a particular function, but to decide whether its tentacles, floats and reproductive units are individual animals, or mere organs, is a matter of semantics. Every polyp is a holon, combining the characteristics of independent wholes and dependent parts. The same dilemma confronts us, on a higher turn of the spiral, in the insect societies of ants, bees, termites. Social insects are physically separate entities, but none can survive if separated from its group. Their existence is completely controlled by the interests of the group as a whole. All members of the group are descendants from the same pair of parents, interchangeable and indistinguishable, not only to the human eye but also probably to the insects themselves, which are supposed to recognize members of their group by their smell, but not to discriminate between individuals. Moreover, many social insects exchange their secretions, which form some kind of chemical bond between them. An individual is usually defined as an indivisible, self-contained unit, with a separate, independent existence of its own. But individuals in this absolute sense are nowhere found in nature or society, just as we nowhere find absolute wholes. Instead of separateness and independence, there is cooperation and interdependence, running through the whole gamut, from physical symbiosis to the cohesive bonds of the swarm, hive, shoal, flock, herd, family, society. The picture becomes even more blurred when we consider the criterion of indivisibility. The word individual originally means just that. It is derived from the Latin individuus, as atom is derived from the Greek atomos. But on every level, indivisibility turns out to be a relative affair. Protozoa, sponges, hydra and flatworms can multiply by simple fission or budding, that is, by the breaking up of one individual into two or more, and so on, ad infinitum. As von Bertalanffy wrote, how can we call these creatures individuals when they are in fact dividua, and their multiplication arises precisely from division? Can we insist on calling a hydra or a turbularian flatworm an individual, when these animals can be cut into as many pieces as we like, each capable of growing into a complete organism? The notion of the individual is, biologically, only to be defined as a limiting concept. 3. A flatworm, cut into 6 slices, will actually regenerate a complete individual from each slice within a matter of weeks. If the wheel of rebirth transforms me into a flatworm meeting a similar fate, must I then assume that my immortal soul has split into 6 immortal solons? Christian theologians will find an easy way out of this dilemma by denying that animals have souls, but Hindus and Buddhists take a different view. And secular-minded philosophers, who do not talk about souls, but affirm the existence of a conscious ego, also refuse to draw a boundary line between creatures with and without consciousness. But if we assume that there exists a continuous scale of gradations, from the sentience of primitive creatures, through various degrees of consciousness, to full self-awareness, then the experimental biologist's challenge to the concept of individuality poses a genuine dilemma. The only solution seems to be, see Chapter 14, to get away from the concept of the individual as a monolithic structure, and to replace it by the concept of the individual as an open hierarchy whose apex is forever receding, striving towards a state of complete integration which is never achieved. The regeneration of a complete individual from a small fragment of a primitive animal is an impressive manifestation of the integrative powers of living matter. But there are even more striking examples. Nearly a generation ago, Wilson and Child showed that if the tissues of a living sponge or a hydra are crushed to pulp, passed through a free filter, and the pulp is then poured into water, the dissociated cells will soon begin to associate, to aggregate first into flat sheets, then round up into a sphere, differentiate progressively and end up as adult individuals with characteristic mouth, tentacles, and so forth. Dunbar 4. More recently, P. Weiss and his associates have demonstrated that the developing organs in animal embryos are also capable, just like sponges, of reforming, after having been pulped. Weiss and James cut out bits of tissue from 8 to 14-day-old chick embryos, minced and filtered the tissues through nylon sheets, recompacted them by centrifuging, and transplanted them to the membrane of another growing embryo. After 9 days, the scrambled liver cells had started forming a liver, the kidney cells a kidney, the skin cells to form feathers. More than that, the experimenters were also able to produce normal embryonic kidneys by mincing, pooling and scrambling kidney tissues from several different embryos. The holistic properties of these tissues survived not only disintegration but also fusion. 5. Fusion can even be induced between different species. Thus Spemann combined 2 half-newt embryos in their early, gastrullar stage, one a striped newt, the other a crested newt. The result was a well-formed animal, one side striped, the other crested. Even more spooky are recent experiments by Professor Harris at Oxford, who developed a technique for making human cells fuse with mouse cells. During mitosis, the cell nuclei of man and mouse also fused, and the 2 sets of chromosomes were found to be growing and multiplying quite happily within the same nuclear membrane. Such phenomena, one commentator wrote, will surely affect our concept of organism in some degree. There are obviously sufficient possibilities along these lines to encourage or terrify everyone for some time to come. Pollock 6. In the light of such experimental data, the homely concept of the individual vanishes in the mist. If the crushed and reformed sponge possesses individuality, so does the embryonic kidney. From organelles to organs, from organisms living in symbiosis to societies with more complex forms of interdependence, we nowhere find completely self-contained wholes, only holons, double-faced entities which display the characteristics both of independent units and of interdependent parts. In the previous pages I have emphasized the phenomena of interdependence and partnership, the integrative potential of holons to behave as parts of a more complex whole. The other side of the story reveals, instead of cooperation, competition between the parts of the whole, reflecting the self-assertive tendency of holons on every level. Even plants, which are mostly green and not red in tooth and claw, compete for light, water, and soil. Animal species compete with each other for ecological niches, predator and prey compete for survival, and within each species there is competition for territory, food, mates, and dominance. There is also a less obvious competition between holons within the organism in times of stress, when the exposed or traumatized parts tend to assert themselves to the detriment of the whole. The pathology of hierarchic disorder will be discussed in Part 3. Under normal conditions, however, when the organism or body social is functioning steadily, the integrative and self-assertive tendencies are in a state of dynamic equilibrium symbolized by Janus Patolchius, the opener, with the key in his left hand, and Janus Clusius, the closer, jealous guardian of the gate, with the staff in his right. To sum up, stable inorganic systems, from atoms to galaxies, display hierarchic order. The atom itself, formerly thought of as an indivisible unit, is a holon, and the rules which govern the interactions of subnuclear particles are not the same rules that govern the interactions between atoms as wholes. The living organism is not a mosaic aggregate of elementary physico-chemical processes, but a hierarchy of parts within parts, in which each holon, from the subcellular organelles upward, is a closely integrated structure, equipped with self-regulatory devices, and enjoys a degree of self-government. Transplant surgery and experimental embryology provide striking illustrations for the autonomy of organismic holons. The integrative powers of life are manifested in the phenomena of symbiosis between organelles, in the varied forms of partnership within the same species or between different species, in the phenomena of regeneration, in lower species, of complete individuals from their fragments, in the reformation of scrambled embryonic organs, etc. The self-assertive tendency is equally ubiquitous in the competitive struggle for life. V. Triggers and filters. All the time the guard was looking at her, first through a telescope, then through a microscope, and then through an opera glass. At last he said, "You're traveling the wrong way." Through the looking glass. Triggers. You turn a switch or push a button on a machine, and this simple, effortless gesture releases the coordinated action of hundreds of wheels, pistons, levers, vacuum tubes or what have you. Such trigger mechanisms, where a relatively simple command or signal releases extremely complex, preset action patterns, are a favorite device in biological and social organization. By this means the organism, or body social, is able to reap the full benefits of the autonomous, self-regulating character of its subdivisions, its holons on lower levels. When the cabinet decides to raise the bank rate from 6% to 7%, or to send troops to a trouble spot in the east, the decision is worded in brief, laconic terms, which merely imply, but do not specify, the intricate sequence of actions that will follow. The decision triggers various department heads and experts into activity. These will provide the first set of more specific instructions, and so on, down along the branching hierarchy to the terminal unit's bank clerks or paratroopers. At each step on its downward journey, the signal releases preset action patterns which transform the implicit message into explicit terms, from the general into the particular. We have seen analogous processes at work in the production of articulate speech. The nonverbal, inarticulate intent of conveying a message triggers off the phrase structuring mechanisms, which in turn bring the rules of syntax into play, and so on, down to the spelling out of the individual phonemes. In the performance of manual skills we follow the same procedure. My conscious ego, at the apex of the hierarchy, gives out the laconic order, light cigarette, and leaves it to the lower echelons in my nervous system to fill in the details by sending out a pattern of impulses, which activate subcenters, which control the contractions of single muscles. This spelling out process, from intention to execution, is rather like operating a series of combination locks, on different levels, in descending order. Every holon in the motor hierarchy has, like a government department, its rule-governed patterns for coordinating the motions of limbs, joints, muscles, according to the level which it occupies in the hierarchy. Thus the command light cigarette does not have to specify what each of my finger muscles is supposed to do to strike a match. It merely has to trigger the appropriate centers into action, which will spell out the implicitly coded command in explicit terms by activating their own subunits in the appropriate strategic order, guided by local feedbacks. Generally speaking, a holon on the n level of the hierarchy is represented on the n+1 level as a unit and triggered off as a unit ***, or, to put it differently, the holon is a system of relations which is represented on the next higher level as a unit, i.e., a relatum. Like all our previous generalizations, this, too, is meant to apply to all types of hierarchies including, for instance, the hierarchic sequence of embryonic development. This starts with a rather remarkable kind of trigger action. Pricking the unfertilized egg of a virgin frog with a fine platinum needle is sufficient to initiate the growth of that egg into a normal adult frog. It has been shown that even in higher mammals like rabbits and sheep, simple mechanical or chemical stimuli can produce the same effect. Sexual reproduction is indispensable for creating variety. For mere propagation a simple trigger releaser will do. The trigger is, of course, normally a sperm. The genetic code of the fertilized egg is said to contain the blueprint of the future adult, but it would be more correct to say that it embodies a set of rules or instructions for manufacturing it. The rules are laid down in a chemical code, which comprises 4 letters, A, G, C and T. The initials stand for chemical substances whose long names are irrelevant to our purpose. The words which these letters form on the long spirals of chromosomes in the cell nucleus contain the instructions which the cell has to follow. One of the main tasks of an embryonic cell is the manufacture of proteins required for growth. There are thousands of different proteins, but they are all made of the same building blocks, 20 different kinds of amino acids, put together in different combinations, and each amino acid corresponds to a word of 3 letters in the genetic code. Thus the instructions of the implicit 4-letter alphabet are spelled out in the 20-letter alphabet of amino acids, which provides all the necessary combinations for the thousands of proteins which make an organism. The differentiation of structures and their shaping into form in the growing embryo is a stepwise affair which has been compared to the way a sculptor carves a statue out of a piece of wood, but also to the child's acquisition of articulate and coherent speech. At each successive step, from the fertilized egg to the finished product, the overall instructions contained in the 4-letter alphabet of the genetic code are first roughed in, then sketched in, and finally spelt out in elaborate detail, and each step is initiated by biochemical triggers, enzymes, inducers, hormones, and other catalysts. How to build a nest. I shall have more to say about hierarchic order in embryonic development in Chapter 9. For the moment let us turn to the instinctive activities of the adult animal. The growing organism is governed by its genetic code. In the adult organism a different type of code takes over, located in the nervous system. It incorporates the fixed rules of the game which control the stereotyped rituals of courting, mating, dueling, and the much more flexible skills of building nests, hives or webs. Each of these skills can again be hierarchically dissected into sub-skills, that is, functional holons, down to the level of fixed action patterns, to use Konrad Lorentz' term. In all these activities the trigger principle plays a dominant and conspicuous role. The triggers are certain stimulus patterns in the environment, sights, smells, sounds, which the ethologist calls releasers or sign releasers. Thus, for instance, the nuptial colors of the stickleback, a freshwater fish, are blue eyes and a red underbelly, and any object, regardless of its shape, that is red underneath, when brought near the territory of a male stickleback will act as a releaser for attack. The stickleback has 5 different methods of threatening and attacking, each triggered by a slightly different releaser. Similarly, animal species which engage in ritual tournaments where the adversary acknowledging defeat is spared have each a limited repertory of fighting moves, rather like the lunges, thrusts, and ripostes of fencers. Most activities which we call instinctive are in fact partly acquired, or modified, by early learning. W.H. Thorpe has made a detailed analysis of the functional holons which enter into the nest-building activity of the long-tailed tit. He enumerated 14 different action patterns, such as searching and collecting building materials, weaving, pressing, trampling, lining, etc., each of them consisting of simpler patterns, and triggered by at least 18 different releasers. Instead of endlessly watching rats endlessly pressing the bar in the Skinner box, students of psychology would be well advised to study Thorpe's description, of which the following is a much abbreviated version. The tit uses 4 different building materials: moss, spider's silk, lichens, and feathers, each of which has a different function and requires a different kind of skilled manipulation. The activity starts with the search for a convenient site, a branch which forks in the right way. When the site is found, moss is collected and placed on the fork. Most of it falls off, but the bird persists until a few pieces have stuck. When this stage is reached, the bird switches from collecting moss to collecting spider's silk, which is rubbed on the moss until it sticks, then stretched and used for binding. These activities continue until a platform has taken shape. Now the bird switches back to moss and starts constructing the cup around it, fast by sidewise weaving, later by vertical weaving in a sitting position, steadily rotating its body as the curved rim of the cup begins to take shape. At this stage, new action patterns make their appearance: breast pressing and trampling with the feet. When the cup is about 1/3 complete, the bird starts collecting the 3rd building material, lichens. These are used to cover the outside only of the nest, by stretching out over the rim from inside the nest and by hanging on the outside in various more or less acrobatic attitudes. When the cup is about 2/3 completed, the building routine is changed in such a way as to leave a neat entrance hole at the most convenient point of approach. The wall around the hole is strengthened, the dome of the nest completed, and now the furnishing can begin, using the 4th building material, feathers. Thorpe comments, "So much for simplicity. But perhaps the most significant point of all is the evidence provided that the bird must have some conception of what the completed nest should look like, and some sort of conception that the addition of a piece of moss or lichen here and here will be a step towards the ideal pattern, and that other pieces there and there would detract from it. Its actions are directional and it knows when to stop. 1. By comparing this description with Watson's description of how Patu makes a gown, has he a picture in his mind? He has not. Or with Skinner's method of conditioning pigeons, one gets an idea of the contrast between the flat earth view of behaviorism and living reality. Where, for instance, is the indispensable reinforcement, the stick and the carrot which, according to the behaviorist, would be required at each step to make the bird persist in activities that include 13 different types of construction jobs. And yet the tit persists, without any reward, until it has finished the nest. And how could it be maintained that the tit is controlled by the contingencies of the environment when it has to search the environment, now for moss, now for spider's silk, now for lichen and feathers, yet, however varied the contingencies of environment, it succeeds in building the same kind of nest? Or, take as another example, the common spider, who will suspend its web from 3, 4, or more points of attachment, according to the lie of the land, but will always arrive at the same familiar symmetrical pattern, where the radial threads bisect the laterals at equal angles, according to the fixed canon of rules which controls its activities. How to apply these rules to a particular environment, whether to make a pentagonal or hexagonal web, is a matter of flexible strategy. All instinctive activities consist of hierarchies of subskills. In the spider's case, the judging of angles and weaving of the thread controlled by fixed rules and guided by adaptable strategies. It is this dual characteristic which justifies us in calling a subskill a functional holon. As such, it also has the various other characteristics of holons previously discussed. A skill can be exercised in the service of some larger activity and as part of it, but virtually any skill can also become a habit which brooks no interference and may be pursued for its own sake. In the first case, the functional holon serves the integration of behavior. In the second case, it can display very marked self-assertive tendencies, the proverbial stubbornness of habits. Whatever clever strategies you use to disguise your handwriting, you cannot fool the expert and get away with it in court. The same goes for your gait, accent of speech, the use of favorite turns of phrase. Habits are behavioral holons, governed by rules which mostly operate unconsciously. Taken together, they constitute what we call personality or style. But each holon also has a margin of strategic choices, and that margin of choice increases in ascending order with the increasing complexity of higher levels. And if we ask what determines the conscious choices at the apex, we again find ourselves in a regressing series. Filters. So far we have been concerned with output, the spelling out of intent into action, including the intent of the fertilized egg to grow into an adult, and of a fertile idea to grow into articulate language. Before we turn to the input side, sensations and perceptions, it might be useful to revert for a moment to the analogy of a military operation in old-fashioned, classical warfare. The general in command issues an order which contains the plan of action in broad outlines. This is transmitted from divisional headquarters to brigade headquarters to battalion headquarters, and so on. At each successive echelon in the hierarchy, the plan is more elaborated until the last detail is filled in. The reverse process takes place in collecting information about the movements of the enemy and the lie of the land. The data are collected on the lowest, local levels by patrols reconnoitering the terrain. They are then stripped of irrelevant detail, condensed, filtered and combined with data from other sources at each higher echelon, as the stream of information flows upward along converging branches of the hierarchy. Here we have a very simplified model of the working of the sensory-motor nervous system. On the motor side, we had a series of triggers. On the perceptual side we have instead a series of filters or scanners, through which the vital input traffic must pass on its ascent from sense organ to cerebral cortex. Their function is to analyze, decode, classify and abstract the information that the stream carries, until the chaotic multitude of sensations, which constantly bombard the senses, is transformed into meaningful messages. Of most of these input processing activities we are blissfully unaware. They are performed by a whole hierarchy of processing agencies built into the apparatus of perception. On the lowest level, there is the screening, or filtering out, of sensations that are irrelevant to the activity in hand or the mood of the moment. One is normally not aware of the pressure of the chair against one's backside, nor of the contact between skin and clothing. The eye and the ear are also equipped with such selective screening contrivances, lateral inhibition, habituation, etc. The next stage in processing is very striking once one starts thinking about it. If you hold the index finger of the right hand 10 inches, the same finger of the left hand 20 inches, in front of your eyes, you see them as being of equal size, although the image on the retina of one is twice as large as the other. People moving about in a room do not seem to shrink or grow in size as they should because we know that their size remains constant, and this knowledge somehow interferes with the visual input at some level of the nervous system, and falsities it in the noble cause of making it conform to reality. The photographic lens has no such built-in mechanism. It will honestly show the left index finger twice as large as the right, and a sunbathing girl's foot stretched out towards the camera as a case of elephantiasis. Even our elementary perceptions, wrote Bartlett, are inferential constructs too, but the inferential process functions on unconscious levels of the hierarchy. The tendency to see a familiar object as of its actual size, regardless of distance, is called by psychologists the size constancy phenomenon. Not only the size but also the color and shape of the retinal image of a moving object is all the time changing with its distance, illumination, and angle of vision, yet we are mostly unaware of these changes. Accordingly, to the phenomenon of size constancy we have to add those of color and shape constancy. The constancies are only a part of our repertory of perceptual skills, which form the grammar of vision, and provide the rules of the game that enable us to make sense out of the ever-changing mosaic of our sensations. Though they operate automatically and unconsciously, they can be modified by learning. When a subject in a psychological laboratory puts on inverting glasses which turn the world, including his own body, upside down, he is at first completely lost, unable to walk, and may also feel seasick. After a few days of constantly wearing the glasses he readjusts himself to living in a visually upside-down world. The adjustment requires at first great conscious effort, but in the end the subject seems hardly aware that the world is upside down. The retinal image remains inverted, and so of course is its projection in the brain, but his mental image, there is no other word for it, is now the right way up, and when at this stage the glasses are taken off, it takes him some time to readjust to normality. This is a simplified account of a somewhat controversial subject. For details, see, for instance, Gregory III and Kottenhoff. For our perceptual habits are as stubborn as our motor habits. It is as difficult to alter our way of seeing the world as it is to alter our signature or accent of speech. Each habit is governed by its own canon of rules. The mechanisms which determine our vision and hearing are part of our perceptual equipment, but operate as quasi-independent functional holons, hierarchically ordered along the entwined trees of the nervous system. The next step upward in the hierarchy leads to the baffling phenomena of pattern recognition, or, to put it differently, to the question how we abstract and recognize universals. When you listen to a gramophone record of an opera with, say, 50 instruments in the orchestra and 4 voices singing, and then look at the record with a magnifying glass, the whole magic is reduced to the single wavy, spiral curve of the groove. This poses a problem similar to that of how we interpret language, cf. Chapter 2. The airwaves, too, which carry the opera into the ear, have only a single variable, variations of pressure in time. The individual instruments and voices have all been superimposed on each other, violin, flute, soprano, and what have you, have been scrambled together into an acoustic porridge, and the mixture threaded out into a kind of long noodle, a single modulation pulse which makes the eardrum vibrate faster and slower with varying intensity. These vibrations are broken down in the inner ear into a sequence of pure tones, and that sequence is all that is transmitted to the brain. Any information regarding the individual instruments whose production has gone into the porridge seems to be irretrievably lost. Yet as we listen, we do not hear a succession of pure tones, we hear an ensemble of instruments and voices, each with its characteristic timbre. How this dismantling and reassembling operation is performed we understand only very imperfectly to date, and no textbook of psychology seems to deem the matter worthy of discussion. But we know at least that the timbre of an instrument is determined by the series of partials which accompany the fundamental, and by the energy distribution among them. Together they provide the characteristic tonal spectrum of the instrument in question. We identify the sound of a violin or flute by reconstructing this spectrum, that is, by picking out and bracketing together its partials, which were drowned among thousands of other partials in the composite air pulse. In other words, we abstract a stable pattern from the acoustic flux, we fish out of it the timbre of the flute and of course the timbres of a number of other instruments. These are the listener's stable auditory holons. They in turn combine, on the higher levels of the hierarchy, into patterns of melody, harmony, counterpoint, according to more complex rules of the game. Melody, for instance, is a pattern quite different from timbre, extracted from the same medley of sounds by tracing different variables, rhythm and pitch. See the Act of Creation, pages 516 ff. Melody, timbre, counterpoint, are patterns in time as phonemes, words and phrases are patterns in time. None of them makes sense musical, linguistic, semantic sense if considered as a linear chain of elementary units. The message of the air pressure pulses can only be decoded by identifying the wheels within wheels, the simpler patterns integrated into more complex patterns like arabesques in an oriental carpet. The process, as already mentioned, is made to appear more mysterious by the fact that time has only a single dimension. But a single variable is sufficient to encode all music ever written, provided there is a human nervous system to decode it. Without it, the vibrations caused by the gramophone needle are just so much moving air. However, the recognition of patterns in space presents a no less difficult problem. How does one recognize a face, a landscape, a printed word, at a glance? Even the identification of a single letter, written by various hands, in various sizes, and appearing in various positions on the retina, and hence on the optical cortex, presents an almost intractable problem for the physiologist. In order to identify the input, the brain must activate some memory trace, but we cannot have memory traces which match all and every conceivable variation of writing the letter /f/ not to mention several thousand ideograms, if one happened to be Chinese. Some very complex scanning process must be involved which first identifies characteristic simpler features in the complex whole, visual holons like loops, triangles, etc., then abstracts the relations between these features, and then the relations between the relations. Our eyes are in fact constantly engaged in a variety of different types of scanning motions, of which we are unaware, and experiments show that when scanning activities are prevented, the visual field disintegrates. Scanning the visual field means translating what is simultaneously given in space into a succession of impulses in time, as the TV camera transcribes its visual field into a succession of impulses in time, which are then retranslated by the receiving set into the image on the screen. And vice versa, when we listen to speech or music, the nervous system extracts patterns in time by bracketing together the present with the reverberations of the immediate past, and with memories of the distant past, into one complex process occurring in the specious present in the three-dimensional brain. It constantly transposes temporal into spatial patterns, and spatial events into temporal sequences. In Lashley's classic dictum, spatial and temporal order appear to be almost completely interchangeable in cerebral action. 5. Thus at the series of relay stations through which the input stream must pass, it is subjected to filtering, scanning, and analyzing processes, which strip it of irrelevancies, extract stable configurations from the flux of sensations, analyze and identify patterns of events in space and time. A decisive stage is the transition from the perceptual to the cognitive levels of the hierarchy, from sight and sound to meaning. The sounds of the syllables /few /and /land/ mean nothing. They are nonsense syllables, unrelated to each other. But a relation instantly emerges when we learn that /few/ means boy in Hungarian, and /land/ means girl. Once we have invested the sound of a syllable with meaning, it cannot be divested of it. The meaning we attach to these sound patterns is agreed by the conventions of language. But man has an irrepressible tendency to read meaning into the buzzing confusion of sights and sounds impinging on his senses, and where no agreed meaning can be found, he will provide it out of his own imagination. He sees a camel in the cloud, a face hidden in the foliage of a tree, a butterfly, or an anatomical detail in the ink blot of the Rorschach test. He hears messages conveyed by the booming of the church bells or the rattling of carriage wheels. The sensorium extracts meaning from the chaotic environment as the digestive system extracts energy from food. If we look at a Byzantine mosaic floor, we do not perceive it as an assembly of individual stone fragments, we automatically combine the fragments into sub-assemblies: ears, noses, draperies, and these sub-assemblies into individual figures, and these into a composite whole. And when the artist draws a human face, he follows the reverse procedure. He first roughs in the outline of the whole, then sketches in eyes, mouth, ears, as quasi-independent substructures, perceptual holons which can be schematized according to certain tricks and formulae. The hierarchic principle is inherent in our modes of perception, but it can be refined by learning and practice. When an art student acquires an elementary knowledge of anatomy, it improves not the skill of his fingers, but the skill of his eye. Constable made a study of the various types of cloud formation and classified them into categories. He developed a visual cloud vocabulary which enabled him to see and paint skies as nobody had done before. The trained eye of the bacteriologist or of the X-ray specialist enables him to identify the objects he is looking for, where the layman only sees shadowy blurs. If nature abhors the void, the mind abhors what is meaningless. Show a person an ink blot, and he will start at once to organize it into a hierarchy of shapes, tentacles, wheels, masks, a dance of figures. When the Babylonians began to chart the stars, they first of all grouped them together into constellations of lions, virgins, archers, and scorpions, shaped them into sub-assemblies, celestial holons. The first calendar makers wove the linear thread of time into the hierarchic pattern of solar days, lunar months, stellar years, Olympic cycles. Similarly, the Greek astronomers broke up homogeneous space into the hierarchy of the 8 heavenly spheres, each equipped with its clockwork of epicycles. We cannot help interpreting nature as an organization of parts within parts, because all living matter and all stable inorganic systems have a part within part architecture, which lends them articulation, coherence, and stability, and where the structure is not inherent or discernible, the mind provides it by projecting butterflies into the ink blot and camels into the clouds. To sum up, in motor hierarchies an implicit intention or generalized command is particularized, spelled out, step by step, in its descent to the periphery. In the perceptual hierarchy we have the opposite process. The input of the receptor organs on the organism's periphery is more and more departicularized, stripped of irrelevancies during its ascent to the center. The output hierarchy concretizes, the input hierarchy abstracts. The former operates by means of triggering devices, the latter by means of filtering or scanning devices. When I intend to write the letter R, a trigger activates a functional holon, an automatized pattern of muscle contractions which produces the letter R in my particular handwriting. When I read, a scanning device in my visual cortex identifies the letter R regardless of the particular hand that wrote it. Triggers release complex outputs by means of a simple coded signal. Scanners function the opposite way, they convert complex inputs into a simple coded signal. 6. A memory for forgetting. Mais ou sont les neiges d'Anton? François Villon. I've a grand memory for forgetting, David, remarks Alan Breck in Kidnapped. He speaks for all of us. Our fond memories are the dregs left in the wineglass, the dehydrated sediments of perceptions whose flavor has gone. I hasten to add that there are of course exceptions to this, memories of almost hallucinatory vividness of scenes or episodes which have some special emotional significance. I shall call this the vivid fragment or picture strip type of memory as distinct from abstractive memory and come back to it later in this chapter. Abstractive memory. The bulk of what we are able to remember of our own life history, and of the knowledge we have acquired in its course, is of the abstractive type. Take a simple example: you watch a television play. The exact words of each actor are forgotten by the time he speaks his next line, and only the meaning remains. The next morning you only remember the sequence of scenes which constituted the story. After a year you only remember that it was about a tangle between two men and a woman on a desert island. The original input has been stripped, skeletonized. Similarly with books one has read, and episodes one has lived through. As time passes, memory is more and more reduced to an outline, a condensed abstract of the original experience. The play you saw a month ago has been abstracted by a series of steps, each of which condenses particulars into more generalized schemata. It has been reduced to a formula. The playwright's imagination made an idea branch out into a structure divided into 3 acts, each divided into scenes, each consisting of smaller divisions, exchanges, phrases, words. Memory formation reverses the process, makes the tree gradually shrink back into its roots, as in a trick film played backward. The word abstract has, in common usage, 2 main connotations. It is the opposite of concrete in the sense that it refers to a general concept rather than a particular instance, and in the second place, an abstract is a summary or condensation of the essence of a longer document, SNCH, as civil servants prepare for their superiors. Memory is abstractive in both senses. This is, as I have already said, not the full story. If it were, we should be computers, not people. But for the moment let us consider this abstractive mechanism a little further. Memory formation is a process continuous with perception. It has been said that if a visitor wanted to see Stalin, he had to pass through 17 gates, from the outer Kremlin gates to the door of the innermost sanctum, and at each successive gate he was submitted to a more thorough screening. We have seen that the sensory intake is subjected to a similar scrutiny before being admitted to awareness. At every gateway of the perceptual hierarchy it is analyzed, classified, stripped of all detail that is irrelevant for the purpose in hand. We recognize the letter R written in an almost illegible scrawl as the same thing as a huge printed R in a newspaper headline, by a scanning process which disregards all details as irrelevant and only retains the basic geometrical R design, the R-ness of the R as worth signaling to higher quarters. The signal can then be encoded in a kind of simple Morse. It contains all the information that matters. It's an R in condensed, skeletonized form, but the wealth of detail is of course lost. The scanning process is indeed the exact reverse of the triggering process. Even those few among the multitude of stimuli constantly impinging on our senses, which have successfully passed all screenings and thus achieved the status of a consciously perceived event, must usually submit to a further rigorous stripping before deemed worthy to be admitted to permanent memory storage, and with the passing of time even this skeletonized abstract is subject to further decay. Anybody who tries to write a detailed chronicle of his doings during the week before last must be painfully surprised at the rate of decay, and the amount of detail irretrievably lost. This impoverishment of lived experience is unavoidable. It is partly a matter of parsimony, although the storage capacity of the brain is probably much greater than most people make use of in their lifetime, but the decisive factor is that the processes of generalization and abstraction imply by definition the sacrifice of particulars. And if, instead of abstracting universals like R or tree or dog, memory were a collection of all our particular experiences of RS and trees and dogs, a store of lantern slides and tape recordings, it would be completely useless, since no sensory input can be identical in all respects with any stored slide or recording. We would never be able to identify an R or recognize a dog or understand a spoken sentence. We could not even find our way through that immense store of particularized items. Abstractive memory, on the other hand, implies a system of stored knowledge, hierarchically ordered with headings, subheadings, and cross-references like the entries in a thesaurus or the subject catalogue of a library. Some volume may have got into the wrong place, and some flashy jacket designs might stick out and catch the eye, but on the whole the order holds. A speculative view. Fortunately, there are compensations for the unavoidable impoverishment of lived experience in the abstractive process. In the first place, the scanning process can acquire a higher degree of sophistication through learning and experience. To the novice, all red wines taste alike, and all Japanese males look the same. But he can train himself to superimpose more delicate scanners on the coarser ones, as Constable trained himself to discriminate between diverse types of clouds, and classified them into subcategories. Thus we learn to abstract finer and finer nuances to make the perceptual hierarchy grow new twigs, as it were. In the second place, memory is not based on a single abstractive hierarchy, but on a variety of interlocking hierarchies such as those of vision, taste, and hearing. It is like a forest of separate trees but with entwined branches, or like our library catalog with cross-references between different subjects. Thus the recognition of a taste is often dependent on cues provided by smell, though we may not be aware of it. But there are more subtle cross-connections. You can recognize a tune played on a violin although you have previously only heard it played on the piano. On the other hand, you can recognize the sound of a violin, although the last time a quite different tune was played on it. We must therefore assume that melody and timbre have been abstracted and stored independently by separate hierarchies within the same sense modality, but with different criteria of relevance. One abstracts melody and filters out everything else as irrelevant, the other abstracts the timbre of the instrument and treats melody as irrelevant. Thus not all the details discarded in the process of stripping the input are irretrievably lost, because details stripped off as irrelevant according to the criteria of one hierarchy may have been retained and stored by another hierarchy with different criteria of relevance. The recall of the experience would then be made possible by the cooperation of several interlocking hierarchies, which may include different sense modalities, for instance sight and sound, or different branches within the same modality. Each by itself would provide one aspect only of the original experience, a drastic impoverishment. Thus you may remember the words only of the aria "Your tiny hand is frozen," but have lost the melody. Or you may remember the melody only, having forgotten the words. Finally, you may recognize Caruso's voice on a gramophone record, without remembering what you last heard him sing. But if two or all three of these factors are represented in the memory store, the reconstruction of the experience in recall will of course be more complete. The process could be compared to multicolor printing by the superimposition of several color blocks. The painting to be reproduced, the original experience, is photographed through different color filters on blue, red, and yellow plates, each of which retains only those features that are relevant to it, i.e., those which appear in its own color, and ignores all other features. Then they are recombined into a more or less faithful reconstruction of the original input. Each hierarchy would then have a different color attached to it, the color symbolizing its criteria of relevance. Which memory-forming hierarchies will be active at any given time depends, of course, on the subject's general interests and momentary state of mind. Memory cannot be a store of lantern slides and tape recordings, nor of SR building blocks, so much is evident. But the alternative hypothesis which I have suggested, that memory is dissectable into hierarchies with different criteria of relevance, is, frankly, speculative. However, some modest evidence for it can be found in a series of experiments which James Jenkins and I carried out in the psychological laboratory at Stanford University. **** The results were published in a technical paper 1. The gist of the experiment was to show to each subject for a fraction of a second only, by means of an apparatus called a tachistoscope, a number of 8 or 9 digits, and then let him try to repeat the sequence. The results of several hundred experiments show that a highly significant number of errors, approximately 50%, consisted in the subject correctly identifying all numbers in the sequence, but inverting the order of 2 or 3 neighboring digits. This seems to confirm that the identification of individual digits, and the determination of their sequential order, are carried out by separate branches of the perceptual hierarchy. 2 types of memory. The color printing hypothesis goes some way towards explaining the puzzling phenomena of recall, but it is based solely on the abstractive type of memory, which alone cannot account for the extreme vividness of the vivid fragments or picture strips mentioned at the beginning of this chapter. After some 40 years, I can still hear the voice of the great Austrian actor, Alexander Moisey, whispering the last words of a dying man, "Give me the Sunday." I have forgotten what the play was about, even its author it may have been Strindberg, Ibsen, or Tolstoy, except for the hallucinatory clarity of that one fragment, torn from its context. Such fragments that have survived the decay of the whole to which they once belonged, like the single lock of hair on the mummy of an Egyptian princess, have an uncanny evocative power. They may be auditory, a line from an otherwise forgotten poem, or a chance remark by a stranger overheard on a bus, or visual, a gesture of a child, a mole on a schoolmaster's face, or even refer to taste and smell, like Proust's celebrated Madeleine, a French pastry, not a girl. There exists a method of retention which seems to be the opposite of memory formation in abstractive hierarchies. It is characterized by the preservation of vivid details, which, from a purely logical point of view, are often irrelevant, and yet these quasi-cinematographic details, picture strips or close-ups, which seem to contradict the demands of parsimony, are both enduring and strikingly sharp, and add texture and flavor to memory. 2. But if these fragments are so irrelevant, why have they been preserved? The obvious answer is that while irrelevant from the point of view of logic, they must have some special emotive significance which may be conscious or not. Indeed, such vivid fragments are usually described as striking, evocative, nostalgic, frightening, or moving. In a word, they are always emotionally colored. Thus, among the criteria of relevance which decide whether an experience is worth preserving, we have also to include emotional relevance. The reason why a particular experience should have this kind of relevance may be unknown to the subject himself, it may be symbolic or oblique. Nobody, not even a computer theorist, thinks all the time in terms of abstractive hierarchies. Emotion colors all our perceptions, and there is abundant evidence to show that emotional reactions also involve a hierarchy of levels, including some ancient structures in the brain which are phylogenetically much older than the modern structures concerned with abstract conceptualizations. See Chapter 16. One might speculate that in the formation of picture strip memories these older, primitive levels in the hierarchy play a dominant part. There are some further considerations in favor of such a hypothesis. Abstractive memory generalizes and schematizes, while the picture strip particularizes and concretizes, which is a much more primitive method of storing information. The term information in modern communication theory is used in a more general sense than in common parlance. It means any input which informs the organism, i.e., reduces its uncertainty. Thus, information includes anything from the color and taste of an apple to the Ninth Symphony of Beethoven. Irrelevant inputs, i.e., those which do not reduce uncertainty, convey no information and are called noise, on the analogy of a noisy telephone line. Abstractive memory may be compared with insightful learning, the picture strip with conditioning. It may also be related to so-called eidetic images. It has been experimentally established that a considerable percentage of children have this faculty. The child is told to fixate his eyes on a picture for about 15 seconds, and is afterwards able to see it projected on an empty screen, to point out the exact location of each detail, its color, etc. Eidetic images occupy an intermediary position between retinal after images and what we commonly call memory images. Kluver speaks of these three types or levels of visual memory, and seems to imply that they are hierarchically ordered. Unlike after images, eidetic images can be produced at will, and after long intervals, even years. They are like hallucinations, except that the child knows that the picture he sees is not real. But though quite common in children, eidetic memory fades with the onset of puberty and is rare among adults. Children live in a world of vivid imagery. The eidetic child's way of imprinting pictures on the mind may represent a phylogenetically and ontogenetically earlier form of memory formation which is lost when abstractive, conceptual thinking becomes dominant. Images and schemata. Leaving eidetics and picture strips aside, when normal adults talk about their memory images and assert that they can literally see a remembered scene or face in their mind's eye, they are usually victims of a subbed form of self-deception. One way of showing this is the Binet-Muller test. The subject is asked to concentrate on a letter square of, say, 5 rows of 5 letters each, until he thinks that he has formed a visual image of the square which he can see in his mind's eye. When the square is taken away, he can in fact fluently read out the letters, or so he thinks. But when asked to read the square back to front or diagonally, he will take up to 10 times longer. He honestly believes that he has formed a visual image, whereas in fact he has learned the sequence by rote. If he could really see the square, he could read it in all directions with equal speed and ease. This fallacy has been known for a long time. One of the earliest students of the subject, Richard Seaman, who coined the word mneme for memory, wrote half a century ago that visual recall renders only the strongest lights and shadows. In fact, even shadows are usually absent from visual memories, and all but the crudest shades of color. An image is defined as a revived sense experience in the absence of sensory stimulation but since most details of the experience were lost in the filtering process of memory formation, our visual images are much vaguer and sketchier than we are wont to believe. They are skeletonized visual generalizations, outlines, patterns, schemata abstracted from the original output by several interlocking visual hierarchies, much as the melody, the timbre of voice and the words are extracted from the Caruso aria. We use various, often confusing, words for these optic schemata, confusing because visual configurations are not easily translated into verbal terms. Yet the caricaturist can evoke the face of Hitler or Mao by a surprisingly few strokes, which schematize what we call a general impression, adding perhaps a vivid detail, by sticking a cigar in Churchill's mouth. When we try to describe a person's face, we use expressions like bony, humorous, brutal, sad. Verbally, each of these attributes is extremely difficult to define. Visually, they are generalizations stripped of detail, but each definable by a few strokes of a pencil. They are perceptual holons. Recognizing a person does not mean matching his retinal image against a lantern slide in the memory store containing his photographic likeness. It means subjecting the input to a hierarchy of scanning devices which extract from it certain basic configurations, the harnesses, so to speak. Several perceptual hierarchies may collaborate in the task. A face, or a landscape, may have a melody, a timbre, a message and several other attributes. My attitude to the person or landscape will determine which aspects are to be considered as relevant, to be abstracted and stored, and which to be filtered out. For purposes of recognition, the melody alone may be sufficient. But the recall of the face in its absence will be the more complete the more branches of the perceptual hierarchy have participated in retaining it. The richer the network connecting them, the more effectively it will compensate for the impoverishment of experience in the process of storing it. The outstanding memories which some great men are said to have possessed may be due to this multidimensional way of analyzing and storing experiences. *** In the language of the information theorist, when information is put in outline form, it is easy to include information about the relations among the major parts and information about the internal relations of parts in each of the sub-outlines. Detailed information about the relations of subparts belonging to different parts has no place in the outline and is likely to be lost. The loss of such information and the preservation mainly of information about hierarchic order is a salient characteristic that distinguishes the drawings of a child or someone untrained in representation from the drawing of a trained artist. Simon 5. But for the great majority of people, recall is much less of a pictorial nature than they believe. See the experiment with the letter square. We overestimate the precision of our imagery, as we overestimate the precision of our verbal thinking. Quite often we think that we know exactly what we want to say, but when it comes to putting it on paper, we are unaware of the blurs and gaps in our verbal thinking, as we are unaware of the missing detail, the empty spaces between the visual schemata. Learning by rote. The dullest sort of memory, which I have not mentioned so far, consists of word sequences which have been learned by rote. But even here we find hierarchic order. The items memorized are not single elementary bits, but larger holons which tend to form patterns. A poem learned by heart is given coherence by patterns of rhyme, rhythm, syntax, and meaning, superimposed on each other on the color print principle. The job of memorizing is thus reduced to fitting the patterns together and filling in the gaps they leave. The same applies to learning a piano sonata, where the structure of the musical holons, the architecture of movements, of themes and variations, development and recapitulation, rhythm and harmony is equally obvious. Where the data to be stored show no apparent cohesion, as in the case of memorizing the dates of battles and reigns, or a string of nonsense syllables, all sorts of mnemonic devices or jingles will be invented to provide some structural pattern. Thus even rote learning is never purely mechanical. A certain amount of stamping in by repetition is often indispensable to provide cohesion. How much stamping in is needed depends on the meaningfulness of the task, and on the subject's capacity for comprehending it. At one extreme there is the dog in the Pavlovian laboratory, who needs days or weeks of monotonously repeated experiences to cotton on to the fact that the figure of an ellipse shown on a cardboard signals food, but a circle does not. No wonder, for outside the laboratory, food is not signaled by ellipses on cardboards, and the dog's perceptual hierarchies are not attuned to treating them as relevant events. Similar considerations apply to Thorndike's cats in puzzle boxes and Skinner's pigeons. They are all given tasks to learn for which they lack the native equipment, and which they can only learn by stamping in. To proclaim this procedure to be the paradigm of human learning was one of the grotesque aberrations of flat earth psychology. **** For a more detailed discussion, see The Act of Creation, Book 2, Chapter 12. Gestalt theorists, on the other hand, are inclined to equally extreme views of the opposite kind. They would maintain that true insightful learning excludes all trial and error and is based on a total understanding of the total situation. In the present theory, insight and understanding are regarded as matters of degree, and not, as the Gestalt school holds, an all-or-nothing affair. Insight depends on the multidimensional analysis of the input in its various aspects, on extracting relevant messages from irrelevant noise, identifying patterns in the mosaic until it has become saturated, as it were, with meaning. To sum up, we must assume the existence of multiple, interlocking hierarchies of perception which provide the multidimensionality or multicoloration of experience. In the process of storing memories, each hierarchy strips down the input to bare essentials, according to its own criteria of significance. Recalling the experience requires dressing it up again. This is made possible, up to a point, by the cooperation of the hierarchies concerned, each of which contributes those factors which it has deemed worth preserving. The process is comparable to the superimposition of color plates in printing or of the wallpaper maker's several stencils. Added to this are touches of vivid detail, perhaps fragments of eidetic imagery, which carry a strong emotive charge, and the result is a kind of collage, with glass eyes and a strand of genuine hair stuck onto the hazy schematized figure. It may also happen that fragments of different origin are mistakenly incorporated into the collage included in the recall of experiences to which they do not belong. For memory is a vast archive of abstracts and curios, which are all the time being rearranged and revalued by the archivist. The past is constantly being remade by the present. But most of the making and remaking is not consciously experienced. The canons of perception and memory operate instantaneously and unconsciously. We are always playing games without awareness of the rules. 7. The helmsman. The human being is the highest self-regulating system. Ivan Petrovich Pavlov. I have used the terms interlocking or interlacing hierarchies. Of course, hierarchies do not operate in a vacuum. The liver is part of the digestive, the heart of the circulatory system, but the heart is dependent on the glucose which the liver provides, and the liver depends on the correct functioning of the heart. This truism of the interdependence of the various processes in an organism is probably the main cause of the confusion which has obscured from view its hierarchic structure. It is as if the sight of the foliage of entwined branches in a dense forest made us forget that the branches originate in separate trees. The trees are vertical structures. The meeting points of branches from neighboring trees form horizontal networks at several levels. Without the trees there could be no entwining, and no network. Without the network each tree would be isolated and there would be no integration of functions. Arborization and reticulation, from reticulum equals net, seem to be complementary principles in the architecture of organisms. To get a possible misunderstanding out of the way, I must insert here a rather obvious remark. A forest consists of a multitude of trees. A living organism is an integrated whole, a single tree. And yet I have been talking of perceptual and motor hierarchies as if they were separate entities. In fact, of course, they are merely main branches on the same tree, or sub-hierarchies. But to call them that would be unnecessarily pedantic, as each branch of a hierarchy is itself hierarchically structured. Thus it is often convenient to regard the Foreign Office and the War Office as separate hierarchies, although they are branches of government joined at cabinet level. Sensory-motor routines. The most obvious example of interlocking hierarchies is the sensory-motor system. The sensory hierarchy processes information and transmits it in a steady flow to the conscious ego at the apex. The ego makes decisions which are spelled out by the downward stream of impulses in the motor hierarchy. But the apex is not the only point of contact between the two systems, they are connected by entwining networks on various levels. The network on the lowest level consists of so-called local reflexes. They are shortcuts between the ascending and descending flow, like loops connecting the opposite traffic streams on a motor highway, routine reactions to routine types of stimuli, like the knee jerk, which do not require the intervention of higher mental processes. The level to which decision-making is referred depends on the complexity of the situation. The knee jerk, or the blink reflex, is usually completed before the stimulus has reached awareness. One of the fundamental errors of the crude Watsonian brand of behaviorism was the assumption that complex activities result from the summation of isolated local reflexes. We now know that the opposite is true, that local reflexes are the last to make their appearance in the development of the nervous system in the embryo. Behavior develops in man by the expansion of a total pattern that is integrated as a whole from the beginning, and by individuation of partial patterns, reflexes, within the unitary whole, Coghill 1. Moreover, reflexes are influenced by higher levels of the hierarchy, even the knee reflex goes haywire if the patient knows what the doctor is up to. Human behavior is not a succession of knee jerks and eye blinks, and any attempt to reduce it to these terms leads again to flat earth psychology. On the next higher level are the networks of sensory motor skills and habits such as touch typing or driving a car, which are performed more or less mechanically, and do not require the attention of the highest centers unless some disturbance throws them out of gear. Driving a car is a routine which includes, among its rules of the game, stepping on the brake pedal when there is an obstacle ahead. But on an icy road braking can be a risky affair, the steering wheel has a different feel, and the whole strategy of driving must be altered, transposed into a different key, as it were. After a while this, too, may become a semi-automatic routine, but let a little dog amble across the icy road in front of the driver, and he will have to make a top-level decision whether to slam down the brake, risking the safety of his passengers, or run over the dog. And if, instead of a dog, the jaywalker is a child, he will probably resort to the brake, whatever the outcome. It is at this level, when the pros and cons are equally balanced, that the subjective experience of freedom and moral responsibility arises. Feedbacks and homeostasis. But the ordinary routines of existence do not require such moral decisions, and not even much conscious attention. The physiological processes, breathing, digestion, etc., look after themselves, they are self-regulating. And so are most routine activities, walking, bicycling, driving a car. The principle of self-regulation is in fact fundamental to the hierarchic concept. If a holon is to function as a semi-autonomous sub-whole, it must be equipped with self-regulatory devices. In other words, its operations must be guided, on the one hand, by its own fixed canon of rules and on the other hand by pointers from a variable environment. Thus there must be a constant flow of information concerning the progress of the operation back to the center which controls it, and the controlling center must constantly adjust the course of the operation according to the information fed back to it. This is the principle of feedback control. The principle as old James Watt had already used it in his steam engine to keep its velocity steady under varying conditions of load. But its modern applications, under the name of cybernetics, have been remarkably successful in the most varied fields, from physiology to computing machines, another case of pulling lively rabbits out of an old hat. Feedback is generally defined as the coupling of the output to the input. The simplest illustration of feedback control is thermostatically regulated central heating. You set the thermostat in the living room at the desired temperature. If the temperature falls below it, the thermostat activates an electrical circuit, which in turn increases the rate of burning in the heating plant. If it gets too hot in the room, the opposite process takes place. The plant in the cellar controls the temperature in the room, but the information sent back to it by the thermostat in the room corrects the function of the plant, and keeps it steady. Another obvious example is the servo mechanism, which keeps a ship on a steady course by automatically counteracting any deviation from it. Hence the term cybernetics, from the Greek cybernetos equals helmsman. The living organism is also controlled by a thermostatic device, which keeps its temperature at a stable level with variations rarely exceeding 1 centigrade, more or less. The seat of the thermostat is in the hypothalamus, a vital structure in the brainstem. One of its functions is to maintain homeostasis, a steady body temperature, pulse rate, and chemical balance of body fluids. The microscopic thermostat in the brainstem has been shown to react to local temperature changes of 1/100 of a centigrade. When the temperature in its immediate vicinity on the eardrum exceeds a critical level, sudden sweating sets in. Conversely, when the temperature falls, the muscles automatically start to shiver, converting energy into heat. Other homeostats, a term coined on the analogy of the thermostat, control other physiological functions, and keep the organism's milieu interieur, its inner environment, on a stable level. We thus have precise evidence for self-regulating mechanisms operating at the basic levels of the hierarchy. The word homeostasis was coined by Walter B. Cannon, the great Harvard physiologist, who had a clear grasp of its hierarchic implications. He wrote that homeostasis liberates the organism from the necessity of paying routine attention to the management of the details of bare existence. Without homeostatic devices, we should be in constant danger of disaster, unless we were always on the alert to correct voluntarily what normally is corrected automatically. With homeostatic devices, however, that keep essential bodily processes steady, we as individuals are free from such slavery, free to explore and understand the wonders of the world about us, to develop new ideas and interests, and to work and play, untrammeled by anxieties concerning our bodily affairs. 2. Self-regulating devices are found not only on the visceral level, they operate on every level of an organism's activities. A boy riding a bicycle, a tightrope walker balancing himself with his bamboo stick, are perfect examples of kinetic homeostasis. But each depends on constant kinesthetic feedback on sensations reporting the movements, tensions, postures of his own body. When the feedback stops, homeostasis breaks down. The next quotation is from Norbert Wiener, who coined the term cybernetics, and put the concept of feedback on the map. A patient comes into a neurological clinic. He is not paralyzed, and he can move his legs when he receives the order. Nevertheless, he suffers under a severe disability. He walks with a peculiar, uncertain gait, with eyes downcast, on the ground and on his legs. He starts each step with a kick, throwing each leg in succession in front of him. If blindfolded, he cannot stand up, and totters to the ground. What is the matter with him? He suffers from tabes dorsalis. The part of the spinal cord which ordinarily receives sensations has been damaged or destroyed by the late sequelae of syphilis. The incoming messages are blunted, if they have not totally disappeared. The receptors in the joints and tendons and muscles and the soles of his feet, which ordinarily convey to him the position and state of motion of his legs, send no messages which his central nervous system can pick up and transmit, and for information concerning his posture he is obliged to trust his eyes and the balancing organs of his inner ear. In the jargon of the physiologist, he has lost an important part of his proprioceptive or kinesthetic sense. 3. In other words, the patient's sensory hierarchy, which provides the feedback to the controlling center, has been impaired. All sensory motor skills, from riding a bicycle to touch typing and piano playing, operate by means of feedback loops, provided by the complex networks which connect the two branches of the hierarchy. But let us beware of using the principle of feedback control as a magic formula which explains everything, as computer theoreticians occasionally tend to do. The concept of feedback, without the concept of hierarchic order, is like the grin without the cat. We have seen that the performance of a skill follows a preset pattern, according to certain rules of the game. These are fixed, but sufficiently elastic to permit constant adjustments to variable environmental conditions. Feedback can only operate within the limits of those fixed rules, the canon of the skill. The part which feedback plays is to report back on every step in the progress of the operation, whether it is overshooting or falling short of the mark, how to keep it on an even keel, when to intensify the pace and when to stop. But it cannot alter the intrinsic pattern of the skill. The tit building its nest has a conception of its shape somehow represented in its nervous system, otherwise the nests of all tits would not be alike. The constant feedback it receives through eye and touch merely tells the bird when weaving should stop and be followed by trampling, and when that should be followed by lining. One of the vital differences between the SR concept and the present theory is that according to the former, the environment determines behavior, whereas according to the latter, feedback from the environment merely guides or corrects or stabilizes a pre-existing pattern of behavior. The primacy and autonomy of such patterns of instinct behavior have been strongly emphasized in recent years by ethologists like Lawrence, Tinbergen, Thorpe, etc., and by biologists like V. Bertalanffy and Paul Weiss. Our acquired skills display the same autonomy. As I am writing these lines, I am getting a constant feedback of the pressure of pen against paper through my fingers, and of the progress of the script through my eyes. But these do not alter the pattern of my handwriting, they merely keep it on an even keel, for, even with closed eyes, my writing will merely get shaky, but its pattern will remain unmistakably the same. E.g., P. Weiss, the structure of the input does not produce the structure of the output, but merely modifies intrinsic nervous activities which have a structural organization of their own. Or, V. Bertalanffy, the stimulus, that is, an alteration of external conditions, does not cause a process in an internally inactive system, but rather modifies the process in an internally active system. 5. Loops within loops. So far I have talked about sensory feedback guiding motor activities. But the cross-traffic in the network works both ways, and perception is guided by the intervention of motor activities. Seeing is inextricably mixed up with motion, from the large motions of head and eyeballs, down to the involuntary minute-eye motions, drift, flicker, tremor, without which we cannot see at all. Similarly with hearing, if you try to recall a tune, to reconstruct its auditory image, what do? You hum it. The perceptual and motor hierarchies are so intimately correlated on every level that to draw a sharp distinction between stimulus and response becomes arbitrary and meaningless. Both have been swallowed up by feedback loops, along which impulses run in circles like kittens chasing their tails. Because stimulus and response are correlative and contemporaneous, the stimulus processes must be thought of not as preceding the response, but rather as guiding it to a successful conclusion. That is to say, stimulus and response must be considered as aspects of a feedback loop. Miller et al. 6. Let me illustrate this by a celebrated experiment. A cat's auditory nerve was wired to an electric apparatus so that nerve impulses transmitted from the ear to the brain could be heard in a loudspeaker. A metronome was kept going in the room, and its clicks, as transmitted by the cat's auditory nerve, and amplified by the apparatus, were clearly audible. But when a mouse in a jar was brought into the room, the cat not only lost interest in the metronome, as one would expect, but the impulses in its auditory nerve became feebler or stopped altogether. This is a dramatic example of how the admission of stimuli at a peripheral receptor organ, the outermost Kremlin gate, can be controlled from the center. The lesson taught by this and similar experiments can be best summed up by way of an anecdote. In the good old days before the turn of the century, Vienna had a mayor, called Luiger, who professed to a mild form of anti-Semitism. But he also cultivated a number of Jewish friends. When taken to task over this by one of his cronies, Luiger gave the classic answer, "I am the burgomaster, and I decide who is a Jew and who is not." Mutatis mutandum, the cat watching the mouse and turning a deaf ear to the metronome may just as well have said, "It's I who decide what is a stimulus and what is not." A holarchy of holons. Let us carry this inquiry into the meaning of current terminology a step further, and ask just what that convenient word environment is meant to signify. When I am driving my car along a country road, the environment in contact with my right foot is the accelerator pedal, and the environment in contact with my left foot is the clutch pedal. The elastic resistance to pressure of the accelerator provides a tactile feedback which helps to keep the speed of the car steady, while the clutch controls another invisible environment, the gearbox. The feel of the wheel under my hands acts like a servo mechanism to keep a straight course. But my eyes encompass a much larger environment than my feet and my hands. It determines the overall strategy of driving. Thus the hierarchically organized creature that I am is in fact functioning in a hierarchy of environments, guided by a hierarchy of feedbacks. One advantage of this interpretation is that the hierarchy of environments can be extended indefinitely. When a chess player stares at the board in front of him, the environment in which his thoughts operate is determined by the distribution of chessmen on the board. Assume that the situation allows 20 possible moves permitted by the rules of the game, and that 5 of these look promising. He will consider each in turn. A good player may be able to think at least 3 moves ahead, by which time the game would have branched out into a great variety of possible situations, each of which the player must try to visualize in order to decide on his initial move. In other words, he is guided by feedbacks from an imagined board, in an imagined environment. Most of our thinking, planning, and creating operates in imaginary environments. We have seen, however, that all our perceptions are colored by imagination. Thus the difference between real and imaginary environments becomes a matter of degrees, or rather of levels, ranging from the unconscious phenomena of projecting figures into the Rorschach blot, to the chess master's uncanny powers of inventing the future. Which is just another way of repeating that the hierarchy is open at the top. To sum up this chapter in a formula, we may say that the organism in its structural and functional aspects is a hierarchy of self-regulating holons which function, a. as autonomous wholes in superordination to their parts, b. as dependent parts in subordination to controls on higher levels, c. in coordination with their local environment. Such a hierarchy of holons should rightly be called a holarchy, but, remembering Ben Jonson's warning, I shall spare the reader this further neologism. 8. Habit and improvisation. All good things which exist are the fruits of originality. John Stuart Mill. The somewhat technical character of the preceding chapters and the frequent use of engineering terms like input, output, triggers, scanners and the rest, might have aroused in the reader the uneasy suspicion that the author is trying to replace one mechanistic model by another mechanistic model, the concept of man as a conditioned automaton by a concept of man as a hierarchic automaton. In fact, however, we are gradually, though perhaps rather painfully, moving towards a way out of the trap of mechanistic determinism. The escape hatch, so to speak, is at that open end at the top of the hierarchy, to which I have repeatedly referred, although the meaning of this metaphor can emerge only gradually. It will perhaps become a little clearer if we consider the appearance of more complex, more flexible, and less predictable forms of behavior on successively higher levels of a hierarchy. Conversely, with each step down to lower levels, we find increasingly mechanist, stereotyped, and predictable behavior patterns. When one is writing a gossipy letter to a friend, it is difficult to foretell what will come into one's head next. The choice of possible alternatives is very large. Once you have decided what to say next, the number of alternative ways of saying it is still large, but nonetheless more restricted by the rules of grammar, the limits of one's vocabulary, etc. Finally, the muscle contractions, which depress the typewriter keys, are stereotyped and could as well be carried out by a robot. In the language of the physicist, we would say that a subskill, or holon, on the n level of the hierarchy has more degrees of freedom, a larger variety of alternative choices permitted by the rules, than a holon on the n1 level. Let me briefly recapitulate some points from earlier chapters. Every skill, or habit, has a fixed and a variable aspect. The former is determined by its canon, the rules of the game, which lend it its characteristic pattern, whether the game is making a spider's web, constructing a bird's nest, ice skating, or playing chess. But the rules permit a certain variety by alternative choices. The web can be suspended from 3 or 4 points of attachment, the nest can be adjusted to the angle of the fork in the branch. The chess player has a vast choice among permissible moves. These choices, having been left open by the rules, depend on the lie of the land, the local environment in which the holon operates. They are a matter of strategy, guided by feedbacks. Put in a different way, the fixed code of rules determines the permissible moves, flexible strategy determines the choice of the actual moves among the permissible ones. The larger the number of alternative choices, the more complex and flexible the skill. Vice versa, if there is no choice at all, we reach the limit case of the specialized reflex. Thus rigidity and flexibility are opposite ends of a scale which applies to every type of hierarchy, and in every case we shall find that flexibility increases, rigidity decreases, as we move upward to higher levels. The origins of originality. In the instinctive behavior of animals, we find at the bottom end of the scale monotonously repeated patterns of courting and threatening, mating and fighting, rigid, compulsive rituals. Sometimes, when the animal is frustrated, these rituals are performed pointlessly on the wrong occasion. Cats will go through the motion of burying their feces on the kitchen tiles. Young squirrels, reared in captivity, when given nuts will go through the motions of burying them in the bottom of the wire cage, and then go away contented, even though the nuts are exposed to full view. Thorpe 1. At the opposite end of the scale we find very complex and flexible skills displayed by mammalians like chimpanzees and dolphins, but also by insects and fishes. Ethologists have produced impressive evidence to show that under favorable circumstances even insects are capable of behaving in ways which could not be predicted from the creature's known repertory of skills, and which fully deserve to be called ingenious or original. Professor Behrens, for instance, has spent years on an exhaustive study of the activities of the digger wasp. 1a. The female of this species lays her eggs in holes which she digs in the ground. She provisions the holes first with caterpillars, then, when the eggs have hatched, with moth larvae, then with more caterpillars, until she finally closes the hole. Now the point is that each female has to look after several holes at the same time, the inhabitants of which are in different phases of development, and thus need different diets. She not only provides each according to its needs, but when a hole is robbed of its supplies by the experimenter, promptly replenishes it. Another wasp builds clusters of clay cells, lays an egg in each, provides it with provisions for the future, then seals the cell much as the Egyptians used to do with pharaohs' burial chambers. If now the experimenter makes a hole in the cell, something quite unprecedented in the wasp's scheme of things, she will first pick up the caterpillars which have fallen out, and stuff them back through the hole, then set about mending the cell with pellets of clay, a repair job which she has never done before. But that is not the end of it. Hingston has described the exploits of another type of wasp in a crisis. He made a hole in a cell in a fiendish way, so that it could not be repaired from the outside. But this species of wasp always works from the outside. The wasp wrestled with the task for 2 hours, until night came and she had to give up. Next morning she flew straight to the damaged cell, and set about repairing it by a new method. She examines it from both sides and then, having made a choice, elects to do the repair from within. 2*A participant in the Stanford seminar. I have deliberately chosen these examples of improvisation by insects because the flexible skills of the higher mammalians are more familiar. Even fishes, according to Thorpe, can change their habits. If their normal behavior pattern is continually interfered with, quite large modifications in the normal instinctive orientation may be made. 3. As for birds, in some species the male, who normally never feeds the young, starts doing so in the absence of the female. Lastly, I must briefly mention Lindauer's study of the honey bee. We all know about von Frisch's discovery of the dance language of the bee, but this is something different. Under normal conditions, there is rigid division of labor in the hive, so that each worker is occupied on different jobs in different periods of her life. During her first 3 days she cleans the cells. For the next 3 days she feeds the older larvae with honey and pollen. After that she feeds the younger larvae, who require an additional diet. From the age of 10 days she is engaged in building cells, at 20 days she takes over guard duties at the entrance of the hive, finally she becomes a forager, and remains one for the rest of her life. That is, if all goes well. However, if any of the specialized age groups is taken away from the colony by the experimenter, other age groups take over their duties and thus save the superorganism. When, for instance, all foragers are taken away, usually bees of 20 days or over, young bees of scarcely 6 days old, who normally would feed the larvae, fly out and become foragers. If all building workers are taken away, their task is taken on by older bees who have already been builders before, but who had gone on to the stage of forager. To this end they not only change their behavior, but also regenerate the wax glands. The mechanisms of these regulations are not known. 4. Thus at one end of the scale we find fixed action patterns and rigid compulsive rituals, at the other end surprising improvisations, and the performance of feats which seem to go far beyond the animal's repertory of habitual skills. The mechanization of habits. In man, innate instincts are merely the foundation on which learning will build. While learning a skill we must concentrate on every detail of what we are doing. We learn laboriously to recognize and name the printed letters of the alphabet, to ride a bicycle, to hit the right key on the typewriter or on the piano. Then learning begins to condense into habits. With increasing mastery we read, write, type automatically, which means that the rules which control the performance are now applied unconsciously. Like the invisible machinery which transforms inarticulate thoughts into grammatically correct sentences, so the canons of our manipulative and reasoning skills operate below the level of awareness, or in the twilight zones of awareness. We are obeying the rules without being able to define them. Insofar as our reasoning skills are concerned, this situation has its obvious dangers. The axioms and prejudices built into the canon act as hidden persuaders. There are two sides to this tendency towards the progressive mechanization of skills. On the positive side, it conforms to the principle of parsimony or least action. By manipulating the wheel of the car mechanically I can give all my attention to the traffic around me, and if the rules of grammar did not function automatically, like a programmed computer, we could not attend to meaning. Mechanization, like rigor mortis, affects first the extremities, the lowest subordinate branches of the hierarchy. But it also has a tendency to spread upward. To be able to hit the right key of the typewriter by pure reflex is extremely useful, and a rigid observance of the laws of grammar is an equally good thing, but a rigid style composed of clichés and prefabricated turns of phrases, although it enables civil servants to get through a greater volume of correspondence, is certainly a mixed blessing. And if mechanization spreads to the apex of the hierarchy, the result is the rigid pedant, slave of his habits, Bergson's automate. First, learning has condensed into habit as steam condenses into drops, then the drops have frozen into icicles. As V. Bertalanffy wrote, organisms are not machines, but they can to a certain extent become machines, congeal into machines. Never completely, however, for a thoroughly mechanist organism would be incapable of reacting to the incessantly changing conditions of the outside world. One step at a time. Thus the mechanization of habits can never transform even an organization man into an automaton, but conversely, the conscious ego can interfere to only a limited extent with the automatic functioning of the subordinate units of his body and mind. The driver at the wheel can control the speed of his engine, but has no power to interfere with the order in which the cylinders fire, the valves open and close, and the conscious ego is in a similar position. It has no control whatsoever over functions on the subcellular or cellular level. It has no direct control over smooth muscles, viscera, and glands. Even the coordination of voluntary skeletal muscles is only to a limited extent under conscious control. One cannot alter at will one's characteristic gait, gestures, handwriting. We have seen that when a conscious intent is formed at the apex of the hierarchy, such as unlock that door or sign that letter, it does not activate individual muscle contractions, but triggers off patterns of nerve impulses which activate sub-patterns, and so on, down to the single motor units. But this can only be done one step at a time. The higher centers in the hierarchy do not normally have direct dealings with lowly ones, and vice versa. Brigadiers do not concentrate their attention on individual soldiers, and do not give them direct orders. If they did, the whole operation would go haywire. Commands must be transmitted by what the army calls regulation channels, i.e., step by step down the levels of the hierarchy. Attempts to short-circuit the intermediary levels to turn the focal beam of awareness on the obscure and anonymous routines of lowly holons usually end in the paradox of the centipede. When the centipede was asked in which precise order he moved his 100 legs, he became paralyzed and starved to death, because he had never thought of it before, and had left it to the legs to look after themselves. We would share a similar fate if asked to explain how we ride a bicycle. The paradox of the centipede derives from a breach of what one might call the one-step-at-a-time rule. On the face of it, it looks trivial, but it leads to some unexpected consequences, if we try to go against it. Thus the pseudo-explanations of language as the manipulation of the vocal cords or the chaining of operants leave a gaping hole between thinking and spelling, between the apex of the tree and its terminal branches. The rule also has some applications to psychopathology, from the awkward condition we call, by a misnomer, self-consciousness, to psychosomatic disorders. Self-consciousness, gaucheness, stage fright, results when conscious attention interferes with routines which under normal conditions are performed unconsciously and automatically. More serious disorders can result when attention is concentrated on physiological processes which function on even more primitive levels of the hierarchy, such as digestion and sex, and which must be left to look after themselves if they are to function smoothly. Psychological impotence or frigidity, and spastic colons, are distressing variations of the paradox of the centipede. Loss of direct control over processes on lower levels of the body hierarchy is part of the price paid for differentiation and specialization. The price is of course worth paying so long as the individual lives under fairly normal conditions, and can safely rely on his more or less automatized routines. But conditions may arise when this is no longer the case, and it becomes imperative to break with routine. The challenge of environment. This brings us to a point of vital importance which I have so far not mentioned, the influence of the environment on the flexibility or rigidity of behavior. If a skill is practiced in the same unvarying conditions, following the same unvarying course, it tends to degenerate into stereotyped routine, and its degrees of freedom freeze up. Monotony accelerates enslavement to habit, it makes the rigor mortis of mechanization spread upward in the hierarchy. Vice versa, a changing, variable environment demands flexible behavior, and reverses the trend towards mechanization. The skilled driver on the familiar road from his home to his office hands over to the automatic pilot in his nervous system, while his thoughts are somewhere else, but if he gets into a tricky traffic situation, he will suddenly concentrate on what he is doing. The man takes over from the computer. However, the challenge of the environment can exceed a critical limit where it can no longer be met by skilled routine, however flexible, because the customary rules of the game are no longer adequate to cope with the situation. Then a crisis arises. The outcome is either a breakdown of behavior when in danger or in doubt, run in circles, scream and shout. The hierarchy has disintegrated. The alternative possibility is the sudden emergence of new forms of behavior, of original solutions which, as we shall see, play a vital part in both biological evolution and mental progress. The first possibility is demonstrated by the cat which, unable to comply with the strict rules of its canon of hygiene, goes through the pointless motions of trying to bury the mess under the hard kitchen tiles. Human beings in a crisis are capable of equally senseless behavior, repeating the same hopeless attempts to get out of it. The alternative possibility is demonstrated by the unexpected improvisations of the digger wasp, the reorganization of labor in the mutilated beehive, or a chimpanzee breaking a branch from a tree to rake in a banana beyond the reach of its arm. Original adaptations of this kind, to meet challenges of an exceptional nature, point to the existence of unsuspected potentials in the living organism, which are dormant in the normal routines of existence. They foreshadow the phenomena of human creativity, to be discussed in Chapter 13. Summary. On successively higher levels of the hierarchy we find more complex, flexible, and less predictable patterns of activity, while on successively lower levels we find more and more mechanist, stereotyped and predictable patterns. In the language of the physicist, a holon on a higher level of the hierarchy has more degrees of freedom than a holon on a lower level. All skills, whether derived from instinct or learning, tend with increasing practice to become mechanist routines. Monotonous environments facilitate enslavement to habit, while unexpected contingencies reverse the trend, and may result in ingenious improvisations. Critical challenges may lead to a breakdown of behavior or to the creation of new forms of behavior. The higher echelons in a hierarchy do not normally communicate directly with lowly ones, but through regulation channels, one step at a time. A short-circuiting of intermediary levels may cause disorders of various kinds. Part 2. Becoming. 9. The strategy of embryos. Benjamin Franklin's reply to a lady who queried the usefulness of his work on electricity: "Madam, what use is a newborn baby?" The classical Darwinian answer to the question how man was created out of a blob of slime is much the same as Watson's answer to the question how Patou creates a gown out of a piece of silk: he pulls it in here, he pulls it out there, makes it tight or loose at the waist. He manipulates his material until it takes on the semblance of a dress. The evolutionary process is supposed to operate by similar random manipulations of its raw material, pulling it in here, pushing it out there, putting a tail on here, putting an antler there until a pattern is hit upon, fit to survive. Flat Earth science explains mental evolution by random tries, preserved by selective reinforcement, the stick and the carrot, and biological evolution by random mutations, the monkey at the typewriter, preserved by natural selection. Mutations are defined as spontaneous changes in the molecular structure of genes, and are said to be random in the sense that they have no relation whatsoever to the organism's adaptive needs. Accordingly, the great majority of mutations must have harmful effects, but the few lucky hits are preserved because they happen to confer some small advantage on the individual, and given sufficient time, anything at all will turn up. The hoary objection, Sir Julian Huxley wrote, of the improbability of an eye or a hand or a brain being evolved by blind chance has lost its force because natural selection operating over the stretches of geological time one explains everything. In fact, however, the hoary objection has been steadily gaining in force during the mid-century decades, so much so that there is hardly a prominent evolutionist alive who has not expressed some heretical views concerning some particular aspect of the orthodox doctrine while staunchly rejecting the heretics of others. Although these criticisms and doubts have made numerous breaches in the walls, the citadel of neo-Darwinian orthodoxy still stands mainly, one supposes, because nobody has had a satisfactory alternative to offer. The history of science indicates that a well-established theory can take a lot of battering and get into a tangle of absurdities and contradictions, yet still be upheld by the establishment until an acceptable global alternative is offered. But historically the only serious challenge to neo-Darwinism came from Lamarckism, and Lamarckism had much valid and scathing criticism, but no constructive alternative to offer. See Thomas Kuhn's thesis of Paradigm Change 1a, and the chapter on the evolution of ideas in the act of creation. Indeed, for nearly 100 years, the theorists of evolution have been fighting an embittered civil war of Lamarckian Roundheads versus Darwinist Cavaliers. The actual dispute was of a complex, technical character, but it was highly charged with metaphysical, emotional, and even political implications. In the Soviet Union, the Darwinian Cavaliers were summarily sent to labor camps under Stalin, and the survivors summarily rehabilitated under Khrushchev, an episode known as the Lysenko Affair. The main issue, oversimplified and put in a nutshell, is this: Lamarck believed that the adaptive modifications of physique and ways of life, which an animal acquires to cope more effectively with its environment, are transmitted by heredity to the offspring, inheritance of acquired characteristics. Thus, if a boxer develops strong muscles by training, then his son, according to Lamarck, ought to be born with strong muscles. This would provide a sensible and reassuring view of evolution as the cumulative result of learning through experience and training for a better life, but unfortunately, as so often happens, the common-sense view turned out to be inadequate. To this day, in spite of great efforts, Lamarckism has failed to produce conclusive evidence to prove that acquired characters are transmitted to the offspring, and it seems fairly certain that, while experience does affect heredity, it does not do so in this simple and direct way. But the failure of Lamarckism in its primitive form does not mean that the monkey at the typewriter is the only alternative to choose. Random mutations, preserved by natural selection, without doubt play a part in the evolutionary process just as lucky coincidences play a part in the evolution of science. The question is whether this is the whole truth, or even the most important part of the truth. A number of corrections and amendments to neo-Darwinian theory have been proposed by evolutionists over a number of years, and if these were to be put together, there would be little left of the original theory, as amendments to a parliamentary bill can reverse its emphasis and intent. But, as already said, each critic had his particular axe to grind, with the result that "'tis all in pieces, all coherence gone," as John Donne lamented when medieval cosmology was landed in a similar crisis. In this and the next 3 chapters I shall collect some of these bits and pieces, and attempt to fit them together. Docility and determination. It takes 56 generations of cells to produce a human being out of a single, fertilized egg cell. This is done in a series of steps, each of which involves a. the multiplication of cells by division, and the subsequent growth of the daughter cells, b. the structural and functional specialization of cells, differentiation, and c. the shaping of the organism, morphogenesis. Needless to say, all 3 are complementary aspects of a unitary process. Morphogenesis proceeds in an unmistakably hierarchic fashion. The development of the embryo from a shapeless blob to a roughed-in form, and through successive stages of increasing articulation, follows the familiar pattern described in previous chapters. I have mentioned the analogies with the sculptor, who carves a figure out of a block of wood, and with the spelling out of an amorphous idea into articulate phonemes. The step-by-step differentiation of cell groups up to their ultimate specialization presents the same hierarchically arborizing picture. After Clayton 2. Diagram of some of the pathways open to early ectoderm in the amphibian embryo. 3 only of the many inductive relationships are indicated by arrows. The diagram schematizes some of the developmental possibilities of the ectoderm in the amphibian embryo. The ectoderm is the outermost of the 3 layers of cell populations into which the embryo differentiates at an early stage, the other 2 are mesoderm and endoderm. The arrows on the left side of the diagram indicate the action of certain adjacent tissues, inducers, which, when brought into contact with the ectoderm, act as chemical triggers on it. Those regions of the ectoderm which are in direct contact with the inducer tissue will differentiate by stages into the animal's nervous system, including brain and eye cups. Other regions of the ectoderm will, owing to their different surroundings, specialize in other ways. If a cell population develops into skin, it may further specialize into sweat glands, horny layers, and so on. At each step, biochemical triggers and feedbacks determine which of the alternative developmental pathways among several possibles a group of cells will actually follow. Thus, when the eye cups, the future retina, which grow out of the brain at the end of 2 stalks, the future optic nerves, make physical contact with the surface, the skin over the contact area folds into the concave cups and differentiates into transparent lenses. See arrows on the right of the diagram. The eye cup induces the skin to form a lens, and the lens in its turn induces adjacent tissues to form a transparent horny membrane, the cornea. Moreover, if an eye cup is transplanted under the skin on the belly of a frog embryo, the skin over it will obligingly differentiate into a lens. We may regard this obligingness or docility of embryonic tissue, its readiness to differentiate into the kind of organ best suited to the tissue's position in the growing organism, as a manifestation of the integrative tendency, of the part's subordination to the interests of the whole. But docility is again only one side of the picture, the other is determination. Both are technical terms. Docility means the multi-potential capacity of embryonic tissue to follow this or that branch of the developmental hierarchy according to circumstances. But along each branch there is a point of no return, where the next developmental stage of the tissue is determined in an irreversible way. If, at the earliest, so-called cleavage stage of its development, a frog embryo is split into two, each half will develop into a complete frog, not, as it normally would, into a half frog. At this stage each cell, though it is a part of the embryo, has retained the genetic potential to grow, if need be, into a whole frog. It is a true, Janus-faced holon. But with each step of development along the branching tree, the successive cell generations become more specialized, and the developmental choices before a given cell tissue, its genetic potential, become more and more restricted. Thus a piece of the ectoderm may still have the potentiality to develop into a cornea or skin gland, but not into a liver or lung. Specialization, here as in other fields, leads to a decrease in flexibility. One might compare the process with the series of curricular choices which face the student, from the first broad alternative between science and the humanities, to the final determination which turns him into a marine zoologist specializing in echinoderms. At each point of decision, where the pathways diverge, some minor hazard or incident may act as a trigger which induces him to make this or that alternative choice. After a while, each decision becomes to a large extent irreversible. Once he has become a zoologist, there are still numerous pathways of specialization open to him, but he can hardly retrace his steps and become a barrister or a theoretical physicist. Here, too, the one-step rule of hierarchies applies. Once the future of a tissue's development is decided, it can behave in a strikingly determined way. At the gastrullar stage, when the embryo still looks like a partly enfolded sac, it is nevertheless possible already to tell which organs each region will produce. If at this early stage a piece of tissue from an amphibian embryo, which would normally give rise to an eye, is transplanted onto the tail end of another, older embryo, it will become, not an eye, but a kidney duct or some other organ characteristic of that region. But at a later stage in the embryo's growth, this docility of the presumptive eye region is lost, and no matter to what location it is transplanted, it will develop into an eye even on the host's thigh or belly. When a cell group has reached this stage, it is called a morphogenetic field, organ primordium, or bud, as the case may be. Not only the future eye, but a limb bud too, transplanted to a different position, on the same, or on another embryo, will form a complete organ. Even a heart may be formed on the host's flank. This ruthless determination of morphogenetic fields to assert their individuality reflects, in our terminology, the self-assertive principle in development. Each morphogenetic field or organ primordium displays the holistic character of an auto-mouse unit, a self-regulating holon. If half of the field's tissue is cut away, the remainder will form not half an organ but a complete organ. If, at a certain stage of its development, the eye cup is split into several isolated parts, each fragment will form a smaller, but normal, eye, and even the artificially scrambled and filtered cells of a tissue will, as we have seen, page 69, reform again. These autonomous, self-regulating properties of holons within the growing embryo are a vital safeguard. They ensure that whatever accidental hazards arise during development, the end product will be according to norm. In view of the millions and millions of cells which divide, differentiate, and move about in the constantly changing environment of fluids and neighboring tissues, Waddington called it the epigenetic landscape. It must be assumed that no two embryos, not even identical twins, are formed in exactly the same way. The self-regulating mechanisms which correct deviations from the norm and guarantee, so to speak, the end result, have been compared to the homeostatic feedback devices in the adult organism, so biologists speak of developmental homeostasis. The future individual is potentially predetermined in the chromosomes of the fertilized egg, but to translate this blueprint into the finished product, billions of specialized cells have to be fabricated and molded into an integrated structure. The mind boggles at the idea that the genes of that one fertilized egg should contain built-in provisions for each and every particular contingency which every single one of its 56 generations of daughter cells might encounter in the process. However, the problem becomes a little less baffling if we replace the concept of the genetic blueprint, which implies a plan to be rigidly copied, by the concept of a genetic canon of rules which are fixed, but leave room for alternative choices, i.e., flexible strategies guided by feedbacks and pointers from the environment. But how can this formula be applied to the development of the embryo? The genetic keyboard. The cells of an embryo, all of identical origin, differentiate into such diverse products as muscle cells, several varieties of blood cells, a great variety of nerve cells, and so on, in spite of the fact that each of them carries the same set of hereditary instructions in its chromosomes. The activities of the cell, whether in embryo or adult, are controlled by the genes located in the chromosomes *, but since we have evidence that all cells in the body, whatever their function, contain the same complete set of chromosomes, how can a nerve cell and a kidney cell fulfill such different tasks, if they are governed by the same set of laws? To complicate matters, there also exist cytoplasmic carriers of heredity, but for our present purpose these can be left out of account. A generation ago the answer to this question seemed to be simple. I shall put it into a somewhat frivolous analogy. Let the chromosomes be represented by the keyboard of a grand piano, a very grand piano with thousands of keys. Then each key will be a gene. Every cell in the body carries a microscopic but complete keyboard in its nucleus. But each specialized cell is only permitted to sound one chord. According to its speciality, the rest of its genetic keyboard has been inactivated by Scotch tape. The fertilized egg, and the first few generations of its daughter cells, had the complete keyboard at their disposal. But successive generations have, at each point of no return, larger and larger areas of it covered by Scotch tape. In the end, a muscle cell can only do one thing: strike a single chord. The Scotch tape is known in the language of genetics as the repressor. The agent which strikes the key and activates the gene is an inducer. A mutated gene is a key which has gone out of tune. When quite a lot of keys have gone quite a lot out of tune, the result, we were asked to believe, was a much improved, wonderful new melody, a reptile transformed into a bird, or a monkey into a man. It seems that at some point the theory must have gone wrong. The point where it went wrong was the atomistic concept of the gene. At the time when genetics got into its stride, atomism was in full bloom, reflexes were atoms of behavior, and genes were atomic units of heredity. One gene was responsible for the color of the eyes, a second for smooth or kinky hair, a third for causing bleeding sickness, and the organism was regarded as a collection of these mutually independent unit characters, a mosaic of elementary bits, put together in the manner of Miko's watches. But by the middle of our century, the rigidly atomistic concepts of Mendelian genetics had become considerably softened up. It was realized that a single gene may affect a wide range of different characteristics, pleiotropy, and vice versa, that a great number of genes may interact to produce a single characteristic, polygeny. Some trivial characters like the color of the eyes may depend on a single gene, but polygyny is the rule, and the basic features of the orgasm depend on the totality of genes, the gene complex or genome as a whole. In the early days of genetics, a gene could be dominant or recessive, and that was about all there was to it, but gradually more and more terms had to be added to the vocabulary: repressors, oporepressors, co-repressors, inducers, modifier genes, switch genes, operator genes which activate other genes, and even genes which regulate the rate of mutations in genes. Thus the action of the gene complex was originally conceived as the unfolding of a simple linear sequence like that on a tape recorder or the behaviorist's conditioned reflex chain, whereas it is now gradually becoming apparent that the genetic controls operate as a self-regulating microhierarchy, equipped with feedback devices which guide their flexible strategies. This not only protects the growing embryo against the hazards of ontogeny, it would also protect it against the evolutionary hazards of phylogeny, or random mutations in its own hereditary materials, the blind antics of the monkey at the typewriter. Significantly, Waddington calls his important book on theoretical biology The Strategy of the Genes, 1957. At the time of writing, this kind of suggestion still meets with skepticism among the hardcore of orthodox geneticists, mainly, perhaps, because its acceptance must lead to a decisive shift of emphasis in our conception of the evolutionary process, as we shall see in the next chapter. But atomism, at least, is on its way out. It is encouraging to read, for instance, a passage like the following, quoted from a recent textbook for college students: all genes in the total inherited message tend to act together as an integrated whole in the control of embryonic development. It is easy to fall into the habit of thinking that an organism has a set number of characteristics with one gene controlling each character. This is quite incorrect. The experimental evidence indicates clearly that genes never work altogether separately. Organisms are not patchworks with one gene controlling each of the patches. They are integrated wholes, whose development is controlled by the entire set of genes acting cooperatively. 3. Since differentiation and morphogenesis proceed in hierarchic steps, this cooperative activity of the gene complex must also proceed in a hierarchic order. The gene complex is enclosed in the nucleus of the cell. The nucleus is surrounded by the cell body. The cell body is enclosed by a membrane, which is surrounded by body fluids and by other cells, forming a tissue. This, in turn, is in contact with other tissues. In other words, the gene complex operates in a hierarchy of environments, page 102. Different types of cells, brain cells, muscle cells, etc., differ from each other in the structure and chemistry of their cell bodies. The differences are due to the interaction between gene complex, cell body, and the cell's environment. In each growing and differentiating tissue, a different portion of the total gene complex is active. Only that branch of the gene hierarchy which is concerned with the functions assigned to the tissue in question, the remainder of the genes is switched off. And if we inquire into the nature of the agency which switches genes on and off, we find once more the familiar devices of triggers and feedbacks. The triggers are the chemical inducers, organizers, operators, and repressors, etc., already mentioned. Needless to say, the way they work is only very imperfectly understood, and the proliferation of new terms is sometimes just a convenient method to mask our ignorance of details. But we know at least the broad principles involved. It is a process running in circles which get narrower, like the coils of a spiral, as the cell becomes more and more specialized. The genes control the activities of the cell by relatively simple coded instructions which are spelt out in the complex operations of the cell body. But the activities of the genes are in turn guided by feedbacks from the cell body, which is exposed to the hierarchy of environments. This contains, apart from chemical triggers, a number of other factors in the epigenetic landscape which are relevant to the cell's future, and about which the genes must be informed. To use a term proposed by James Bonner 4, the cell must be able to test its neighbouts for strangeness or similarity, and in many other ways. By feeding back information on the lie of the land to the gene complex, the cytoplasm thus determines which genes should be active and which should be temporarily or permanently switched off. Thus ultimately a cell's fate depends on its position in the growing embryo, its exact location in the epigenetic landscape. Cells which are members of the same morphogenetic field, for instance, a future arm, must have the same genetic orchestration and behave like parts of a coherent unit, and their further specialization into solo players, individual fingers, will again depend on their position within the field. Each organ bud is a Janus-faced holon. Relative to its earlier stages of development, its destiny as a whole is irrevocably determined, but relative to the future, its parts are still docile and will differentiate along the developmental pathway best suited to their local environments. Determination and docility, self-assertive and integrative potential, are two sides of one metal, and so are, in the terminology of a hoary controversy among biologists, regulative and mosaic development. In the types of hierarchies discussed before, the time factor played a relatively subordinate part. In the developmental hierarchy, the apex is the fertilized egg, the axis of the branching tree is the progress of time, and the levels of the hierarchy are successive stages of development. The structure of the growing embryo at any given moment is a cross-section at right angles to the time axis, and the two faces of Janus are turned towards the past and the future. Summary. The purpose of this chapter was not to give a description of embryonic development, but to point out the basic principles which this development has in common with other forms of hierarchic processes discussed in previous chapters. J. Needham once coined a phrase about the striving of the blastula to grow into a chicken. One might call the ensemble of devices which make it succeed the organism's prenatal skills. To quote James Bonner again, we know that nature, like man, accomplishes complex tasks by breaking them up into many simple subtasks. 5. Development, maturation, learning and acting are continuous processes, and we must expect therefore that prenatal and postnatal skills are governed by the same general principles. Some of these principles which we found reflected in embryonic development, were, the hierarchically branching order of differentiation and morphogenesis, the dissectability of that order into self-regulating holons at various levels, stages, their Janus character, autonomy versus dependence, determination versus docility, their fixed genetic canons and adaptable strategies guided by feedbacks from the hierarchy of environments, the action of triggers, inducers, etc., which release pre-set mechanisms, and of scanners, tests, which process information, the decrease of flexibility with increasing differentiation and specialization. Lastly, we found earlier on that the canon of fixed rules which governs a skill is a hidden persuader, which operates automatically or instinctively. Mutatis mutandis, we may say that an analogous relation prevails between the genetic code of ancient origin and the prenatal skills of the growing embryo. I would like to remind the reader that a summary of these principles can be found in Appendix I. X. Evolution. Theme and variations. I refuse to believe that God plays dice with the world. Albert Einstein. In the last chapter we were concerned with ontogeny, the development of the individual. We can now turn to phylogeny, and the crucial problem of evolutionary progress. The orthodox, neo-Darwinian or synthetic, theory attempts to explain all evolutionary changes by random mutations, and recombinations, of genes. Most mutations are harmful, but a very small proportion happens to be useful and is retained by natural selection. As already mentioned, randomness means in this context that the hereditary changes wrought by mutation are totally unrelated to the animal's adaptive needs, that they may alter its physique and behavior in any and every direction. In this view, evolution appears as a game of blind man's buff. Or, in the words of Professor Waddington, a quasi-Trotskyite member of the establishment whom I shall have occasion to quote repeatedly in this chapter, to suppose that the evolution of the wonderfully adapted biological mechanisms has depended only on a selection out of a haphazard set of variations, each produced by blind chance, is like suggesting that if we went on throwing bricks together into heaps, we should eventually be able to choose ourselves the most desirable house. 1. To illustrate the point, here is a simple example. The giant panda mascot of the World Wildlife Fund has on its forelimbs an added sixth finger, which comes in very handy for manipulating the bamboo shoots which are its principal food. But that added finger would be a useless appendage without the proper muscles and nerves. The chances that among all possible mutations those which produced the additional bones, muscles and nerves should have occurred independently in the same population are of course infinitesimally small. And yet in this case there are only 3 variable factors involved. If we have, say, 20 factors, which is still a modest estimate for the evolution of a complex organ, the odds against their simultaneous alteration by chance alone become absurd, and instead of scientific explanations, we should be trading in miracles. Let us look at a less primitive example. The vertebrates' conquest of dry land started with the evolution of reptiles from some primitive amphibian form. The amphibians reproduced in the water, and their young were aquatic. The decisive novelty of the reptiles was that, unlike amphibians, they laid their eggs on dry land, they no longer depended on the water and were free to roam over the continents. But the unborn reptile inside the egg still needed an aquatic environment, it had to have water or else it would dry up long before it was born. It also needed a lot of food. Amphibians hatch as larvae who fend for themselves, whereas reptiles hatch fully developed. So the reptilian egg had to be provided with a large mass of yolk for food, and also with albumin, the white of egg, to provide the water. Neither the yolk by itself, nor the egg white itself, would have had any selective value. Moreover, the egg white needed a vessel to contain it, otherwise its moisture would have evaporated. So there had to be a shell made of a leathery or limy material, as part of the evolutionary package deal. But that is not the end of the story. The reptilian embryo, because of this shell, could not get rid of its waste products. The soft-shelled amphibian embryo had the whole pond as a lavatory. The reptilian embryo had to be provided with a kind of bladder. It is called the allantois, and is in some respects the forerunner of the mammalian placenta. But this problem having been solved, the embryo would still remain trapped inside its tough shell. It needed a tool to get out. The embryos of some fishes and amphibians, whose eggs are surrounded by a gelatinous membrane, have glands on their snouts. When the time is ripe, they secrete a chemical which dissolves the membrane. But embryos surrounded by a hard shell need a mechanical tool. Thus snakes and lizards have a tooth transformed into a kind of tin opener, while birds have a caruncle, a hard outgrowth near the tip of their beaks which serves the same purpose. In some birds, the honey guides which lay their eggs like cuckoos in alien nests, the caruncle serves yet another purpose. It grows into a sharp hook with which the newly hatched invader kills off his foster brethren, after which it amiably sheds the hook. All this refers to one aspect only of the evolution of reptiles. Needless to say, countless other essential transformations of structure and behavior were required to make the new creatures viable. The changes could have been gradual, but at each step, however small, all the factors involved in the story had to cooperate harmoniously. The liquid store in the egg makes no sense without the shell. The shell would be useless, in fact murderous, without the allantois and without the tin opener. Each change, taken in isolation, would be harmful, and work against survival. You cannot have a mutation A occurring alone, preserve it by natural selection, and then wait a few thousand or million years until mutation B joins it, and so on, to C and D. Each mutation occurring alone would be wiped out before it could be combined with the others. They are all interdependent. The doctrine that their coming together was due to a series of blind coincidences is an affront not only to common sense but to the basic principles of scientific explanation. The propounders of the orthodox theory may have been uneasily aware that something essential was missing, and paid occasional lip service to unsolved problems, then hurriedly swept them under the carpet. To quote one authority, Sir Peter Medawar, himself not excessively given to tolerance of other people's opinions 20 years ago, it all seemed easy, with mutation as a source of diversity, with selection to pick and choose. Our former complacency can be traced, I suppose, to an understandable fault of temperament. Scientists tend not to ask themselves questions until they can see the rudiments of an answer in their minds. Embarrassing questions tend to remain unasked or, if asked, to be answered rudely. 1a***. Compare this with Sir Julian Huxley's ex cathedra pronouncement: in the field of evolution, genetics has given its basic answer, and evolutionary biologists are free to pursue other problems. A convenient way to evade these embarrassing questions was to concentrate attention on the statistical treatment of mutations in large populations of the fruit fly, Drosophila melanogaster, the pet animal of geneticists because it propagates so fast and has only 4 pairs of chromosomes. The method is based on the measurement of the variations of some isolated, and mostly trivial, characteristic, such as the color of the eyes or the distribution of bristles on the fly's body. Steeped in the atomistic tradition, the upholders of the theory were apparently unable to see that these mutations of a single factor, virtually all of them deleterious, were quite irrelevant to the central problem of evolutionary progress, requiring simultaneous changes in all the factors affecting the structure and function of a complex organ. The geneticist's obsession with the bristles of the fruit fly, and the behaviorist's obsession with the bar pressing of the rat, show a more than superficial analogy. Both derive from a mechanistic philosophy which regards the living creature as a collection of elementary bits of behavior, SR units, and of elementary bits of heredity, Mendelian genes. Internal selection. The alternative proposed here is the concept of the open hierarchy. Let us see whether it can be applied to the evolutionary process. I shall start by quoting Waddington's answer to problems of the type posed by the giant panda's finger. There are still some of us for whom the orthodox modern explanations do not seem very satisfying. One well-known problem is this: many organs are very complex things, and in order to bring about any improvement in their functioning, it would be necessary to make simultaneous alterations in several different characters. And that, it might appear, is something which one would not expect to occur under the influence of chance alone. There have always been, and still are, reputable biologists who feel that such considerations make it doubtful whether random hereditary changes can provide a sufficient basis for evolution. But I believe that the difficulty largely disappears if one remembers that an organ like an eye is not simply a collection of elements, such as a retina, a lens, an iris, and so on, which are put together and happen to fit. It is something which is gradually formed while the adult animal is developing out of the egg, and as the eye forms, the different parts influence one another. Several people have shown that if, by some experimental means, the retina and eyeball are made larger than usual, that in itself will cause a larger lens to appear, of at least approximately the appropriate size for vision. There is no reason, therefore, why a chance mutation should not affect the whole organ in a harmonious way, and there is a reasonable possibility that it might improve it. A random change in a hereditary factor will, in fact, not usually result in an alteration in just one element of the adult animal, it will bring about a shift in the whole developmental system, and may thus alter a complex organ as a whole. 3. My italics. We remember from the previous chapter that the growing eye bud of the embryo is an autonomous holon, which, if part of its tissue is taken away, will nevertheless develop into a normal eye, thanks to its self-regulating properties. It is by no means surprising that it should display the same self-regulating powers, or flexible strategies of growth, if the disturbance is caused not by a human agent, but by a mutated gene, as Waddington suggests. The chance mutation merely triggers off the process, the prenatal skills of the embryo will do the rest, in every successive generation. The enlarged eye has become an evolutionary novelty ***. It should be added that the example of the enlarged mutant eye is typical of the sort of thing a mutating gene will do. Genes regulate chemical reaction rates, including the rates of growth, and one of the most frequent effects of gene mutations is to alter the speed of growth of one part relative to others, and thus to modify the proportions of the organ. But embryonic development is a many-leveled hierarchic process, and this leads one to assume that selective and regulative controls operate on several levels to eliminate harmful mutations and to coordinate the effects of acceptable ones. Various authors have suggested that this screening process might start at the very base of the hierarchy, on the level of the molecular chemistry of the gene complex. Mutations are chemical changes, presumably caused by the impact of cosmic radiations and other factors, on the germ cells. The changes consist in alterations in the sequence of the chemical units in the chromosomes, the 4 letters of the genetic alphabet. Mostly they are the equivalents of misprints. But there seems to be again a hierarchy of correctors and proofreaders at work to eliminate these. The struggle for survival of mutations begins at the moment mutation occurs, writes L.L. White. It is obvious that entirely arbitrary changes will not be physically, chemically, or functionally stable. Only those changes which result in a mutated system that satisfies certain stringent physical, chemical, and functional conditions will be able to survive. For all others will be eliminated, either by the death of the mutated cell and its offspring at an early stage or, as we shall presently see, by the remarkable self-repairing properties of the gene complex as a whole. Von Bertalanffy, Darlington, Spuerway, Lima de Faria, L.L. White. See footnote on p. 147. In the orthodox theory, natural selection is entirely due to the pressures of the environment, which kills off the unfit and blesses the fit with abundant progeny. In the light of the preceding considerations, however, before a new mutation has a chance to be submitted to the Darwinian tests of survival in the external environment, it must have passed the tests of internal selection for its physical, chemical, and biological fitness. The concept of internal selection, of a hierarchy of controls which eliminate the consequences of harmful gene mutations and coordinates the effects of useful mutations, is the missing link in orthodox theory between the atoms of heredity and the living stream of evolution. Without that link, neither of them makes sense. There can be no doubt that random mutations do occur, they can be observed in the laboratory. There can be no doubt that Darwinian selection is a powerful force. But in between these two events, between the chemical changes in a gene and the appearance of the finished product as a newcomer on the evolutionary stage, there is a whole hierarchy of internal processes at work which impose strict limitations on the range of possible mutations and thus considerably reduce the importance of the chance factor. We might say that the monkey works at a typewriter which the manufacturers have programmed to print only syllables which exist in our language, but not nonsense syllables. If a nonsense syllable occurs, the machine will automatically erase it * to pursue the metaphor. We would have to populate the higher levels of the hierarchy with proofreaders and then editors, whose task is no longer elimination, but correction, self-repair and coordination as in the example of the mutated eye. This metaphor is almost literally applicable to mistakes made in the protein manufacture in microorganisms due to nonsense syllables appearing in the RNA code. 5. That was an example of harmonizing the consequences of a potentially favorable mutation. Let me now quote another example of evolutionary self-repair after a potentially harmful mutation. The case of the eyeless fly. The fruit fly has a mutant gene which is recessive, i.e., when paired with a normal gene, has no discernible effect. It will be remembered that genes operate in pairs, each gene in the pair being derived from one parent. But if two of these mutant genes are paired in the fertilized egg, the offspring will be an eyeless fly. If now a pure stock of eyeless flies is made to inbreed, then the whole stock will have only the eyeless mutant gene, because no normal gene can enter the stock to bring light into their darkness. Nevertheless, within a few generations, flies appear in the inbred eyeless stock with eyes that are perfectly normal. The traditional explanation of this remarkable phenomenon is that the other members of the gene complex have been reshuffled and recombined in such a way that they deputize for the missing normal eye-forming gene. 6. Now reshuffling, as every poker player knows, is a randomizing process. No biologist would be so perverse as to suggest that the new insect eye evolved by pure chance, thus repeating within a few generations an evolutionary process which took hundreds of millions of years. Nor does the concept of natural selection provide the slightest help in this case. The recombination of genes to deputize for the missing gene must have been coordinated according to some overall plan which includes the rules of genetic self-repair after certain types of damage by deleterious mutations. But such coordinative controls can only operate on levels higher than that of individual genes. Once more we are driven to the conclusion that the genetic code is not an architect's blueprint, that the gene complex and its internal environment form a remarkably stable, closely knit, self-regulating microhierarchy, and that mutated genes in any of its holons are liable to cause corresponding reactions in others, coordinated by higher levels. This microhierarchy controls the prenatal skills of the embryo, which enable it to reach its goal, regardless of the hazards it may encounter during development. But phylogeny is a sequence of ontogenies, and thus we are confronted with the profound question, is the mechanism of phylogeny also endowed with some kind of evolutionary instruction booklet? Is there a strategy of the evolutionary process comparable to the strategy of the genes to the directiveness of ontogeny, as E.S. Russell has called it? Let me recapitulate. The eyes in the normal fruit fly, and the eyes which suddenly appear in the eyeless stalk, are homologous organs, identical in appearance, and yet produced by a different combination of genes, and this is only one of many similar phenomena. Genetic atomism is dead. Hereditary stability and hereditary change are both based, not on a mosaic of genes, but on the action of the gene complex as a whole. But this face-saving expression which is now coming into increased use is empty, like so many other holistic formulations, unless we interpolate between the gene complex as a whole, and the individual gene, a hierarchy of genetic subassemblies self-regulating holons of heredity, which control the development of organs, and also control their possible evolutionary modifications, by canalising the effects of random mutations. A hierarchy with its built-in, self-regulatory safeguards is a stable affair. It cannot be pulled in here, pulled out there, like Patou belaboring his model. It is capable of variation and change, but only in coordinated ways and only in limited directions. Can we say anything about the general principles which determine that direction? The puzzle of homology. The most fundamental principle of evolutionary strategy, related to the watchmaker's parable, is the standardization of sub-assemblies. But since most of us have no very clear idea of the mechanism of our timepieces, we might look under the hood of a motor car instead. Here the sub-assemblies are easily named: chassis, engine, battery, steering, brakes, differential, and so on to the distributor and heating system. Each of these component parts is a more or less self-contained unit, a mechanical whole in its own right. A V8 engine, or a standard battery, can be taken out of the car and made to function by itself, like an organ in vitro. It can be transferred to another type of car, and even to a different species of machine, such as a motor boat. But how do automobiles evolve? The manufacturers know that it does not pay to design a new model from scratch. By starting on the level of elementary components, they make use of already existing, standard components: chassis, brakes, etc. Each of which has developed out of long previous experience, and then proceed by relatively small improvements or modifications of some of these, for instance, by redesigning the body line, or improving the cooling system, or introducing bucket seats. Similar restraints can be shown to operate in biological evolution. Compare the front wheels of the latest model with those of a pre-war vintage car. They are based on the same principles. Compare the structure of the four limbs in man, dog, bird, and whale, and you find that evolution has retained the same basic design. The human arm and the bird's wing are called homologous organs because they show the same structural design of bones, muscles, blood vessels and nerves, and are descended from the same ancestral organ. The functions of arm and wing are so different that it would be logical to expect each to have a quite different design. In fact, evolution proceeded, just as car manufacturers do, by merely modifying an already existing component, the forelimb of the reptilian ancestor, from which birds and mammalians branched out more than 200 million years ago, instead of starting from scratch. Once nature has taken out a patent for manufacturing a component organ, it sticks to it tenaciously. The organ or device has become a stable evolutionary whole. This principle holds all along the line, from the subcellular level to the wiring diagram of the primate brain. The same make of organelles functions in the cells of mice and men, the same make of contractile protein serves the motion of amoeba and of the pianist's fingers, the same four chemical units constitute the alphabet of heredity throughout the animal and plant kingdoms, only the words are different for every creature. The proverbial lavishness of nature is compensated by its less obvious conservatism and parsimony. One might almost call it stinginess of basic homologous designs, from organelles to brain structures. This concept of homology, wrote Sir Alister Hardy, is absolutely fundamental to what we are talking about when we speak of evolution. Yet in truth, he added wistfully, we cannot explain it at all in terms of present-day biological theory. 7. The reason for this failure is, as we have seen, that the orthodox theory assumed homologous structures in different species to be due to the same atomic genes inherited from the common ancestor, though modified by mutation in the course of their long descent, whereas there is now ample evidence that homologous structures can be produced by the action of quite different genes. The only way out of this cul-de-sac seems to be to substitute for genetic atomism, which has so drastically broken down, the concept of the genetic microhierarchy, with its own built-in rules, that permit a great amount of variation, but only in limited directions on a limited number of themes. This really amounts to the revival of an ancient idea which goes back to Goethe and even further to Plato. The point is worth a short historical digression which may make it clear why the concept of homology has such great importance not only for the biologist, but also for the philosopher. Archetypes in biology. Long before Darwin, naturalists were divided into evolutionists, Buffon, Lamarck, Saint Hilaire, etc., and anti-evolutionists who believed that the Creator had put down the first giraffe, mosquito and walrus simultaneously as ready-made products on the Earth. But both pro- and anti-evolutionists were equally struck by the similarity of organs and designs in otherwise widely different species. The term homologue organ was actually coined by Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire. His Philosophie anatomique, published in 1818, starts with the question: is it not generally acknowledged that vertebrates are built up on one uniform plan, e.g., the forelimb may be modified for running, climbing, swimming or flying, yet the arrangement of bones remains the same? 8. Goethe had become an evolutionist long before that, through his studies of the morphology, a term which he coined, of plants and animals. In his Metamorphosis of Plants, published in 1790, he postulated that all existing plants could be derived from a common ancestor, the herb flans or archie plant, and that all the organs of plants are homologous * modifications of a single structure, expressed in its simplest form in the leaf. Though Goethe was already at the height of his fame, the Metamorphosis had a hostile reception. Incredible as it seems, his own publisher in Leipzig rejected it, and he had to go to Cotta in Gotha, but it had considerable influence on the German Naturphilosophien, who combined comparative anatomy with transcendental mysticism. These men were not evolutionists, but they were fascinated by the universal recurrence of the same basic patterns in the design of animals and plants. They called them archetypes and thought that they constituted the key to the Lord's design of creation. Though he does not use the word. The idea that all the existing flowers, trees, vegetables, and so on are derived from a single ancestral plant seems to have occurred to Goethe during his sojourn in Sicily, where he had spent most of his time in botanizing. After his return, in 1787, he confided to Herder, "I have seen the main point, the core of the problem, clearly and beyond doubt. Everything else I can already see, too, as a whole, and only a few details need working out. The ancestral plant will turn out to be the most wondrous creation of the world, for which nature herself shall envy me. With the aid of this model and the key to unlock it, one can then invent further plants ad infinitum which, however, must be consistent, that is to say, plants which, if they do not exist, yet could exist, which, far from being shadows or glosses of the poet's or painter's fancy, must possess an inherent rightness and necessity. The same law applies to all the remaining domains of the living." 9. The conditions of inherent rightness and necessity, to which all existing and possible forms of life must conform, Goethe was of course unable to define, but his intuition told him that they could not include fanciful, arbitrary patterns created by the unbridled imagination of painters or science fiction writers. They must conform to certain archetypal patterns, limited in their range by the basic structure and chemistry of organic matter. Evolution cannot be a random process, pulling in bits here, pulling out bits there. It must conform to some orderly design, like the stern, eternal laws which guide the wandering planets in their orbits. Faust, Prologue. Goethe's German followers, the Naturphilosophien, took up his concept of archetypes, but not his belief in evolution. They regarded the archetypes not, as he did, as ancestral forms out of which the homologue organs had evolved, but as patterns of divine design leitmotifs which, together with all their possible variations, have coexisted since the day of creation. Much the same beliefs were shared by some great anatomists in Europe at that time, among them Richard Owen. It was Owen who defined homologous organs as the same organ in different animals under every variety of form and function. While he tirelessly demonstrated the multitude of such organs in the animal kingdom, he attributed them to the parsimony of the divine designer just as Kepler had attributed his planetary laws to the ingenuity of the divine mathematician. But whatever the beliefs of these men, the concept of homology came to stay, and became a cornerstone of modern evolutionary theory. Animals and plants are made out of homologous organelles like the mitochondria, homologous organs like gills and lungs, homologous limbs such as arms and wings. They are the stable holons in the evolutionary flux. The phenomena of homology implied in fact the hierarchic principle in phylogeny as well as in ontogeny. But the point was never made explicit, and the principles of hierarchic order hardly received a cursory glance. This may be the reason why the inherent contradictions of the orthodox theory could pass so long unnoticed. The law of balance. There are manifestations on still higher levels of what I have called the stability of evolutionary holons. Such are the geometrical relations discovered by Darcy Thompson, which demonstrate that one species may become transformed into another and yet preserve its own basic design. The drawings below show a porcupine fish, Diodon, and the very different-looking sunfish, Orthogoriscus, as they appear in Thompson's classic On Growth and Form, published in 1917. I have compared the evolution of homologue organs to the procedure of motor car manufacturers when they bring out a new model, which differs from the previous one merely in some modifications of this or that component, while the other standardized parts remain unaltered. In the case of the fish, it is not a particular organ that has been modified, but the chassis and body line as a whole. Yet it has not been arbitrarily redesigned. The pattern has remained the same. It has merely been evenly distorted according to a simple mathematical equation. Imagine the drawing of the porcupine fish and its lattice of Cartesian coordinates imprinted on a rubber sheet. The sheet is thicker at the head end, and therefore more resistant than at the tail end. Now you grip the top and bottom edges of the rubber sheet and stretch it. The result will be the sunfish. Corresponding points of the anatomy of the two fishes will have the same coordinates. The eye, for instance, will have longitude 0,5, and latitude c. Thompson found that this phenomenon had general validity. Putting the outline drawing of an animal on a grid of coordinates, and then drawing another animal belonging to the same zoological group, he found that he could transform one shape into the other by some simple trick of rubber sheet geometry, which can be expressed by a mathematical formula. The next drawing, Figure 8, shows the transformation, by means of a harmoniously deformed grid of Cartesian coordinates, of a baboon's skull into a chimpanzee's and a man's. These are not idle mathematical games. They provide a realistic insight into the evolutionary workshop. Here are Darcy Thompson's own comments. We know beforehand that the main difference between the human and the simian types depends upon the enlargement or expansion of the brain and brain case in man, and the relative diminution or enfeeblement of his jaws. Together with these changes, the facial angle increases from an oblique angle to nearly a right angle in man, and the configuration of every constituent bone of the face and skull undergoes an alteration. We do not know to begin with, and we are not shown by the ordinary methods of comparison, how far these various changes form part of one harmonious and congruent transformation, or whether we are to look, for instance, upon the changes undergone by the frontal, the occipital, the maxillary and the mandibular regions as a congeries of separate modifications or independent variables. But as soon as we have marked out a number of points in the gorilla's or chimpanzee's skull, corresponding with those which our coordinate network intersected in the human skull, we find that these corresponding points may be at once linked up by smoothly curved lines of intersection, which form a new system of coordinates and constitute a simple projection asterisk of our human skull. And in short, it becomes at once manifest that the modifications of jaws, brain case, and the regions between, are all portions of one continuous and integral process. 10 in the sense of projective geometry. Surely this process is the exact opposite of evolution through random changes in all and every direction. If that were the case, we should get what Thompson calls a congeries of separate modifications or independent variables. In fact, the variations are interdependent, and must be controlled from the apex of the hierarchy which coordinates the pattern of the whole by harmonizing the relative growth rates of the various parts. Thus the rapid expansion of the anthropoid brain was accompanied by appropriate changes in the other parts of the skull, effected by a simple and elegant geometrical transformation. The 18th century was familiar with this kind of phenomenon, which the 20th took a long time to rediscover. Goethe called it nature's budgeting law, Geoffroy Saint Hilaire called it loi du balancement, the principle of the equilibrium of organs. From the concept of developmental homeostasis there is only one logical step to the concept of evolutionary homeostasis, the loi du balancement applied to phylogenetic changes. Faithful to Goethe, one might call it the preservation of certain basic, archetypal designs through all changes, combined with the striving towards their optimal realization in response to adaptive pressures. The doppelgangers. The last phenomenon to be mentioned in this context is an enigma wrapped in a puzzle. The enigma concerns the marsupials, the class of pouched animals living in Australia. The puzzle is that evolutionists refuse to see the enigma. Nearly all mammalians are either marsupials or placentas. The nearly refers to the near-extinct monotremes, such as the duck-billed platypus, a kind of living fossil which lays eggs as reptiles do, but suckles its young. The marsupials could be called the poor relatives of us normal, that is, placental, mammals. They have evolved along a parallel branch of the evolutionary tree. The marsupial embryo, while in the womb, receives hardly any nourishment from its mother. It is born in a very immature state of development, and is reared in an elastic pouch, or bag of skin, on the mother's belly. A newborn kangaroo is really a half-finished job about an inch long, naked, blind, with hind legs that are no more than embryonic buds. One might speculate whether the human infant, more developed but still helpless at birth, would be better off in a maternal pouch than in a cot, and also whether this would increase its edible inclinations. But whether the marsupial's method of reproduction is better or worse than the placentals, the point is that it is fundamentally different. The two lines split up at the very beginning of mammalian evolution, in the age of reptiles, and have evolved separately, out of some small mouse-like common ancestral creature, over some 150 million years. The enigma is, why so many species produced by the independent evolutionary line of the marsupials are so startlingly similar to placentas. It is almost as if two artists who had never met, never heard of each other, and never had the same model, had painted a parallel series of nearly identical portraits. Figure 9 shows on the left side a series of placental mammals, and on the right their opposite numbers among marsupials. A. Marsupial jerboa and placental jerboa. B. Marsupial flying phalanger and placental flying squirrel, after Hardy. C. Skull of marsupial Tasmanian wolf compared to skull of placental wolf, after Hardy. Let me repeat, we know that, contrary to all appearances, the two series of animals have evolved independently from each other. Australia was cut off from the Asiatic mainland sometime during the late Cretaceous, when the only existing mammals were unpromising-looking tiny creatures, hanging precariously on to existence. The marsupials seem to have evolved earlier than the placenta is from a common egg-laying ancestor with part reptilian, part mammalian features. At any rate, the marsupials got to Australia before it was cut off, and the placentals did not. These immigrants were, as already said, mouse-like creatures, probably not unlike the still surviving, yellow-footed pouched mouse, but much more primitive. And yet these mice, confined to their island continent, branched out and gave rise to pouched versions of moles, anteaters, flying squirrels, cats, and wolves, each like a somewhat clumsy copy of the corresponding placentals. Y, if evolution were a free-for-all, restrained only by selection for fitness, why did Australia not produce some of the bug-eyed monsters of science fiction? The only moderately unorthodox creation of that isolated island in 100 million years are the kangaroos and wallabies. The rest of its fauna consists of rather poor replicas of more efficient placental types, variations on a limited number of archetypal themes. Marsupials have also evolved, again independently, in South America. The reasons for the inferiority of marsupials compared to placentals will be discussed in Chapter 16. How is the enigma to be explained? The explanation offered by the orthodox theory is summed up in the following passage from an otherwise excellent textbook, that I have repeatedly quoted. Tasmanian, i.e., marsupial and true wolves are both running predators, preying on other animals of about the same size and habits. Adaptive similarity, i.e., adaptation to similar environments, involves similarity also of structure and function. The mechanism of such evolution is natural selection. 11 and G.G. Simpson, a leading Harvard authority, discussing the same problem, concludes that the explanation is selection of random mutations. 12. Once more the deus ex machina. Are we really to believe that the condition described by the vague terms preying on animals of approximately the same size and habits, which could be applied to hundreds of different species, sufficiently explains the emergence, twice over, independently from each other, of the almost identical two skulls in figure 9? One might as well say, with the wisdom of hindsight, that there is only one way of making a wolf, which is to make it look like a wolf. The 36 plots. In Chapter 6, I compared the series of scanning and filtering mechanisms through which the intake of our sense organs must pass before it is admitted to awareness and found worthy to be preserved by memory, to the 17 gates of the Kremlin. The sense receptors of eye, ear, and skin are exposed, in a famous phrase of William James, to a continuous bombardment by the blooming, buzzing confusion of the outside world. Without careful scrutiny by the sentries guarding the gates, we should be at the mercy of all random intruders, and our minds and memories would be all confusion, unable to make sense of our chaotic sensations. We can now apply the same metaphor to the alert guardians who protect the gates of heredity against the chaos that would ensue if random mutations in all and every direction were given free access. We must assume that mutations, that is, changes in the original sense of the word on the elementary quantum level, are occurring constantly under the impact of radiations and other factors impinging on the gene complex. The giant molecules of the chromosome chains consisting of millions of atoms must also be surrounded by a blooming, buzzing confusion of their own submicroscopic universe. Most of these changes would be transitory, quickly rectified by self-regulatory devices of the gene complex, or without noticeable effect on its functioning. The relatively few mutations potentially capable of affecting heredity would be submitted to sifting and processing at the gates of successively higher levels of the hierarchy. I have mentioned several stages of this processing, for which there is solid evidence: the elimination of misspelt syllables in the genetic code, developmental homeostasis which ensures that mutations should affect a whole organ in a harmonious way, similar processes on higher levels, Thompson's transformations, Loy-Do balancement, which preserve the proper equilibrium between organs, the evolution of homologous organs from different combinations of genes, Drosophila, and of similar species of independent evolutionary origin, marsupials. Asterisk. I shall not bother the reader with technical terms like homoplasy, convergence, parallelism, which are merely descriptive, but not explanatory. The conclusion which emerges from all this is that there must be unitary laws underlying evolutionary variety, permitting unlimited variations on a limited number of themes. Translated into our terminology, this means that the evolutionary process, like all hierarchic operations, is governed by fixed canons, and guided by adaptable strategies. The latter are partly, see below, accounted for by the selective pressures of the environment, predators, competitors, etc., but the laws which confine possible evolutionary advances to certain main avenues cannot be defined in terms of these external factors which only enter into action after a change proposed by mutating genes has been approved and passed muster at the successive Kremlin gates of the organism's internal controls. These internal controls define the evolutionary canon. Several eminent biologists have in recent years toyed with this idea, but without spelling out its profound implications. Thus von Bertalanffy wrote, while fully appreciating modern selection theory, we nevertheless arrive at an essentially different view of evolution. It appears to be not a series of accidents, the course of which is determined only by the change of environments during Earth history and the resulting struggle for existence, which leads to selection within a chaotic material of mutations, but is governed by definite laws, and we believe that the discovery of these laws constitutes one of the most important tasks of the future. 13. Waddington and Hardy have both rediscovered Goethe's notion of archetypal forms. Helen Spuerway concluded from the evidence of homology that the organism has only a restricted mutation spectrum which determines its possibilities of evolution. 14. For an excellent short critical discussion, see L.L. White's Internal Factors in Evolution, and W.H. Thorpe's review of the book in Nature, May 14, 1966. But what exactly do these authors mean by expressions like archetypal selection, organic law determining evolution, mutation spectrum, or molding influences guiding evolutionary change along certain avenues? 15. They seem to mean, in fact, without saying it in as many words, that given the conditions on our particular planet, the chemistry and temperature of its atmosphere, and the available energies and building materials, life from its inception in the first blob of living slime could only progress in a limited number of directions in a limited number of ways. But this implies that just as the Australian and European wolf were both potentially foreshadowed in the ancestral mouse-like creature, that creature in turn was foreshadowed in the ancestral chordate, and so on back to the ancestral protist, and the first, self-replicating strand of nucleic acid. If this conclusion is correct, it sheds some additional light on man's status in this universe. It puts an end to the fantasies of science fiction regarding future forms of life on Earth. But it does not mean the opposite either. It emphatically does not mean a rigidly determined universe which unwinds like a mechanical clockwork. It means, to revert to one of the leitmotifs of this book, that the evolution of life is a game played according to fixed rules which limit its possibilities but leave sufficient scope for a limitless number of variations. The rules are inherent in the basic structure of living matter, the variations derive from adaptive strategies. In other words, evolution is neither a free-for-all, nor the execution of a rigidly predetermined computer program. It could be compared to a musical composition whose possibilities are limited by the rules of harmony and the structure of the diatonic scales which, however, permit an inexhaustible number of original creations. Or it could be compared to the game of chess obeying fixed rules but with equally inexhaustible variations. Lastly, the vast number of existing animal species, about 1 million, and the small number of major classes, about 50, and of major phyla or divisions, about 10, could be compared with the vast number of works of literature and the small number of basic themes or plots. All works of literature are variations on a limited number of leitmotifs, derived from man's archetypal experiences and conflicts, but adapted each time to a new environment, the costumes, conventions, and language of the period. Not even Shakespeare could invent an original plot. Goethe quoted with approval the Italian dramatist Carlo Gozzi *, according to whom there are only 36 tragic situations. Goethe himself thought that there were probably even less, but their exact number is a well-kept secret among writers of fiction. A work of literature is constructed out of thematic holons which, like homologue organs, need not even have a common ancestor. Author of Turandot and many other successful works. 3 times at least, but probably much more often, eyes with lenses have evolved independently in animals as widely different as mollusks, spiders, and vertebrates. Most insects have, unlike the spider, compound eyes, but these are merely modifications of the same optical principle. The smooth curved surface of the camera lens is broken up into a honeycomb of small corneal lenses, each with its own light-sensitive tube. These are the only 2 basic types of image-forming eyes * throughout the animal kingdom. But again there are countless variations and refinements, from the pinhole eye of the nautilus which functions on the principle of the camera obscura, without lens, through the rudimentary lenses of starfish, up to the precision mechanisms by which various groups of animals achieve accommodation and focusing of the eye on objects of varying distance. Fishes, perhaps because they have more time on their fins, move the whole lens closer to the retina when focusing on distant objects. Mammals, including man, have evolved a more elegant method of focusing by altering the curvature of the lens, flattening it for close objects, thickening it for distant vision. Predatory birds have developed an even more effective strategy for keeping the prey in focus while sweeping down on it. Instead of adjusting the relatively inert lens, they quickly change the curvature of the more flexible cornea. Another essential refinement, color vision, also evolved independently several times. Lastly, the gradual shifting of the position of the eyes from the side to the front of the head led to binocular vision, the fusion of the images in each separate eye into a single 3-dimensional image in the brain. As distinct from primitive, light-sensitive units which respond to differences in light intensity, but do not provide pattern vision. The purpose of the preceding paragraph was not to praise the glories of vision, but to point to the remarkable achievements of adaptive strategies making the best of the organism's limited possibilities. The limitations are inherent in the physico-chemical structure of living matter as it exists on Earth and presumably on any planet whose conditions are remotely similar to those on Earth. But there is no limit to what an artist can do with Gozzi's meager list of 36 themes. 11. Evolution CTD, Progress by initiative. When you don't know where a road leads, it sure as hell will take you there. Leo Roston. Expressions like adaptive strategy or exploiting opportunities imply an active striving towards an optimal realization of the evolutionary potential. In recent years it has become once more scientifically respectable to speak of goal-directedness in ontogeny, from the canalization of embryonic development to the purposiveness of instinctive and learned behavior. But not so in phytogeny. There the official attitude may still be fairly summarized by the following quotation from G.G. Simpson: "It does seem that the problem of evolution is now essentially solved and that the mechanism of adaptation is known. It turns out to be basically materialistic, with no sign of purpose as a working variable in life history, and with any possible purposer pushed back to the incomprehensible position of first cause. And later on, man is the result of a purposeless and materialistic process that did not have him in mind. He was not planned." 1. However, there is no need to engage in philosophical debate over this kind of pronouncement, because it is based on spurious alternatives. According to Simpson, evolution is either basically materialistic, whatever that means in this context, or else there must be a purposer, a god. Man is either the result of a purposeless process or else he must have been planned from the beginning. But the term purpose in its biological context implies neither a purposer nor a cut and dried image of the ultimate goal to be achieved. The predator setting out on its nightly round does not look for a particular rabbit or hare, he looks for a likely prey. The chess player cannot generally foresee or plan the ultimate mate situation, he uses his skill to take advantage of the opportunities on the board. Purposiveness means goal-directed instead of random activity, flexible strategies instead of rigid mechanisms, and adaptive behavior but on the organism's own terms. It does not adapt to a freezing environment by lowering its body temperature, but by burning up more fuel. In a word, as E.W. Sinnott wrote, purpose is the directive activity shown by individual organisms that distinguishes living things from inanimate objects. 2. Or, to quote the Nobel laureate H.J. Muller, purpose is not imported into nature, and need not be puzzled over as a strange or divine something else that gets inside and makes life go. It is simply implicit in the fact of biological organization, and it is to be studied rather than admired or explained. 3. Let me repeat, to talk of directiveness, or purpose in this limited sense, in ontogeny, has become respectable once more, but to apply these terms to phylogeny is still considered heretical, or at least in bad taste. But phylogeny is an abstraction, which only acquires a concrete meaning when we realize that phylogeny, evolutionary descent, is a sequence of ontogenies, and that the course of evolution is through changes in ontogeny. The quotations in the previous sentence are actually also by Simpson 4, and contain the answer to his own conundrum about the purposer behind the purpose. The purposer is each and every individual organism, from the inception of life, which struggled and strove to make the best of its limited opportunities. Acting before reacting. When orthodox evolutionists speak of adaptations they mean, as behaviorists do when they speak of responses, an essentially passive process or mechanism, controlled by the environment. This view may be in keeping with their philosophy, but it is certainly not in keeping with the evidence which shows, to quote G.E. Coghill once more, that the organism acts on the environment before it reacts to it. 5. Coghill has demonstrated that in the embryo the motor nerve tracts become active, and movements make their appearance, before the sensory nerves become functional. And the moment it is hatched or born the creature lashes out at the environment, be it liquid or solid, with cilia, flagellae, or contractile muscle fiber. It crawls, swims, glides, pulsates, it kicks, yells, breathes, feeds on its surroundings for all it is worth. It does not merely adapt to the environment, but constantly adapts the environment to itself. It eats and drinks its environment, fights and mates with it, burrows and builds in it. It does not merely respond to the environment, but asks questions by exploring it. The exploratory drive is now recognized by the younger generation of animal psychologists to be a primary biological instinct, as basic as the instincts of hunger and sex, it can on occasion be even more powerful than these. Countless experimenters starting with Darwin himself have shown that curiosity, and the seeking out of thrills, is an instinctual urge in rats, birds, dolphins, chimpanzees and man, and so is what behaviorists call ludic behavior known to ordinary mortals as playfulness. Cf. The Act of Creation, Book 2, Chapter 8. The exploratory drive has a direct bearing on the theory of evolution. This was realized by at least two eminent biologists at the turn of the century, Baldwin and Lloyd Morgan, but was promptly and conveniently forgotten. In recent years, however, this so-called Baldwin effect was rediscovered, independently, by Hardy and Waddington. Let me explain what is meant by an amusing example which Hardy gave at a meeting of the Linnean Society in 1956. A few years earlier, some clever blue tits had noticed that the bottles which the milkman left at the doorstep contained a puzzling white liquid, and they discovered a way of getting at it by removing the tops of the bottles with their beaks. The liquid proved to be rather delicious. So the birds learned to deal with cardboard tops, and soon also with metal tops. This new skill soon spread, apparently by imitation, right through the tit population of Europe. 6. Never again will our milk bottles be safe. However, Hardy continued, if the bottles were living organisms, a species of clams with an odd cylindrical shell, and if the tits continued to feed on them, then after a while only the bottles with thicker caps would survive, and natural selection would produce a species of thick-capped bottles, but also perhaps a species of tits with more specialized, tin-opener-like beaks for dealing with them. 7. The emergence of thick-capped bottle creatures would illustrate the passive, Darwinian type of evolution through the selective pressure of predators in the environment. But the evolution of tits with more efficient beaks is meant to illustrate a quite different type of evolutionary process, based on the initiative of some enterprising individuals in the species. These discover a new method of feeding, a new skill which, spreading by imitation, becomes incorporated into the species' ways of life. The lucky mutation, or recombination of genes, which produces beaks appropriate to the new skill, comes only afterwards, as a kind of genetic endorsement of the discovery. The initial act in the process, the evolutionary pioneer work, so to speak, was done by the tit's exploratory activities, its curiosity which led it to investigate the environment and not merely submit to its pressures. We have seen that the famous typewriter of the monkey is controlled by internal selection. Now the machine has been further programmed, the monkey merely has to go on trying until he hits a certain pre-specified key. The example of the tin opener beak is of course imaginary, but the conclusions are supported by many observations. Thus one of Darwin's finches on the Galapagos Isles, C. pallidus, pecks holes or crevices into the tree bark, and having excavated, it picks up a cactus spine or twig, 1 or 2 inches long, and holding it lengthwise in its beak, pokes it up the crack, dropping the twig to seize the insect as it emerges. Sometimes the bird carries a spine or twig about with it, poking it into cracks and crannies as it searches one tree after another. This remarkable habit is one of the few recorded uses of tools in birds. Hardy 8. According to the orthodox theory, we would have to believe that some random mutation, by modifying the shape of the bird's beak, which, however, is not very different from the beaks of other finches, caused it to develop its ingenious way of hunting insects. And we would also have to believe that it was the same deus ex machina which forced the tit to open milk bottles. Let us rather agree with Hardy that the emphasis in the present-day view must be false, and that the main causative factor of evolutionary progress is not the selective pressure of the environment, but the initiative of the living organism, the restless, exploring and perceiving animal that discovers new ways of living, new sources of food, just as the tits have discovered the value of the milk bottles. It is adaptations which are due to the animal's behavior, to its restless exploration of its surroundings, to its initiative, that distinguish the main diverging lines of evolution. It is these dynamic qualities which led to the different roles of life that open up to a newly emerging group of animals in that phase of their expansion technically known as adaptive radiation, giving the lines of runners, climbers, burrowets, swimmers, and conquerors of the air. 9. One might call this the progress by initiative, or do-it-yourself theory of evolution. It does not do away with chance mutations, but further narrows down the part played by them in the total picture to that of a lucky hit at a preset target, which is sooner or later bound to occur. Once it has occurred, the spontaneously acquired habit or skill becomes hereditary, incorporated into the animal's native repertory. It has no longer to be invented or learned, it has become an instinct, endorsed by the gene complex *. In fact, the range and importance of random mutations has been so much whittled down by the various factors mentioned in this and the previous chapter, that the whole Darwin-Lamarck controversy loses much of its importance. In a series of experiments with Drosophila, Waddington has demonstrated that such genetic assimilation, as he called it, of acquired characters becoming hereditary does indeed occur. This does not necessarily mean, however, that Lamarck was right and that the acquired feature, in this case a change in the fly's wing structure, produced by exposure of the pupae to heat, was the direct cause of the mutation which made it hereditary after a few generations, so that the wing change occurred even without heat exposure. It could be that a few mutant flies were already present in the stock, and were then selected for survival on a Darwinian basis. It could also be that the appropriate mutation arose by chance in the process. Waddington leaves the question open whether he had produced an experimental confirmation of Lamarck, or an imitation of Lamarckian inheritance by means of a Darwinian mechanism. He concludes that it would be unsafe to consider that the occurrence of directed mutation related to the environment can be ruled out of court a priori, and that it seems wisest to keep an open mind on the subject. 10. That is a far cry from the almost fanatical attitude of the neo-Darwinian citadel. Waddington has gone even further by maintaining that if natural selection works primarily in favor of plastic, adaptable behavior, then the process of canalization during development will become so flexible in itself that it no longer requires any particular gene mutation to endorse the new feature, merely some random mutation to take over the switching function of the original environmental stimulus. The type of hereditary change envisaged by Baldwin is, therefore, much more likely than he could have realized. 11. The point will perhaps become clearer if we draw a parallel between the role of chance in evolution and in scientific discovery. Behaviorists tend to ascribe any original idea to pure chance. But the history of science teaches that most discoveries were made by several people independently from each other, at more or less the same time, and this fact alone, apart from all other considerations, is sufficient to show that when the time is ripe for a given type of invention or discovery, the favorable chance event which sparks it off is bound to occur sooner or later. Fortune favors the prepared mind, wrote Pasteur, and we may add, fortunate mutations favor the prepared animal. See The Act of Creation, pages 109 ff. A stupid and industrious scholar could indeed write a history of science as a history of lucky hazards, Archimedes overspilling bath water, Galileo's swinging chandelier, Newton's apple, James Watt's tea kettle, Harvey's fish heart, Gutenberg's wine press, Pasteur's spoiled culture, Fleming's nose drip, and so on and so forth. Whether apocryphal or true does not matter. But he would have to be very stupid indeed not to realize that if that particular chance event had not occurred, 100 others might have had the same triggering effect on the prepared mind or on some other contemporary mind working in the same direction, and only a very perverse historian could fail to see that the primary cause and directing force of scientific progress is the curiosity and initiative of scientists, and not the random appearance of chandeliers, apples, tea kettles and nose drips in all and every direction. Yet it is precisely this perverse view which determines the orthodox interpretation not only of the evolution of new animal forms, but also of new patterns of animal behavior. The only explanation that neo-Darwinian theory has to offer is that new forms of behavior, too, arise from chance mutations affecting the nervous system, preserved by natural selection. If, apart from a few tentative studies, the evolution of behavior, as distinct from the evolution of physical structures, is still an uncharted territory, the reason may perhaps be an unconscious reluctance to put the already strained theoretical framework of neo-Darwinian genetics to an additional test. To quote a very trivial example, an individual songbird or jackdaw or sparrow, on spotting a predator, will give an alarm call, warning the whole flock. These alarm calls, Tinbergen points out, are a clear example of an activity which serves the group but endangers the individual. 12. Are we really to assume that the wiring diagram in the sparrow's nervous system, which releases the alarm call in response to a stimulus of predatory shape, arose by random mutation and was perpetuated by natural selection in spite of its negative survival value for the mutant? The same question could be asked concerning the phylogenetic origin of the ritualist mock fights in a great variety of animals, including stags, iguanas, birds, dogs, fish. Dogs, for instance, sprawl on their backs as a token of defeat and surrender, exposing their vulnerable bellies and jugular veins to the victor's fangs. One is inclined to call this a rather risky attitude, and what is the individual survival value of not hitting, or biting, goring, below the belt? One could add a whole volume of examples of complex, purposeful animal activities that defy any explanation by chance mutation and natural selection, and the list would actually have to start with a single-celled sea animal, a relative to the amoeba, which builds elaborate houses out of the needle-like spiculae of sponges. From this simple protozoan, without eyes or a nervous system, which is but a gelatinous mass of flowing protoplasm, through the architectural skill of spiders and insects, through bottle-raiding birds, tool-making chimpanzees, and up to man, we find the same lesson repeated, a display of patterns of instinctive and learned behavior which cannot be explained by any twist of logic as the result of random changes in bodily structure. To quote Dr. Ewer, behavior will tend to be always a jump ahead of structure and so play a decisive role in the evolutionary process. 13. In this light, evolution no longer appears as a tale told by an idiot, but rather as an epic recited by a stutterer, at times haltingly and painfully, then precipitating in bursts. Once more Darwin and Lamarck. There remains a hard core of phenomena that seems to defy explanation by any of the processes discussed so far, and to cry out for a Lamarckian explanation in terms of the inheritance of acquired characters. There is, for example, the hoary problem why the skin on the soles of our feet is so much thicker than elsewhere. If the thickening occurred after birth, as a result of stress, wear and tear, there would be no problem. But the skin of the sole is already thickened in the embryo which has never walked, barefoot or otherwise. A similar, even more striking phenomenon are the callosities on the Africa warthog's wrists and forelegs, on which the animal leans while feeding, on the knees of camels, and, oddest of all, the two bulbous thickenings on the ostrich's undercarriage, one fore, one aft, on which that ungainly bird squats. All these callosities make their appearance, as the skin on our feet does, in the embryo. They are inherited characters. But is it conceivable that these callosities should have evolved by chance mutations just exactly where the animal needed them? Or must we assume that there is a causal, Lamarckian connection between the animal's needs and the mutation which provides them? Even Waddington, who does not completely rule out the possibility of Lamarckian inheritance, prefers to invoke the Baldwin effect and developmental canalization, though it is not easy to see how they can satisfactorily explain phenomena of this kind. But on the other hand, it is equally difficult to see how an acquired callosity could conceivably produce changes in the gene complex. Difficult, but not entirely impossible. It is true that the germ cells are set apart from other body cells in splendid isolation, but their isolation is not absolute, they are affected by radiation, heat, and certain chemicals. It would indeed, as Waddington says, be unsafe to rule a priori out of court the possibility that changes in the gene activities of body cells could, under certain circumstances, also cause changes in the gene activities of germ cells by means of hormones or enzymes. Herrick 14 has also kept an open mind on the problem. Waddington has actually produced a tentative model of directive mutation to indicate that at the present stage of biochemistry such a process is conceivable. 15. It would not serve any useful purpose to rehash the arguments and counter-arguments, which have been repeated over and again. In a few years' time the whole battle might be of merely historical interest, like the Newton-Huygens controversy on the corpuscular versus the wave theory of light. Darwinian selections operating on chance mutations doubtless occur, but they are not the whole picture, and probably not even a very important part of the picture for two simple reasons. First, because the range within which chance factors can operate is considerably narrowed down by the factors discussed before, and in the second place because in the present form of the orthodox theory the very term selection has become ambiguous. It once meant survival of the fittest, but, to quote Waddington for the last time, survival does not, of course, mean the bodily endurance of a single individual, outliving Methuselah. It implies, in its present-day interpretation, perpetuation as a source for future generations. That individual survives best which leaves most offspring. Again, to speak of an animal as fittest does not necessarily imply that it is strongest or most healthy or would win a beauty competition. Essentially it denotes nothing more than leaving most offspring. The general principle of natural selection, in fact, merely amounts to the statement that the individuals which leave most offspring are those which leave most offspring. It is a tautology. 16. The Lamarckians, on the other hand, have failed to provide experimental evidence for the inheritance of acquired characters which could not be interpreted or explained away on a Darwinian basis. That again proves nothing except that if Lamarckian inheritance occurs, it must be a rather rare event. It could not be otherwise, for if every experience of the ancestors left its hereditary trace on the offspring, the result would be a chaos of shapes and a bedlam of instincts. But some of the hardcore cases make it appear at least probable that some well-defined structural adaptations, such as the thickening of the skin on our feet or the ostrich's callosities, which were acquired by generation after generation, did in the end lead to changes in the gene complex which made them inheritable. Biochemistry does not exclude this possibility, and the almost fanatical insistence on its rejection is but one more example of the intolerance and dogmatism of scientific orthodoxies. It seems, then, that neo-Darwinian and neo-Lamarckian modes of evolution are extreme cases at opposite ends of a wide spectrum of evolutionary phenomena. I have mentioned a number of these, but there is still one more to be discussed, which has a special significance to man. 12. Evolution CTD, undoing and redoing. Who has seen the wind? Neither you nor I. But when the trees bow down their heads, the wind is passing by. Christina Rossetti. There have been periods of adaptive radiation, sudden bursts of new forms branching out of the evolutionary tree in a relatively short time. Such was the reptilian outburst in the Mesozoic, or the mammalian outburst in the Paleocene, the first about 200, the second about 80 million years ago. The opposite phenomenon is the decline and extinction of evolutionary branches. It is estimated that for every one of the existing 1 million species, hundreds must have perished in the past. And, as far as one can judge, most of the lines which have not perished have become stagnant. Their evolution came to a standstill at various stages in the long-distant past. Blind alleys. The principal cause of stagnation and extinction is overspecialization. Take, for example, that charming and pathetic creature the koala bear, which specializes in feeding on the leaves of a particular variety of eucalyptus tree and on nothing else, and which, in lieu of fingers, has hook-like claws ideally suited for clinging to the bark of the tree and for nothing else. Its human equivalent minus the charm is the pedant, the slave of habit, whose thinking and behavior move in rigid grooves. Some of our departments of higher learning seem expressly designed for breeding koala bears. Some years ago, in the Yale Review, Sir Julian Huxley gave the following short summary of the evolutionary process. The course followed by evolution appears to have been broadly as follows. From a generalized early type, various lines radiate out, exploiting the environment in various ways. Some of these comparatively soon reach a limit to their evolution, at least as regards major alteration. Thereafter they are limited to minor changes such as the formation of new genera and species. Others, on the other hand, are so constructed that they can continue their career, generating new types which are successful in the struggle for existence because of their greater control over the environment and their greater independence of it. Such changes are legitimately called progressive. The new type repeats the process. It radiates out into a number of lines, each specializing in a particular direction. The great majority of these come up against dead ends and can advance no further. Specialization is one-sided progress, and after a longer or shorter time, reaches a biomechanical limit. Sometimes all the branches of a given stock have come up against their limit, and then either have become extinct or have persisted without major change. This happened, for instance, to the echinoderms, which with their sea urchins, starfish, brittle stars, sea lilies, sea cucumbers, and other types now extinct had pushed the life that was in them into a series of blind alleys. They have not advanced for perhaps 100 million years, nor have they given rise to other major types. In other cases, all but one or two of the lines suffer this fate, while the rest repeat the process. All reptilian lines were blind alleys save one which was transformed into the birds, and another which became the mammals. Of the bird stock, all lines came to a dead end; of the mammals, all but one, the one which became man. 1. But, having made this point, Huxley drew a conclusion which is much less convincing. Evolution, he concluded, is seen as an enormous number of blind alleys, with a very occasional path of progress. It is like a maze in which almost all turnings are wrong turnings. 2. This sounds just like the behaviorist's view of the rat in the maze as a paradigm of human learning. In both cases the explicit or tacit assumption is once more that progress is governed by blind chance mutation preserved by natural selection, random tries preserved by reinforcement, and that is all there is to it. Escape from specialization. In the 3 previous chapters I discussed a number of phenomena which reduce the factor of chance to a subordinate role. Now I propose to discuss one more line of escape from the maze, known to students of evolution under the ugly name of pedomorphosis, coined by Garstang nearly half a century ago. But although the existence of the phenomenon is recognized, there is little mention of it in the textbooks because, like the Baldwin effect or the marsupial puzzle, it runs against the zeitgeist. To put it simply, the phenomenon of pedomorphosis indicates that in certain circumstances evolution can retrace its steps, as it were, along the path which led to the dead end, and make a fresh start in a new, more promising direction. The crucial point here is the appearance of some useful evolutionary novelty in the larval or embryonic stage of the ancestor, a novelty that may disappear before the ancestor reaches the adult stage, but which reappear and is preserved in the adult stage of the descendant. The following example will make this involved process clearer. I am much indebted to Mr. D. Lang Stevenson for having called my attention to Garstang's work. There is now strong evidence in favor of the theory, proposed by Garstang as far back as 1928, that the chordates and thus we, the vertebrates, are descended from the larval stage of some primitive echinoderm, perhaps rather like the sea urchin or sea cucumber. Echinoderm equals prickly skinned. Now an adult sea cucumber would not be a very inspiring ancestor. It is a sluggish creature which looks like an ill-stuffed sausage with leathery skin, lying on the sea bottom. But its free-floating larva is a much more promising proposition. Unlike the adult sea cucumber, the larva has bilateral symmetry like a fish. It has a ciliary band, a forerunner of the nervous system, and some other sophisticated features not found in the adult animal. We must assume that the sedentary adult residing on the sea bottom had to rely on mobile larvae to spread the species far and wide in the ocean, as plants scatter their seeds in the wind, that the larvae, which had to fend for themselves, exposed to much stronger selective pressures than the adults, gradually became more fish-like, and that eventually they became sexually mature while still in the free-swimming, larval state, thus giving rise to a new type of animal which never settled on the bottom at all, and altogether eliminated the senile, sedentary cucumber stage from its life history. This speeding up of sexual maturation relative to the development of the rest of the body, or, to put it differently, the gradual retardation of bodily development beyond the age of sexual maturation, is a familiar evolutionary phenomenon, known as neoteny. Its result is that the animal begins to breed while still displaying larval or juvenile features, and it frequently happens that the fully adult stage is never reached. It is dropped off the life cycle. This tendency towards a prolonged childhood, with the corresponding squeezing out of the final adult stages, amounts to a rejuvenation and despecialization of the race, and escape from the cul-de-sac in the evolutionary maze. As J.Z. Young wrote, adopting Garstang's views, the problem which remains is in fact not how have vertebrates been formed from sea squirts, but how have vertebrates eliminated the adult C-squared stage from their life history? It is wholly reasonable to consider that this has been accomplished by pedomorphosis. 3. Neoteny, in fact, amounts to a rewinding of the biological clock when evolution is in danger of running down and coming to a standstill. Gavin de Beer has compared the classical view of evolution, such as expressed in Huxley's image of the maze, to the classical view of the universe as a mechanical clockwork. On this view, he wrote, phylogeny would gradually slow down and become stationary. The race would not be able to evolve any further and would be in a condition to which the term racial senescence has been applied. It would be difficult to see how evolution was able to produce as much phylogenetic change in the animal kingdom as it has, and it would lead to the dismal conclusion that the evolutionary clock is running down. In fact, such a state of affairs would present a dilemma analogous to that which follows from the view that the universe has been wound up once and that its store of free energy was irremediably becoming exhausted. We do not know how energy is built up again in the physical universe, but the analogous process in the domain of organic evolution would seem to be pedomorphosis. A race may become rejuvenated by pushing the adult stage of its individuals off from the end of their ontogenies, and such a race may then radiate out in all directions. Until racial senescence due to gerontomorphosis see below sets in again. 4. Neoteny in itself is of course not enough to produce these evolutionary bursts of adaptive radiations. The rejuvenation of the race merely provides the opportunity for evolutionary changes to operate on the early, malleable phases of ontogeny, hence pedomorphosis, the shaping of the young. In contrast to it, gerontomorphosis, geras equals old age, is the modification of fully adult structures which are already highly specialized. This sounds like a rather technical distinction, but it is in fact of vital importance. Gerontomorphosis cannot lead to radical changes and new departures, it can only carry an already specialized evolutionary line one more step further in the same direction as a rule into a dead end of the maze. To quote de Beer again, the terms gerontomorphosis and pedomorphosis, therefore, express not only the stage in the life history of an animal with which they are concerned, but they also convey the meaning of racial senescence and rejuvenescence. It is interesting to note that as a result of considerations based on a different line of thought, Child had been led to express similar views. 5. If evolution is in some degree a secular differentiation and senescence of protoplasm, the possibility of evolutionary rejuvenescence must not be overlooked. Perhaps the relatively rapid rise and increase of certain forms here and there in the course of evolution may be the expression of changes of this sort. 5a*. The word gerontomorphosis was coined by de Beer as a contrast to Garstang's pedomorphosis. Draw back to leap. It seems that this retracing of steps to escape the dead ends of the maze was repeated at each decisive evolutionary turning point. I have mentioned the evolution of the vertebrates from a larval form of some primitive echinoderm. Insects have in all likelihood emerged from a millipede-like ancestor, not, however, from adult millipedes, whose structure is too specialized, but from its larval forms. The conquest of the dry land was initiated by amphibians whose ancestry goes back to the most primitive type of lung-breathing fish, whereas the apparently more successful later lines of highly specialized gill-breathing fishes all came to a dead end. The same story was repeated at the next major step, the reptiles, who derive from early, primitive amphibians, not from any of the later forms that we know. And lastly, we come to the most striking case of pedomorphosis, the evolution of our own species. It is now generally recognized that the human adult resembles more the embryo of an ape than an adult ape. In both simian embryo and human adult, the ratio of the weight of the brain to total body weight is disproportionately high. In both, the closing of the sutures between the bones of the skull is retarded to permit the brain to expand. The back-to-front axis through man's head, i.e., the direction of his line of sight, is at right angles to his spinal column, a condition which, in apes and other mammals, is found only in the embryonic, not in the adult stage. The same applies to the angle between backbone and urogenital canal, which accounts for the singularity of the human way of copulating face to face. Other embryonic, or, to use Bolk's term, fetalized features in adult man are, the absence of brow ridges, the scantness and late appearance of body hair, pallor of the skin, retarded growth of the teeth, and a number of other features including the rosy lips of man, which were probably evolved in the young as an adaptation to prolonged suckling and have persisted in the adult, possibly under the influence of sexual selection. De Beer. 6. If human evolution is to continue along the same lines as in the past, wrote J.B.S. Haldane, it will probably involve still greater prolongation of childhood and retardation of maturity. Some of the characters distinguishing adult man will be lost. 7. There is, incidentally, a reverse of the medal which Aldous Huxley pointed out in one of his later, despairing novels. Artificial prolongation of the absolute lifespan of man might provide an opportunity for features of the adult primate to reappear in human oldsters. Methuselah would turn into a hairy ape*, but this ghastly perspective does not concern us here. Huxley, after many a summer. Some physical characteristics in the very old seem to indicate that the genes which could produce such a transformation are still present in our gonads, but are prevented from becoming active by the neotenic retardation of the biological time clock. The obvious conclusion is that prolongation of the human lifespan is only desirable if it can be accompanied by techniques which exert a parallel influence on the genetic clock. The essence of the process which I have described is an evolutionary retreat from specialized adult forms of bodily structure and behavior, to an earlier or more primitive, but also more plastic and less committed stage, followed by a sudden advance in a new direction. It is as if the stream of life had momentarily reversed its course, flowing uphill for a while, then opened up a new stream bed. I shall try to show that this recolor pour musauter of drawing back to leap, of undoing and redoing, is a favorite gambit in the grand strategy of the evolutionary process, and that it also plays an important part in the progress of science and art. Figure 10, on the next page, is from Garstang's original paper 7a, and is meant to represent the progress of evolution by pedomorphosis. Z to Z9 is the progression of zygotes, fertilized eggs, along the evolutionary ladder. A to A9 represents the adult forms resulting from each zygote. Thus the black line from Z4 to A4, for instance, represents ontogeny, the transformation of egg into adult. The dotted line from A to A9 represents phylogeny, the evolution of higher forms. But note that the thin lines of evolutionary progress do not lead directly from, say, A4 to A5. That would be gerontomorphosis, the evolutionary transformation of an adult form. The line of progress branches off from the unfinished, embryonic stage of A4. This represents a kind of evolutionary retreat from the finished product, and a new departure towards the evolutionary novelty Z5A5. A4 could be the adult sea cucumber, then the branching off point on the line A4Z4 would be its larva, or A8 could be the adult primate ancestor of man, and the branching off point its embryo, which is so much more like the A9 ourselves. But Garstang's diagram could also represent a fundamental aspect of the evolution of ideas. The emergence of biological novelties and the creation of mental novelties are processes which show certain analogies. It is of course a truism that in mental evolution, social inheritance through tradition and written records replaces genetic inheritance. But the analogy goes deeper. Neither biological evolution nor mental progress follows a continuous line from A6 to A7. Neither of them is strictly cumulative in the sense of continuing to build where the last generation has left off. Both proceed in the zigzag fashion indicated in the diagram. The revolutions in the history of science are successful escapes from blind alleys. The evolution of knowledge is continuous only during those periods of consolidation and elaboration which follow a major breakthrough. Sooner or later, however, consolidation leads to increasing rigidity, orthodoxy, and so into the dead end of overspecialization to the koala bear. Eventually there is a crisis and a new breakthrough out of the blind alley, followed by another period of consolidation, a new orthodoxy, and so the cycle starts again. But the new theoretical structure which emerges from the breakthrough is not built on top of the previous edifice, it branches out from the point where progress has gone wrong. The great revolutionary turns in the evolution of ideas have a decidedly pedomorphic character. Each zygote in the diagram would represent the seminal idea, the seed out of which a new theory develops until it reaches its adult, fully matured stage. One might call this the ontogeny of a theory. The history of science is a series of such ontogenies. True novelties are not derived directly from a previous adult theory, but from a new seminal idea, not from the sedentary sea urchin but from its mobile larva. Only in the quiet periods of consolidation do we find gerontomorphosis, small improvements added to a fully grown, established theory. In the history of literature and art, the zigzag course is even more in evidence. Garstang's diagram could have been designed to show how periods of cumulative progress within a given school and technique end inevitably in stagnation, mannerism, or decadence, until the crisis is resolved by a revolutionary shift in sensibility, emphasis, style. See The Act of Creation, Book 1, Chapters X and XXIII. At first sight the analogy may appear far-fetched. I shall try to show that it has a solid factual basis. Biological evolution is to a large extent a history of escapes from the blind alleys of overspecialization, the evolution of ideas a series of escapes from the bondage of mental habit, and the escape mechanism in both cases is based on the principle of undoing and redoing, the draw-back-to-leap pattern. Summary. After this anticipatory excursion, let me return for the last time to our starting point, the monkey at the typewriter. The monkey, according to the orthodox doctrine, is supposed to proceed by hit and miss, just as mental evolution, according to behaviorist doctrine, is supposed to proceed by trial and error. In both cases, progress is secured by the stick and carrot method. The successful tries are rewarded by the carrot of survival or of reinforcement, the harmful ones are weeded out by the stick of extinction, or by negative reinforcement. The alternative view which is here proposed does not deny that trial and error are inherent in all progressive development. But there is a world of difference between the random tries of the monkey at the typewriter, and the various directive processes summarized in preceding chapters, starting with the hierarchic controls and regulations built into the genetic system, and culminating in the draw-back-to-leap pattern of pedomorphosis. The orthodox view implies reeling off the available responses in the animal's repertory, or on the Tibetan prayer wheel of mutations, until the correct one is hit upon by chance. The present view also relies on trial and error. Each escape from a blind alley followed by a new departure is just that, but of a more complex, sophisticated, and purposive kind, a groping and exploring, retreating and advancing towards higher levels of existence. Purpose, to quote H.J. Muller again, is not imported into nature. It is simply implicit in it. 8. Each of the salient facts that I have mentioned has been separately known for some time, but their implications have mostly been ignored by orthodox evolutionists. Yet if these isolated facts and theories are worked into a synthesis, they make the problem of evolution appear in a new light. There may be a monkey hammering away at the typewriter, but that device is organized in such a way as to defeat the monkey. Evolution is a process with a fixed code of rules, but with adaptable strategies. The code is inherent in the conditions of our planet. It restricts progress to a limited number of avenues, while at the same time all living matter strives towards the optimal utilization of the offered possibilities. The combined action of these two factors is manifested on each successive level, in the microhierarchy of the gene complex, the canalization of embryonic development, and its stabilization by developmental homeostasis. Homolog organs, evolutionary holons and similar animal forms arise from independent origins and provide archetypal unity in variety. The initiative of the animal, its curiosity and exploratory drive, act as pacemakers of progress. A quasi-Lamarckian mechanism of inheritance may in rare cases come to its aid. Pedomorphosis offers an escape from blind alleys and a new departure in a different direction, and lastly, Darwinian selection operates within its limited scope. The part played by a lucky chance mutation is reduced to that of the trigger which releases the coordinated action of the system, and to maintain that evolution is the product of blind chance means to confuse the simple action of the trigger with the complex, purposive processes which it sets off. Their purposiveness is manifested in different ways on different levels of the hierarchy. On each level there is trial and error, but on each level it takes a more sophisticated form. Some years ago, two eminent experimental psychologists, Tolman and Kreshevsky, created a stir by proclaiming that the rat learns to run a maze by forming hypotheses. 9. Soon it may be permissible to extend the metaphor and to say that evolution progresses by making and discarding hypotheses, in the process of spelling out a roughed-in idea. 13. The glory of man. We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. Oscar Wilde. The activities of animal and man vary from machine-like automatisms to ingenious improvisations, according to the challenge they face. Other things being equal, a monotonous environment leads to the mechanization of habits, to stereotyped routines which, repeated under the same unvarying conditions, follow the same rigid, unvarying course. The pedant who has become a slave of his habits thinks and acts like an automaton running on fixed tracks. His biological equivalent is the overspecialized animal, the koala bear clinging to his eucalyptus tree. See Chapter 8. On the other hand, a changing, variable environment presents challenges which can only be met by flexible behavior, variable strategies, alertness for exploiting favorable opportunities. The biological parallel is provided by the evolutionary strategies discussed in previous chapters. However, the challenge may exceed a critical limit, so that it can no longer be met by the organism's customary skills. In such a major crisis, and both biological evolution and human history are punctuated by such crises, one of two possibilities may occur. The first is degenerative, leading to stagnation, biological senescence, or sudden extinction, as the case may be. In the course of evolution this happened over and again. To each surviving species there are 100 which failed to pass the test. Part 3 of this book discusses the possibility that our own species is facing a crisis unique in its history, and that it is in imminent danger of failing the test. The alternative possibility of reacting to a critical challenge is regenerative in a broad sense. It involves major reorganizations of structure and behavior, which result in biological or mental progress. I shall try to show that both are based on the same drawback to leap pattern, activating creative potentials which are dormant or inhibited in the normal routines of existence. In phylogeny, the major advances are due to the activation of embryonic potentials through pedomorphosis. In mental evolution something analogous seems to happen at each major turning point. The connection between the emergence of biological novelties and of mental novelties is provided by one of the basic attributes of living things, their capacity for self-repair. It is as fundamental to life as the capacity for reproduction, and in some lower organisms which multiply by fission or budding, the two are often indistinguishable. Forms of self-repair. To understand this connection, we must proceed by a series of steps from primitive to higher animals, and finally to man. Needham has called regeneration one of the more spectacular pieces of magic in the repertoire of living organisms. Its most impressive manifestations are found in lowly creatures like flatworms and polyps. If a flatworm is cut transversely into two parts, the head end will grow a new tail, and the tail end will grow a new head. Even if cut into 6 or more slices, each slice can regenerate a complete animal. Among higher animals, amphibians are capable of regenerating a lost limb or organ. When a salamander's leg is amputated, the muscle and skeletal tissues near the wound surface differentiate and assume the appearance of embryonic cells. Around the 4th day, a blastema, or regeneration bud, is formed, similar to the organ bud in the normal embryo, and from then on the process follows closely the growth of limbs in embryonic development. The region of the amputation stump has regressed to a quasi-embryonic state and displays genetic growth potentials which are inhibited in normal adult tissues. I have compared P122, the gene complex in a specialized cell, to a piano with most keys inactivated by Scotch tape. Regenerating tissues have the whole keyboard at their disposal. The magic of self-repair thus has a regressive, catabolic, and a progressive, anabolic, phase. It follows the undoing-redoing pattern. The trauma plays a role similar to that of fertilization in embryonic development. Hamburger 4. The shock triggers off the creative reaction. To be accurate, the origin of the material which forms the blastema is still somewhat controversial. According to Hamburger 3, it is likely that it consists partly of different